So I have OCD, so I'm getting tested for autism in about 2 weeks. People with autism can personify inanimate objects, so they can attribute human-like traits to inanimate objects. I've made hours and hours worth of videos on rocks having consciousness. I don't necessarily actually believe rocks are conscious, but I enjoy imagining real rocks as conscious and coming up with a very in-depth version of neurology for ordinary rocks. My OCD also overlaps with personifying things like insects and worms. This means my OCD leads to distressing emotions. My OCD to do with this is a lot better now, but here's a video from about a year ago. Warning, bugs like spiders and insects. With my OCD, I worry about accidentally harming small animals like insects or like mites. One of the compulsions for this is when I put two surfaces together, like putting a drink on a coaster. I have to check the surfaces for tiny animals, like insects or mites. This is so I don't accidentally squish them, and so I don't make them feel pain. I used to look across the surface in lines. There are lots of different surfaces that get put together during a day. I would check for any little specks that might be something like a little mite, and then inspect the specks. Currently I'm a bit better and just give a shorter look across a surface. I made a drinks coaster and drew small bugs on it. I thought this art may be interesting because it is meant to provoke a reaction in me when putting a glass down on it. I would maybe think, are any of these bugs and dots actual bugs? And I would maybe check the drawing in case they were. A while ago I saw a white speck on a surface. I thought tiny creatures aren't usually white, so it's less likely to be a tiny creature. Then I thought, am I being racist against the tiny creatures by checking white specks less? I don't think this thought caused me that much anxiety, but it was a thought I had. I've made 3 coasters, one with white dots, one with black dots, and one with red dots, as mites can look red. I'm going to time how long it takes me to check each surface before putting a glass down. This is to see if I'm racist against tiny creatures. On one hand, it would be better to treat the tiny creatures equally, but again, white specks may be less likely to be tiny creatures, as the tiny creatures may not be white as often. Therefore, I may not check the surface with white dots as long. I have now thought of reasons why white specks may not be less likely to be tiny creatures. I did the experiment 3 times for each coaster. It took me the shortest on average to check the surface with white dots. Then the surface with black dots took longer on average, and the surface with red dots took the longest. I don't know if the experiment was the most accurate, but I thought it may be an interesting idea. There are reasons why this didn't take me as long and I am getting better. However, OCD about accidentally harming creatures like insects has impacted me in a lot of ways. Thanks. Part 2. Mites are tiny and round and therefore cute. Geckobia mites sit on a gecko's eyelid like little children sitting on a windowsill playing. They're like little red dots. The mites swing their legs and huddle together on the gecko's eye like a little cuddle pile. Tiny animals in people's pockets like kittens are cute. In real life, geckos can have pockets that tiny mites can live inside. These pockets are even smaller than people's pockets, with even tinier creatures living inside, and therefore even cuter. Mechos. Bikinis are one object even though they are made of two separate parts, a top and a bottom. In philosophy, what you class as one object is arbitrary. Geckos and their mites are two separate animals, but what if, like a bikini, you class the two parts as one thing, a mite gecko, a mecho? Just like how babies wrap their whole hand around their parent's finger, Geckobia might infect gecko's toes and wrap their whole body around the gecko's toe, not just the hand. The mites are therefore even cuter, and we have orange mites on the gecko foot. Mites are really small, round and red, like Mr. Small from Mr. Men, and therefore cute. When I was a child, I had a tiny red teddy that fitted in a tiny cup. In real life, red velvet mites have fluffy branched hairs, making them like a tiny cute red teddy. Fluffy things are cute. Ticks are mites. They're big. They're the king of the mites, but they've got tiny cute heads. When mosquitoes land on me, I don't brush them off in case I hurt their delicate legs. I still blow them off in case the mosquitoes catch a disease off me and give it to someone else. I don't kill wasps either, but I don't know what I'd do if a tick was on me. I could get Lyme disease and develop long-term health problems. I'd probably be a lot less delicate with ticks, but I still like the red wine colour of some ticks. Maybe I find ticks cute. Maybe I could just tickle the tick until it starts giggling and falls off with laughter. Tee! I don't keep animals because I worry I won't give them a good life, but I'd keep sand grains as pets and pretend they're mites. Maybe the sand grain might infect my pet rock. Red sandstone full of red sand grains is like red mites all huddled together in a big cuddle pile, like a little civilization and social aggregation of mites. Mites are round, tiny, and sometimes fluffy, like a cute baby. I drew lots of red mites that look like red dots, arranged to look like a baby. I want to care for the mites like a little baby and show them affection. Like babies breastfeeding milk out their mam, ticks and mites suck blood out of their hosts. Like how babies have their bottle of milk, here's me giving my tick a bottle of my blood. Mites and ticks have now become my special interest. My mom has a red face like a cute mite. My mom is like a giant overgrown mite. Mom is the queen of the mites, and mom is also fluffy like a red velvet mite. And the red dots are little smaller mites in the picture. I like cute, fluffy, round balls of algae. I like the lush green colour of algae and moss, and I'd love to stroke moss, but I worry I'd squish the tiny creatures living inside the moss like mites. I don't know what moss and algae feel like. At the end of time, amidst the dark void of eternal nothingness, all that will be left of the universe will be dust. And the leftover dark essences of animals like dust mites will eat the dust. I love mites till the end of time. Making videos about mites isn't making me happy anymore. It's becoming obsessional. It's like I'm snorting a line of mites as a drug, and I've become addicted to the point where I no longer feel the positive effects of the drug and just feel like I have to compulsively take the drug. and compulsively draw and do videos. The mites all came together, huddling into a pile of mites that was the shape of a war tank. The mite uprising was beginning. A mite pile spoke. No one cares about us mites or researches us. We mites feel neglected, abandoned, unloved. We are tiny, we feel powerless, insignificant and inferior. People walk all over us, we feel hurt. Just like how some small men are very angry, us tiny mites feel furious, and we will overthrow humanity. Just remember, we are in every home. We feel insecure about our small size, and we have to assert ourselves. How else will we compensate and prove ourselves, especially because small things sound high-pitched? Now you will have to care about us. Now you won't alienate us and marginalise us to the point where there are no TV programmes or books about us. We feel rejected and we want to do something about it.
The Mitons. What if an army of mites all joined together into the shape of a giant? The mites then vacuumed up humans with a giant vacuum cleaner.
How do you like being vacuumed?
What if the tables were turned? If you were a giant made of mites, how would you treat the humans?
I check surfaces for tiny creatures, like insects or mites, so I don't accidentally harm them and cause them pain. I check coasters before putting drinks down so I don't squish tiny creatures. You may not worry about accidentally squishing tiny creatures, so to simulate the anxiety of my OCD, I'm instead using humans instead of tiny creatures. You have to check for humans on a coaster, and if you see a human and don't fast forward the video 10 seconds, a giant mug will squish me. I actually made a giant-sized mug drawing. If you were a giant, would you check surfaces for humans?
Alien mites, and an alien made of alien mites. Alien mites look like little green dots. The alien mites combine together to form a humanoid alien. The alien mites come down from space to join the mites against human war. Fish fingers are covered in individual breadcrumbs that are like little dots. What if you could eat fish fingers covered in lots of red dots that were mites? The mites would be like little dots that would make up a powder that you could put in your tea or coffee, like sugar, or on your food like salt or spices. The mites felt hopeless. They were going to just let themselves be eaten. The mites said, "No one loves us. Everyone has different favourite animals, but nearly all of them will be a type of bird or mammal or an insect. No one loves us mites. Fairies are people who dress up as anthropomorphic animals, like mammals or birds, but there is no community of people who dress up as anthropomorphic mites. Even people doing PhD research study very specific animals, but those animals are still a specific bird or mammal or an insect. Lots of people care about like bees. No one loves us mites. That is why we will allow ourselves to get eaten, because because no one cares about us. There's just no point anymore. We mites just feel worthless and insignificant, inferior, hurt, depressed, rejected, and abandoned by the humans. The mites went to heaven, while there were 72 versions of me to love and care for the mites. The versions had my glasses and fringe. There was a worm version of me, an alien version of me, a fossil version of me, even poo versions of me. The mites finally felt very happy, loved and appreciated and special. In heaven, the dust mites lived on gold dust that covered the land.
Part 3. So I have autism, and with autism you can personify things like animals or inanimate objects. So basically you can attribute human-like qualities or emotions to animals or inanimate objects. And so I also have OCD, and this means personifying things can actually cause me distress and emotions. So I might obsess about making sure I don't accidentally harm like an insect, and then I might have compulsions to make sure I don't accidentally harm the insect. So basically, this could be compulsions around checking lots of surfaces, so I never squish insects or like mites. So for example, if I'm putting a drink down on a coaster, I might have to check the coaster for any like mites or like insects before putting the glass down, to make sure I don't squish any tiny creatures on the coaster, because I don't want to cause them any like pain or suffering, like the insects or mites or whatever. And so I also have other compulsions to make sure I don't squish things. Like for example, when I'm walking, I have to scan the ground for any insects. I don't squish them, or maybe every twig I see I scan to make sure it's not a worm, because then if I see a worm, I have to rescue it off the sidewalk so it doesn't get stood on or like dry out or whatever. And yeah, so it can be with like lots of other surfaces I have to check. So basically, if I've got a couple of pillows, I'd have to look in lines across the pillow to make sure there's no mites or insects. Then I'll have to do both sides of each pillow before putting my head down. And another compulsion around not accidentally harming insects or mites is making sure they don't suffocate. So for example, you might check a cupboard drawer and make sure there's no like insects inside there that could suffocate if they're trapped inside. And so you'd have to check the cupboard door, and then you have to make sure all the cupboard doors or like all the wardrobe doors are fully closed, so no new insects can get trapped inside. And another compulsion would be so if you're closing a box, you'd have to check each like plane of the box, so each flat surface. So you'd have to scan each flap, and then each flap of the box, and like each side inside it before closing it. And then another thing is with like zips. So say a coat pocket or like a pencil case, you'd have to make sure you have to squeeze all the air out of the pocket on the pencil case before you close the zip. And this is just so, because basically if you squeeze all the air out, because if there's no air in the pocket, the insects or the tiny creatures might suffocate. But if you squeeze the air out, the insects will lose the air quicker and they'll die quicker. Whereas so this is just in general, there's not necessarily any actual insects in there. It's just a compulsion where if if I was to not squeeze all the air out, the insects would slowly suffocate and would have a drawn out death. Whereas if you were to squeeze all the air out of a pencil case before closing it, the insects would suffocate quicker because there's no air. They would have a quick death and they would have less time to reproduce, so less insects would die from suffocation. But obviously I've never actually found an insect in a pencil case or a coat pocket, so I'm not like killing any insects purposely or anything like that. Yeah. And another thing, another compulsion is making sure that I don't use, like, say if I used a bit of electricity, might be bad for the environment and maybe one insect might die, so you have to make sure that you don't use too much electricity, and this can be even just the slightest bit of electricity would make you worry that an insect might die because it's bad for the environment. So basically, when you have like TV volumes, it has to be on a set volume, because if it was on a higher volume, it might use more electricity and an insect might die. Or so say on my phone, might have compulsions where I have to check certain things, like before going to bed, if I'm listening to something, the brightness has to be turned right the way down, has to not use like excess electricity. Or if you're coming out of tabs on your phone, like the apps, every time you come out of an app, you have to make sure all the apps are closed, as it might use more electricity and stuff like that. And then other compulsions can be like, say if you're in a room in the evening, the light has to be off in a certain room, so that it's not like you can still see a bit, but it's quite dark in the room so that you don't use too much electricity. And if I'm on YouTube and I'm listening to a song, every time I click on a song, I'd have to minimize like the screen so that it doesn't use up too much electricity. And then other things that can have compulsions about rescuing worms. So I'd go quite over the top about making sure they don't dry out on the sidewalks. So if there's at least 20 worms because it's been raining, I'd have to pick all of them up and rescue them. Or if they're clearly dead, I'd still have to rescue them, just because the OCD might convince you, like, what if they're actually alive, or what if they can survive, because they're simple creatures and stuff like that. And then even stuff like grass, like I don't like, even sometimes I only walk on grass when necessary, just in case grass is conscious, just in case I don't like harm grass, just in case grass is conscious. But anyway, all these things that I've discussed, my OCD around this is a lot better now, and I don't have a lot of these compulsions anymore. And also I have like OCD themes around harm coming to people and stuff like that. So I like even like stuff like with so it's not just limited to making sure nothing bad happens to insects. Like even say with diseases or something like that, I might not, during the pandemic, I might not worry about COVID because it might affect me, because obviously COVID's not going to affect me very much, but I'd still worry a lot about catching COVID and be extra cautious, just because if I gave it to someone who's vulnerable, it could like harm them, or could be like quite deadly. Okay. Thanks. And also I do personify stuff like rocks a lot in my videos. Like I have about 6 hours with the videos personifying rocks and going into detail about a version of neurology for them. But because I know rocks aren't actually conscious, it doesn't cause me any anxiety personifying them. Because obviously, you know, if I was to step on a rock, I know it's not actually going to feel something. Whereas with an insect, there is a possibility that it might feel pain in my mind. So, yeah, thanks. Part 4. Water mites are very colourful, but I didn't know how to incorporate water mites into my old video, so I just edited the house so it's flooded. So here's what helped me stop checking surfaces, and hopefully it might help you too. But basically I've had like sort of therapy for it, and I'm just going to share, not a therapist myself, but I'm just going to share some like things I've learned from therapy, or just some conclusions I've came to my, and stuff like that. So, like the first thing I think was, it was quite hard for me to like convince myself to not check the surfaces, because maybe it was like, you know, I don't want to like harm the insects and stuff like that. So maybe it was thinking, oh, it's the right thing to do to check the surfaces. But actually, there's some reasons why, like, you don't really, it's a bit excessive to check the surfaces, or it's just maybe like detrimental to your life or well-being and stuff like that. So basically, everyone probably accidentally kills loads of insects, no matter how much you try to prevent it. So even if you have OCD and try to prevent killing insects, you can't stop killing insects completely. This can be anything from killing bugs with your windscreen when driving. So you can never have certainty that you're not going to kill an insect. So you need to learn to tolerate the uncertainty. So if you check surfaces for insects, how often do you find insects on those surfaces? Probably pretty much never. So what does that tell you? It tells you you're not preventing any insect deaths, and therefore you're not being nicer. If you spent less time if you spent less time checking surfaces, you would have more energy to be nicer in other ways, and therefore help more people or animals. So how can you like check the surfaces less? So you could maybe check a few surfaces less each week. So you could write down which surfaces you're not going to check that week. If you try and stop checking loads of surfaces all at once, it might maybe too hard to maintain, and that's why checking a few less surfaces a week may be better. So you could start with surfaces that are the easiest to not check. So these could be smaller surfaces where the chance of killing insects is smaller. And then as weeks go on, you could then try and work towards not checking larger surfaces, or surfaces that you find harder not to check. So basically, so say if you have a box of cookies or food or something like that, so say if you have to check like all the flaps and then the outside of them and stuff like that, and maybe you could check less of those surfaces. So maybe you only like look on the inside, or you don't check all the flaps. You could just have like one glance. So that's maybe you just check that a couple of flaps there. That's like a small surface not to check. Whereas, say if you were putting a pillow like down, or like flipping over a pillow or something, a pillow's a larger surface, so it might be harder for you to not check it. So you could just start with the easiest surfaces to not check. which could be like the smaller surfaces, like the box of Hula cookies. So then if you check surfaces and lines, you could check them in less lines. So say when you're inspecting a surface, if you look across it in a line like that, you could just have a glance at that surface. Or say if you do like a few lines, like say a pillow, if you look across the pillow in a line, then in another line, then in another line, you could just look across it in one line. Or you could just, or then like further on in your progression, you could just glance at it once and then, yeah, or then like not check it at all or whatever. So yeah, so you could check them in less lines, or you could just glance at them, or just check them, or you could check them for less time. So if you were like, say, staring at the surface for like maybe 5 seconds or something like that, you could just try and reduce the time you stare at it. Say if you inspect any tiny dots in case it's like a mite, you could try and realize that the tiny non-moving dots probably aren't mites, and to not pay as much, like give as much attention to like the tiny dots or whatever, if there's like lots of tiny dots on a coaster or whatever. Another thing you can do is say when you're walking, if you have to check the ground, like inspect the ground as you're walking for like little insects and stuff like that, you could try like looking down and then looking up and then looking like down and up while you're walking, just when you're on your walks and stuff like that, so that you're not constantly looking at the ground and inspecting the ground for insects. Okay, thanks for watching. I hope this has been helpful. I'm not quite sure how many people this sort of affects, this sort of thing in OCD about the insects and stuff like that. So if you feel up to it, you can let me know if if you also have like worry about accidentally harming insects and stuff like that. Okay, thanks. Part 5. Hello. So today I've got my red jumper on, my new jumper, and it's red, the color of mites. And so today we're going to talk about scabies. So I've got little spots drawn on my hand for like the spots with scabies. And so first of all, I'll say that my OCD is around morality and responsibility. So maybe I feel like morally I have to not harm the mites or insects, and I have like heightened responsibility to make sure I don't harm them. But also you can have like other themes with OCD, like you can worry about contamination, so you might have to wash your hands a lot. And I have worried about this when it comes to stuff like COVID. And also you can have what's called sensory motor OCD, where you can like hyper focus on sensations in your body, and like worry that something's wrong or like stuff like that. So that's a few things: morality, responsibility, contamination, and sensory motor, which is like sensory stuff. Yeah, so my mites OCD, like insects, started years ago, and that was started more with like morality and responsibility, but then since then it stayed about morality for years. But then last Christmas, I found out that my cousin had scabies. I think they were like cured of it or whatever, but I saw them at Christmas and they'd had scabies, so I was a bit worried that I might have scabies. That was feeds into the contamination theme. And of course, this was before I had became like especially interested in mites. So yeah, because the special interest in mites is like a very recent thing. Yeah. So I had contamination fears about scabies, and I also had like sensory motor symptoms because I was like scratching. I was like feeling itchy and like scratching. Yeah, so I was feeling very itchy and scratching. So that was like a sensory thing because yeah, like the more you're worried about feeling itchy, the more itchy you're gonna feel. So that's sensory motor and it's contamination. And then the past few weeks I've been had a special interest in mites, and that's when I did all the drawings of like mites being cute and stuff like that. And yeah, so I will say with scabies, I don't really know much about it because I've only recently became interested in mites. But you have like like lines on the skin, and they can be like dotted with spots, red spots. So you can see I've drawn the lines on one black, and you have the spots on each of them. Yeah, that's my other hand as well. Okay, so thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. So I was gonna go in the bath, and then I was thinking, oh, this is great. I'll have all my water mine friends like going around in the bath, you know. And then I was thinking that's great. And then I was thinking like, are the water mites and like tap water as well? Like, are you drinking mites? But then I felt a bit anxious because I'm like, they're gonna be like crawling all over me in the bath, and I thought I don't want that, especially because they can crawl around like anywhere on you. So like it's a bit, ooh, yeah. Hello and welcome to the corner. This is the top corner of the house, and so today we're going to talk about dust mites. So with my OCD, I worried that because I used to like get my feather duster and scare people by tickling them, but then I started to worry like, what if there's dust mites on them, and then what if I harm the dust mites or stress them out or disturb them if I'm like tickling someone with the feather duster? So yeah. And so also one other thing I worried about with dust mites is when I was like hoovering, and this may not have been specific to dust mites, could have been other creatures as well. But yeah, so when I had the hoover, I didn't like hoovering up any longer than's necessary, just because like every second counts, it's life or death when it comes to like the tiny creatures. So I didn't like hoovering longer than necessary, and so when I hoover with my mom, but I just pick up all the stuff off the ground, and then she hoovers where that stuff used to be. So it's like we each have a job when it comes to hoovering, but I don't actually hold the hoover myself. I just pick stuff up so she can hoover under them. And yes, so now I'm going to show you my pet dust mites. Yeah, so basically I found a bit of dust. I put it in the container, and I thought, oh, now I've put a bit of dust in the container. I've got pet dust mites now, so I thought that was interesting. Yeah. Me in night attire. Old pillows can contain millions of dust mites. I want to give an old pillow that's turned yellow a hug because it's like hugging millions of dust mites. But I don't really want to hug the pillow because I worry I might squish and hurt the dust mites. Beds are cozy, and it makes dust mites feel cozy as I snuggle up to them in bed. Part 6. I like woodlice. I'd like to hug their 1-foot-long deep-sea relative. My mom is a cow, but she's also a little bug scurrying under a log. Dairy cow isopods are real animals related to woodlice. My mom is a dairy cow isopod. Springtails are tiny animals closely related to insects, but in their own category. I'd love to scoop up and hold a colony of vibrant orange springtails in my arms. It would be like being covered in a layer of cute little puppies. I drew my pet rock covered in barnacles. I love large rocks completely covered in things like moss, lichen, algae, or barnacles. I like textures with autism, and I'd love to feel the texture of rock completely covered in barnacles. But I worry I'd stress out or hurt the barnacles if I stroked them. Barnacles wave little appendages called cirri. Here's me greeting a barnacle by waving at it, and the barnacle waving back. Hi, hey girl. I want to sail the seas with my barnacle friends stuck to the boat. Some barnacles already live very close together in colonies. In the future, barnacles may fuse together into a compound organism. By doing this, compound barnacles are harder to remove, and between them need to spend less energy and resources on their shell, especially when the oceans are becoming more acidic and dissolving their shells. There was one problem though. Some barnacles had borderline personality disorder, as the rock they grew up on also had borderline personality disorder. They feared being abandoned, hence why barnacles stick together, but they also feared becoming too close to someone and becoming emotionally engulfed by them. The barnacles didn't want to fuse because of their fear of engulfment. But with climate change making seas more acidic, they had to fuse into one organism. It was hard work, but through therapy, the barnacles were able to fuse together, becoming enmeshed with each other and surviving climate change. This is a kind and caring tick. They only drink blood from a blood bank where the person has voluntarily given their blood, making it consensual and making it so the human can't catch any diseases. In real life, a relative of woodlice replaces fish's tongues. In the story, the parasites help the fish by speaking for the fish. The parasites are like speech and language therapists. I saw this adorable Lyme disease bacteria cuddly toy. Lyme disease bacteria are shaped like a coiled worm, and I love worms too. I drew me hugging giant Lyme disease bacteria. I don't yet actually know anything about Lyme disease, so maybe in the future I'll realize it's really horrible and that I'm being very insensitive.
My mom is cute like a little Lyme disease bacteria, so I drew my mom as a Lyme disease bacteria. I love my mom like I love Lyme disease bacteria, and it's a term of endearment. My mom is a giant shape-shifting amoeba and can take on any form.
Lyme disease rash can look like a bullseye, a red patch with a red ring around it. I drew a little Lyme disease person on my arm for me to talk to so that I'm not lonely. I'm straight. But my sister is gay, so I watched Drag Race with her, and I've been inspired to be a woman with Lyme disease. I used the woman face filter on Snapchat on my face. Part 7. In real life, it is very common for mites to live on your face, and these mites are called Demodex mites. My mom has a skin condition called rosacea that makes her face pink or red. This condition is associated with a higher number of Demodex mites living on her face. I used PowerPoint to animate the mites crawling on her face, and I used PowerPoint to animate all the other mites in the video. Me giving my mum a cuddle and squeezing her until her eyes pop out. Little Hugbug, Mama's a ladybird. Lieutenant Squidgy Face. I love squeezing Mam's chubby little cheeks. They're all pink and cute. Give them a squeeze and a salute. I want to stretch your arm fat out like dough and roll it with a rolling pin. I'll roll you and cook you and gobble you up. As you may know, I have always been a strong proponent of cannibalism. Wolverine claws. Mam's hair sticks up as if Mam has horns. Mam's hair looks like Wolverine's hair or a cow's horns. Mam is always asleep on the couch, dozing like a dozy cow. Mam is also very hairy like a Highland cow. Barbed wire, padlock and chains. A sensory box is a container filled with things designed to regulate your senses. Mam is my sensory toy. I'll have to keep Mam trapped in a box. Get back in your box, Mam. There's no escape for Mam. And Mam says, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Cutie Snooty. I have photographic evidence of Mam picking her nose. I cuddle my teddy bear more than Mam to make her jealous. Mam is even more red because she's so angry with me and Teddy. Mam has her fist out ready to punch me. When Mam was manic, she thought she was Jesus and that people were coming to crucify her at 3 o'clock. Jesus was Middle Eastern, but why people depict Jesus as white, and some black people depict Jesus as black. Mom has a pink face, and so Mom is pink Jesus. Trolls are so ugly. They're cute, in an odd, strange way. Mom is very cute like a troll, but I'm sure to anyone who isn't Mom's son, Mom is very pretty, and the rosy cheeks are nice. My mom is all wibbly wobbly like Mr. Jelly from Mr. Men. Mom has a jelly belly, and as a fully grown adult, I'd love to jump up and down and bounce on Mom's belly. Mom's face is so bright pink, it's as if she consumed pink radioactive waste and now glows pink. Mom has the pinkest face ever. I've never seen anyone with a face so pink. But I love the colour of Mom's face. It's good I love Mom for who she is. Pop art like Andy Warhol. Humans all look the same with the same range of colours. I like characters like animals or rocks that are conscious. They're different and therefore more interesting. Even characters that just have different coloured skin like a blue person are more interesting. The Godfather film is so boring. They could have at least made one of the characters bright blue. Mom's pink face makes her more unique and distinctive. Mom's finally going to get her skin cream, but pink or not, I still love her. I attach to Mom like a parasite and cling on for dear life. I practically live firmly stuck onto Mom at all times, and I'm very hard to remove. And that parasite is Mr. Sweet, a parasite from Doctor Who. Me and Mom fighting with pans. There's teeth flying everywhere and big bumps on our heads. When me and Mom are doing the dishes, we like playing Tom and Jerry, where we pretend to hit each other with the pans. And one time we actually had a fight with the pans, but we stopped because we worried the pans might break from us hitting them together. In the past year, I have made projects about my pet rock, the eternal void of nothingness at the end of time, my mom, and parasitic worms. I am very proud of my projects and feel I have been better able to express myself and my thoughts and feelings through my art. Mom has a tapeworm coming out her backside. Sandpaper top on the left and sponge top on the right. Maybe I don't really care about Mom. Maybe I don't only care about her fluffy clothes. Do I prefer Mom's fluffy dressing gown to Mom herself? I want to make her an outfit made of sandpaper to test whether I just give Mom hugs because of her fluffy clothes, or whether I will still stroke her sandpaper top and love Mom for who she really is. Slice of cake missing from Mom. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what caused it, but I think my family has been replaced by hyper-realistic cakes that just look like my family. I like to actually interrogate my mom to see if she's cake, but so far I've never tried cutting it to find out. My mom has a nightie with a crab on it. Mom is like my little crab. But today I bought a squidgy crab sensory toy. Now my attention will be divided between Mom and the crab, and I won't be hassling Mom to squeeze her loose arm fat as much. Mom says, "Pick me." When I was a baby, I would cry when my mom tried to wash me, so my mom had to wash me with cotton wool. I suppose I've always liked soft things because of my autism, or maybe Mom just washes people very aggressively. Speculative biology. Mom comes from Pinkonesia, an island inhabited by a race of pink people. Pinkonesia is hot, and so extra blood flow to the face allows heat to escape the inhabitants' bodies. This is a fine adaptation. Like Vulcans from Star Trek, they all have a fringe like Spock or Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. Like Mom, they have hairy feet to insulate them from the hot sand. A baby mouse is pink and called a pinky. My mom is like a cute little pink baby mouse. My mom also holds pizza in her hands like a mouse eating with their little hands. My mom also has little hairs on her chin like a mouse's cute little whiskers. Baby mice are also blind, and Mom may as well be blind because she isn't very observant. Mom's been using skin cream for her pink face. The cream has made her soft skin peel and become flaky and powdery and dry and more of a pastel colour.
like the soft rock chalk. You've heard of the white chalk cliffs of Dover. Now here's the pink cliffs of the island Pinconesia. In real life, there are lots of fluffy, hairy crustaceans like yeti crabs, fluffy sponge hat crabs, and orangutan crabs. Carcinization is the real process in which lots of different lineages of animals independently evolve into crabs. Pinconesia is an island isolated from the rest of humanity, thankfully. And over time, the pink people of Pinconesia will evolve into pink fluffy crabs. Mom's anatomy. Mom has cute, round, squishy fat cells in her loose arm fat and chubby cheeks. And Mom has red blood cells in her face, giving her chubby pink cheeks that pink colour. It's like Mom has a little ball pit in her arms. Mom in a parallel universe, boing boing. Gravity is a weak force, and so only large objects like planets are round because of gravity. If in a parallel universe the force of gravity was stronger, smaller objects like Mom would be round and therefore even cuter. Mom would be like a bouncy ball. Mom goes even redder when she's very angry, like the little caterpillar Wiggler from Super Mario games. Mom has a cute little flower on her head like Wiggler and steam coming out her ears. Tiny things are cute, and atoms are really tiny. Mom is my cute little atom. Round things are cute, and protons, neutrons, and electrons are round, and therefore cute like Mom. At least that's how the particles are depicted. Part 8. I got this rock from my garden. Because of my OCD, I didn't used to bring rocks into my house in case there were tiny creatures living on them like mites. The tiny creatures may then get trapped in the house, which is not their natural environment, and the tiny creatures may therefore feel less happy. I've made hours and hours of videos about this one rock, but if I hadn't already brought the rock in my house before my OCD worries, I may have never made videos about that rock. My videos may have been very different in a parallel universe. I remade a past video about the rock but added mites in. In the new universe, the Carboniferous period would happen again. Sand is deposited in a river delta and forms sandstone. 300 million years later, this sandstone would end up with me and become my rock. It feels surreal, maybe intimate, sensitive or vulnerable. All we ever did together, all we ever saw, it started with just grains of sand from other rocks 300 million years ago. Just a humble and peaceful existence before life's problems and complexities. It's amazing to think about it. I love this rock. Some autistic people can have trouble identifying and describing their emotions. I've been using a feelings wheel to work on my ability to recognize emotions. For the therapy, I have to record the feelings as well and journal them. Autistic people can get attached to objects. Here's my thoughts about my rock person who has appeared in hours of my YouTube videos. In my story, the rock person ate ordinary rocks, causing the ordinary rocks pain. The rock person was going to reach spiritual enlightenment, transcend their physical body, and harness energy to sustain themselves, instead of eating rocks to sustain themselves. I wouldn't see the rock again, and said my final goodbye. 2 years ago, watching that scene, I felt tearful. Now, 2 years later, I worry I'm saying goodbye to that rock all over again. When there are rocks on top of the ground, worms in the soil underneath have to go around the rock to poo out soil on the surface. The worms therefore poo out soil around the rock, therefore burying the rock. My interest in rocks has been replaced by my interest in worms.
The worms bury the rock person, something I once loved. It's sad it's over. Worms can also eat the rock's cotton clothes. Here's the rock person lying on the couch with their bee blanket on. I may lose interest in rocks, but hopefully the rock person will stay in my heart, although I feel insecure about whether they will. My videos are harming my mental health. I might need to stop doing them. I have to say goodbye to the new rock all over again. The cycle repeats. But life feels empty without the rock, my videos and the fictional world they reside in. The rock's vacant imprints still left in the bed, like an unfilled void in the bed. I needed them to be happy, but now they just make me unhappy. The rock finds its way into the nearby River Ousburn and flows down Jesmond Dean. There is a bridge here covered in fluffy green moss. Fluffy things to feel and cuddle comfort me. I feel loving and peaceful, despite all the sewage of life floating down the river and on top of the rock. The River Ousburn will flow into the larger River Tyne. The rock will find its way into a river and get washed down the River Tyne. It will pass Newcastle city centre and the Tyne Bridge. The river meanders, oscillating left and right, as people's mental health meanders, oscillating from good times and bad times. But I feel I have so many mental health conditions that at any one time I'm always suffering from at least one of them, and I don't get good times, just bad. I feel hopeless, despair, and hateful towards the situation. To the rock person, one day when I'm gone you may end up in a river and get washed into the sea. You may get rounded by the currents and waves into a pebble. I feel emotionally blunted, like the round pebbles which have no edges. The river flows into the sea. The sea's waves round the rock into a pebble. A starfish keeps the pebble company. I want to feel like the bright, orange, exuberant star, joyful and playful, joking on and being daft like I do. The rock has been rounded into the pebble that the bird is standing on. I think about my videos and fictional world every single minute of the day. My videos cause me so much overwhelm, stress, anxiety, worries and depression. I'm completely obsessed with them. I need someone to like my fictional world and like my videos to make all the effort at the expense of other areas of my life worth it. I need the bird to look at the pebble that is my character and like it. I need the bird to validate my insecurity. I need the bird to share in the rock's world so I don't feel as isolated and disconnected from other people. The sandstone pebble will eventually crumble and disintegrate into sand. The sand will then be eaten by worms and pooped out into squiggly worm casts made of sand. Like the pebble, my interest in rocks has crumbled once more and has been replaced by an interest and lovingness for worms, even parasitic worms. This time I feel alright though, because my interests alternate, and I know I'll be interested in rocks again. In a previous part, I said worms pooping out soil would bury the rock in the ground. I feel amazed and ecstatic that my two favourite things, rocks and worms, interact with each other and are interconnected. When I used to... Eventually I will die and decompose into the dark organic matter in the soil, called humus. The rock will turn into sand. My soil will get incorporated into new life, but then they will become soil again. A pile of organic material that is me, and a pile of sand that is my rock, hold hands watching the sunset. I try and make the rock different to myself, but they are still a part of myself, an expression of myself. If one of us dies, we both die. I feel sad, but peaceful and loving. When I die, I will become the organic part of soil called humus. When the sandstone version of the rock dies, they will become sand.
Siltstone is made of the same material as sandstone, but with smaller grains. When the siltstone version of the rock dies, they will become silt. Soil also contains clay. These four materials, humus, sand, silt and clay, all mix together to form the soil known as loam. My OCD, autism, depression and maladaptive daydreaming mix together into a horrible brown muddy sludge. When I do videos I feel less suicidal and depressed, but other feelings are mixed into the happiness, joy, excitement and amazement, like pain, worry, overwhelm, insecurity, exhaustion, perfectionism, and a pressure to think pulling at you to make videos. These all mix together into a brown muddy puddle tainting what would be pristine water. I wish I could scoop up this loam soil into a bottle and show it to you like how people collect sand in a container at the beach. I feel eager and excited to make this video like the warm, bold, energetic orange magma the rock will become when melted. Just like there is the circle of life, there is the rock cycle. One day you may become granite. We think we are the main protagonist in life. Compared to the rock person that lives for millions of years, I am just a speck. The rock was there before I was born, and it will be there when I'm gone. I feel insignificant, but I hope I was a good speck in the rock's life. Even one day the rock will be destroyed, and new granite will be created out of it. By this time, intelligent octopuses have come onto land and replaced humans. The octopuses have pet rocks, and this octopus keeps the granite rock as a pet. Like the rock liking the octopus instead of me, I feel envious or jealous of people liking other people's videos but not mine. The granite may then turn into the metamorphic rock gneiss through lots of pressure. I feel like the gneiss rock as I feel overwhelmed and anxious and feel like I have a lot of pressure to keep thinking about my videos and can't switch off from them, like the pressure on the gneiss rock. Eventually the earth will become too hot for humans and animals. No me, no octopus to share my intense interest in the rock person and their fictional world. No one to see my videos in the way I do. The gneiss rock lay in bed alone. I feel isolated about this. All my self-esteem rests solely on this rock pushing down on it. My videos and the rock alone are holding up all my confidence, status, respect, achievement. The pressure feels too much. Part 9. I bought a bee toy and I sewn on mites that infect bees in real life, and these are called Varroa mites. So they're like just little red like dots on the bees. They're quite big compared to the bees. And yeah, so I sewn them on because I was feeling just quite bad, because all the toys you see in shops are all like birds and mammals. Maybe an insect like a bee. You don't really get mite toys. And so yeah, I thought I'd make a mite toy myself. So this is how I was feeling before.
Everyone's interested in birds and mammals and insects. I went to a museum and a bookshop today, and there was nothing to do with mites at either, so I felt like just torching both places down.
I was in a bad mood to begin with though. Bees have 3 extra tiny simple eyes called ocelli, so I added the 3 eyes to the forehead. Like how people can have breathing tubes in their lungs, bees can also have breathing tubes called trachea, and bees can also have mites living in these breathing tubes. I sewn on the branched breathing tubes and tracheal mites. I feel bad for giving the bee 2 different types of mites, maybe a bit anxious or guilty. The bee is called Bede, as in Saint Bede,
and the 5 mites I've sewn on so far are called Milo, Miley, Maya, Michael, and Micah. Here is a crab toy, and the crab is fed up and looks sick because I've sewn on a parasitic barnacle to the crab. In real life, some parasitic barnacles have no nervous system, so I wouldn't even worry about harming them. So if some invertebrates are conscious, some parasitic barnacles may have actually evolved to lose their consciousness. Parasitic barnacles are animals, but they can have a branched root system that runs throughout the host crab. I drew the root system with pen. I've called the crab and its parasitic barnacle Crab and Goyle, like from Harry Potter. The barnacle stops crabs from reproducing. Goyle the barnacle said to the crab,
I thought if you weren't thinking about sex all the time, you could put that energy into something useful and achieve more and do more. You could do something creative or benefit society. You wouldn't have all the problematic behaviors associated with sexual attraction. People go to extreme lengths for sex and do bad things. There's more meaningful things in life. I just wanted the best for you, my dear crab.
Parasitic barnacles feminize crabs. Goyle spoke.
Men commit more violent and sexual crimes. Men are stereotypically less caring, nice, empathetic, and nurturing, have less emotional intelligence, and are selfish, shellfish. People with high emotional intelligence make good leaders. I feminized you because I wanted you, my crab, to be a great leader of crabs. Masculinity is toxic. I mean, look at crabs. They walk with their legs splayed out to the side. They're the biggest man spreaders around. I feminized you, my crab, because even if you have done nothing wrong as a man, there's still something bad about you for being a man that predisposes you to doing bad things. I just wanted you to be a good person. I want to help you, but I'm worried if I don't help you, you'll go down the wrong path. I feel guilty enough already being a parasite. I just have to improve your life in some way, my crab. Otherwise, I'm just a worthless parasite. Maybe I have cognitive dissonance. Instead of acknowledging I was causing harm, I tried to twist things so that my actions were still good. I don't know anymore. I just feel sad and depressed. Fine, I think I'm leaving. I hope you have a nice life. I've overstayed my welcome. I'm leaving for a new host. I feel like saying I'm just the worst person in the world, but that sounds like a gaslighting phrase, even though that's how I really feel. I don't want to use that phrase because I don't want to hurt you anymore, my dear crab. Everything that's bad about myself for being a parasite, I was projecting onto you for being a man. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit deep for a cuddly toy. Goodbye. Should some conservation effort go to saving parasites, or should we have just let the worm die? It's you, the public's choice. If you sponsor Parasite's £5 a month, you get a free blue teddy bear with a fluffy blue tapeworm sewn onto its backside. I sewn on her face to the tapeworm as well. Bears can actually get giant tapeworms. Part 10. Eventually, by the end of some universes, everything will have become an eternal void of nothingness. In other universes with different laws, there will always have been nothing. I've been feeling less suicidal and less depressed lately, but I've been thinking life is still suffering. People have war and injuries and diseases. We have painkillers, anesthetics and treatments, but making humans' lives better has been at the expense of the environment and animals who don't have any of humans' luxuries. The universe is amazing, but maybe if nothing existed in the universe, nothing would be better than something. Maybe depression makes you biased, but humans are designed to survive. We may be even more biased towards living. I still feel a bit depressed and hopeless and apathy. At the end of time, amidst the dark void of eternal nothingness, all that will be left of the universe will be dust. And the leftover dark essences of animals like dust mites will eat the dust.
I love mites till the end of time.
Being attuned to others' emotions, fawning, people-pleasing, and feeling like you're not good enough, like feeling insecure or inadequate, can be a trauma response. My OCD symptoms tend to revolve around these things, and so it may be that when I get another therapist, we should treat trauma, as trauma may be impacting OCD. Am I only nice because of anxiety and I'm not necessarily good-hearted? Am I not really nice? I would still do nice things when people aren't watching, or in the past when I've been intoxicated and had no anxiety. I think I was still nice. Are these seemingly good qualities actually bad qualities because they're interfering with my life? Do I not really have good qualities? Do I have to be less nice? But maybe I would feel worse about myself if I was less nice. I want to be nice. Really liked therapist's yellow trousers, as you don't normally see yellow trousers, so really nice and unique, but not sure whether to compliment someone based on things like that in case you sound creepy. Don't want to put them off wearing yellow trousers again. This seems like a positive thought towards them, and so it's really hard to tell whether it's your OCD making you think you have positive feelings for them, or how much is OCD and how much is actual feelings. It's very confusing and very worrying, because if it was just OCD, you would know you're not actually obsessed with them, and there's nothing to worry about. But if it wasn't just OCD, it would make things weird and difficult and complicates things. Feel like I'm expressing my thoughts deliberately to seem nice and elicit sympathy, and that even though thoughts just happen to be about a therapist and not a therapist's fault, that I'm guilt-tripping therapist and manipulating them, and that this is all part of some plan to achieve an ulterior motive. Obviously, this is probably just my OCD talking.
One of the reasons why I haven't drawn any new drawings for this part of the video is because my drawings are usually related to my anxiety and depression, and so if I was just to draw the Rock as various women, I would think I was crossing the line into actually being creepy, weird, or obsessive. I can't really be bothered to draw and need a break from drawing, and so a pair of yellow trousers would be very easy to draw, and so I've thought quite a bit about drawing them. But then that makes me anxious, and I seem to be getting fixated on the yellow trousers to the point where it's actually getting a bit worrying and concerning. I've been debating and ruminating a lot whether to draw them. This part of the video is still set at the end of time, so maybe the dark eternal void of nothingness goes on for so long that statistically even the least likely things to happen, like a pair of trousers spontaneously arising into existence, can happen. This would be a Boltzmann pair of trousers. I've related the yellow trousers to the story of my videos about the end of time, and so the last thing I want is this to turn into some romantic, maladaptive daydream.
The trousers are different in a good way, but because the bright yellow trousers are so different, if someone else wore them, you might make a judgment about them. However, good-looking people suit everything. So do you think the therapist suits the yellow trousers because you think they're good-looking? Basically, are you obsessed with and have feelings for the therapist? I'm not so sure how favourably I reacted when someone else wore bright green shorts 7 years ago, but when I was a child around 15 years ago, and I was choosing a smart shirt for a wedding, I would only wear a bright orange shirt. Do I just like the trousers because of my own personal taste in fashion, or is there something else going on? I feel like although I am sensitive to bright light, a lot of autistic people like myself like bright colours. The therapist is an autism specialist and probably had that in mind with their clients in general. But I hope I don't mean that in a, I'm so obsessed with them that I think every small action they do has me in mind. I think I meant the other clients in general. So basically, after all this rumination, I am no closer to figuring myself out, and I am just more worried and confused to the point where I don't know what's real, and I feel I've lost touch with reality, even though I'm not psychotic. Anyway, here's an orange shirt that has spontaneously appeared at the end of the universe. watched Family Guy and Herbert the pervert liked Chris's hat and sniffed it. Obviously, I have no desire to smell therapist's yellow trousers, but I like the yellow trousers, so is that in some way comparable to what happened on Family Guy? It may be inappropriate to mention that part to therapist, and this video keeps getting weirder and weirder, and so I am still anxious about showing therapists, even if I'm obsessively worried that I'm obsessed with them, rather than actually being obsessed with them. The video will probably still make them feel a bit weirded out, which is bad. They're trained in things like OCD, but it would still be weirder for them if the OCD is actually about them. If I put the image of the trousers horizontal in the video, the drawing takes up more of the screen and you can see the drawing's details clearer. But if I make the drawing horizontal, I worry it looks suggestive, as if the person wearing them is lying down horizontally. I care about morality, but I also care about what people think about me and how my videos are received. I'm ruminating about a lot more than just the trousers, but it just shows that OCD can make you overthink and overanalyze and blow out of proportion even the smallest of things. Constant rumination has felt too much, and now I feel overwhelmed, a bit withdrawn or irritated. However, thoughts are so ridiculous they're funny, and so maybe that means you are feeling daft or playful thinking about the video earlier.
Have I reduced a therapist to an object, like a yellow pair of trousers? Am I objectifying them? Plot twist, what if they never even had yellow trousers and I've just remembered it wrong? That had crossed my mind, but I'm sure they were wearing yellow trousers. At least I think I'm sure. I don't want to miseducate my viewers. My videos have to be perfect. Feeling insecure, fear of inadequacy. I know you might say it's just OCD, so separate yourself from your condition, but would you tell a psychopath who's just killed someone that it's just psychopathy and to separate themselves from their condition? Maybe I'm feeling guilt or shame. If I was talking to someone else with OCD, I would say their thoughts go against their values and are actually the opposite of who they are as a person. But I hold myself to much higher standards than I hold other people to. There's quite an extreme difference in how I view myself versus how I view other people. I understand that if I was to impose very high standards on other people and control them, it wouldn't be very nice for them. But am I changing my video to control other people's reactions to it? And does that mean I'm by extension controlling other people? I don't want to be really controlling like a certain emotionally abusive person in my life who controls other people and who might have obsessive compulsive personality disorder rather than OCD. Will I repeat the cycle of abuse? I don't want to become abusive.
Part 11. One past therapist I had took aspects from different therapies, but I've never really had a psychodynamic therapist where you talk about yourself and they analyze you. A narcissist may go to psychodynamic therapy because they love talking about themselves. I have talked about just this type of OCD for over half an hour in this video. Even if I don't have narcissistic personality disorder, I've talked about myself so much that at the very least, is that not self-absorbed or self-indulgent, which would be bad. Maybe it's just because at the minute all my thoughts revolve around the OCD. Cognitive behavioral therapy may only treat surface level problems, and maybe I need other therapies to get to the root of my problems. If I already overanalyze and overthink my own psychology due to OCD, I feel like being analyzed even more in psychodynamic therapy would just feed the OCD and make it worse. I am very aware that I disagree with people about colours. I might say a turquoise object is green, and someone may say it is blue. The trousers are an orangey yellow. Am I referring to them as the correct colour? Do I refer to them as golden? That sounds creepy, obsessive, or overly romanticised, like how someone might refer to someone as having luscious golden locks of hair. Their hair is not blonde though. I hope I don't say, I like your golden trousers. Has this video gotten so mental that it's no longer sensitive to the therapist's feelings?
The therapist is giving me occupational therapy, not ERP therapy. You don't need to go on and show them the whole video. Their job is probably emotionally draining enough. Them watching the whole video wouldn't be necessary and wouldn't achieve anything, and seeking reassurance and validation from them would only feed your OCD and make it worse. So I'll probably not show the therapist the full video. But at the same time, this video is probably funny and people are more interested in things that directly affect them. So maybe I should show them some of the part about the trousers. Maybe I'm just projecting my own self-centeredness when I say people are more interested in things that directly affect them. If I'm now just thinking about the yellow trousers in isolation, is that to distract myself from thinking about the therapist wearing them? With OCD, groinal responses are caused by anxiety, not arousal. I've still been very anxious, but I haven't really had any groinal responses the past day and a half. Have I managed to shift my attention off the therapist onto harmless thoughts about their yellow trousers? Are the yellow trousers now part of some innocent maladaptive daydream to distract and distance myself from thinking about the therapist as a person, but therefore further objectifying them? Has anxiety about the therapist turned into anxiety about YouTube videos? Maybe my videos are just obsessive, or maybe I feel some level of joy, excitement, or amazement to do them, as well as being obsessed with the videos. People with autism pay attention to small details. Is me fixating on a small detail like the therapist's trousers being yellow part of both autism and OCD, and how the two interconnect? Autistic people can personify inanimate objects. All the inanimate objects in my video are conscious. Does that mean the trousers are conscious? I don't know. The trousers are brightly coloured and so probably have a happy temperament. They spontaneously reappeared into the universe at the end of time. Maybe they want to remain positive, but being amidst the dark, all-consuming, all-encapsulating eternal void of nothingness probably challenges this happy outlook. I worry this is maybe taking things too far, but in most of my videos, objects like Dan the pan and Casey the staircase are all conscious, and I want to somehow relate this video to my other videos and the fictional world they are part of. Like with maladaptive daydreaming, I have to relate everything to my fictional world known as a paracosm. Maladaptive daydreaming is not currently its own diagnosable condition, and maybe a symptom of another condition. Psychiatrists just said my daydreaming was part of my OCD, so yeah, I can't really know whether I definitely have maladaptive daydreaming. Now I'm getting too absorbed by the video and it's making me anxious and overwhelmed, and I wish I could decide, right, I've talked enough about yellow trousers, let's take a break. But video making and constantly thinking about your videos is compulsive. Went to bed, but I'm too anxious to physically lie down flat in bed again. I'm sitting on the bed instead. If I was to ring a mental health phone line, how do I explain to them, I'm having a crisis over a pair of trousers? I feel embarrassed. What could they even suggest doing? If the smallest thing, like the colour of the therapist's trousers, makes me anxious, do they have to walk on eggshells with me? I know personally that constantly walking on eggshells around a person like a parent is not nice. Am I just like that person? It is pretty much just the trousers that are triggering me though. Am I that controlling that I'm not letting someone wear certain clothes? I mean, if anything, you shouldn't avoid your fears. I say let them wear the yellow trousers. Now, by having these thoughts, does that mean instead of thinking about them as a therapist, I'm thinking about them as some sort of partner who you'd control what they're wearing? That would be really obsessive and creepy, but I have to remember that OCD thoughts are the opposite of who I actually am. Or is this just transference? From drawing the yellow trousers to then actually incorporating the yellow trousers into the fictional world, you're going down a slippery slope. Maybe this is the slippery slope fallacy, but the more you do bad things, the more you get overexposed to doing them, and you end up doing worse and worse things. I feel guilty or ashamed, disapproval of myself and the video, and no longer amused. My videos in general are supposed to be surreal, but maybe this video is weird in a bad way. I hate myself. I'm worthless. Now am I guilt tripping and manipulating them more? One of the reasons I was thinking about the bright orange smart shirt I wore is because in the film Dumb and Dumber, Lloyd wore a bright orange shirt. Lloyd was obsessed with someone. I'm not actually obsessed with anyone in the same way, but my daft personality is quite like Lloyd's in other ways. I pick up earthworms on the pavement and put them on the grass so they don't dry out and die. This led me to develop a special interest in worms. I relate to Lloyd, and in the film they want to open a pet shop specializing in worm farms called I Got Worms. I wasn't going to rewatch the Dumb and Dumber films in case they were triggering, but I had nothing else to watch, and I shouldn't avoid my fears, so I rewatched and enjoyed them. Don't get me started on pink shorts. 9 years ago, my friend wore pink shorts. At the time, they were still male presenting, so there's nothing weird going on there. But with autism, your long-term memory is so weird and good that you remember really random specific things. And if you were to ever tell anyone you remember something about them from 20 years ago,
from when we were 4 years old,
that would look creepy. When I was wearing the orange shirt to the wedding 15 years ago, I remember my granddad saying the weather forecast is 18 degrees for the day. The pink shorts have also appeared again at the end of the universe, because the universe goes on for so unimaginably long that eventually even the least probable things will statistically happen.
I'm not even interested in fashion, I just think the yellow trousers are quirky.
The therapist's dark essence at the end of time. I feel loving towards my special interests, which are worms, rocks, moss, and my mum, and I find them all cute. A psychologist told me when I feel normal feelings like loving towards my mum, or when a therapist is helping me when I'm not well, I mistake these feelings and worry I'm in love with people. Psychology and my mental health was my special interest, and with my OCD I worried I was obsessed with my therapist. Because mental health was my special interest and my OCD was about the therapist, maybe loving feelings towards the therapist, wanting to give them a hug and finding them cute were just because my special interest related to them. I liked their colourful yellow trousers and colourful red trousers with flowers on. I'd like to compare my videos about rocks, worms, my mum, and the therapist to each other.
If my antidepressants stop working and I return to the dark, eternal void of nothingness at the end of time. What if we're still at the end of time? What if all this time Mum has just been a Boltzmann brain, hallucinating what it's like to be my mum? Mum's brain is a little bit smaller than me and the Rock's brain, so he has a brain version of me, a brain version of the Rock, and a brain version of Mum. Mental health is not linear. My mood may go down, but then go up again. Part 12. Goyle the parasitic barnacle had left the crab and was now infecting me. In real life, a barnacle has been found in a person's hand. I don't know if it was a parasitic barnacle or just a regular barnacle that accidentally found its way into the person's hand. But now Goyle is infecting me and feminizing me because I wanted and valued stereotypically feminine traits like being caring, nice, empathetic, and emotionally intelligent. Goyle wouldn't have infected me if I hadn't asked them to. So as you may know, with my OCD, I worry about harming insects and like mites and stuff like that. So I worry about that I'm going to squish them by accident. So I take lots of precautions to make sure that doesn't happen. So I have like heightened sense of responsibility, and one of these is wearing high heels. So I wear a lot of high heels all the time, just because, like you can see, when you're standing, not like you have less of the shoe in contact with the ground, so you're less likely to step on insects. So I just walk around with high heels all the time. I think I look quite good in them, if I'm honest. I think I wear them better than all the people watching the video do. So I'll just I tried and put them up in the mirror but it's proven difficult. And it's quite hard not to fall over. There we go. Right, I think that's enough for one. So I have naturally quite a bright face, like a reddish face with red spots. And basically, because like the bright colours of my face, it attracts insects. And you know, if I then feel my face feels itchy, I'll go and scratch my face, and then oops, I've killed insects. So what I do is I put on lots of makeup to cover all the spots and like make my face look less bright, so it attracts less insects. And then I end up killing less insects when I scratch my face. So that's another part of my OCD. So the problem with going to bed is when I put my head on the pillow, I could squish an insect. Now, obviously I could just check the pillow before I put my head down, which I do, but if I'm like moving around in my sleep, I might squish an insect. So what I do is I wear eyelash extensions, like really long eyelash extensions. And basically what happens is when I'm like lying on the bed, the eyelashes just brush the insects out of the way, so like it's just hairs, so it's like soft, and it doesn't harm the insects. It just like sort of gently brushes them to one side, my long eyelash extensions. So what I do when I'm outside and I see a worm is I like to pick it up off the pavement and put it on the grass, just because it could dry out on the pavement. So what I do is I scoop it up with my nails sometimes, because it's a lot easier to scoop up when you've got your nail. But the thing is, it's because obviously I usually have my nails a lot longer than this, so I grow my nails really long, and I just like scoop it up with the little nail, and it does genuinely make it a lot easier to like pick up a worm, because obviously they're like fragile because they're just like small and stuff. So it just seems like a really good way to pick up worms. When I pick up worms, my hands can be quite oily. Just like my skin naturally gets oily, and the thing is, I think with some animals you're not meant to, sometimes handling them, your oily skin can be like quite damaging, especially animals like amphibians when they absorb the toxins through the skin. So basically with earthworms, I sort of worry I'm going to damage them with my oily skin, so I always put like an exfoliator on to remove the excess oil. So I just go over all my skin with an exfoliator. So hair, like my hairy legs, there's loads of hair, so it has like a large surface area for like insects to get trapped in amongst. So basically when I'm outside, lots of insects, like tiny mites and stuff, get trapped in all my hairs on my legs because of its huge surface area of all the hairs combined. Basically what this does is when I go into the house, they will then get took into the house with me, all the insects, so they get trapped there, and they're not in the natural environment anymore, and so they might be less happy and they might enjoy themselves less. And so what I do is, obviously it's like the summer now, so I'm going to be wearing shorts. So to prevent this, I'm just going to be shaving all my leg hair, and I think I'll shave my arm hair as well, and that's just so insects don't get trapped in amongst it. And you might be saying, well, it's a bit contradictory, like not shaving, but like putting eyelash extensions on. But that's different because I only wear the eyelash extensions when I'm in bed. So the insects at that point are already trapped in the house. So it's not contradictory. Yeah. I've got my high heels on. So the reason I was dancing with like the high heels is basically just because, you know, if you're walking along and you walk slowly, the insects don't notice you're walking, so they'll just stay put and you could step on them. So basically, when you walk fast and you make lots of movements like dancing, the insects know you're coming, they're like, hear you or sense you, and they can move out of the way so you don't like disturb them. So I just like to dance a lot with my high heels. I don't know if you noticed, but I don't know if I'm like losing my hair or whatever. And basically, I'm trying this beauty treatment called micro needles, and it's just like, it can be like a roller thing, and it just stimulates blood flow to areas. So, and it just can help with stuff like acne and like hair loss and stuff. And basically, why I'm doing this is because it stimulates blood flow. It means that if any mosquitoes bite me, they'll be well fed, because obviously, you know, they have to eat. It wouldn't be very nice if they're starved to death, you know. Like, what is that what you expect them to do? Like, obviously, you know, you want to be nice to them. Like, it's not much bother to you, it's just a bit of blood, you know, and otherwise they'll starve, you know. Starving's worse than just losing a little bit of blood. So anyway, I just like to like stimulate my blood to areas, my circulation, so just to feed the mosquitoes. So basically, I'm on antipsychotic medication, and it can raise a hormone called prolactin, which, like, even in men, it can actually lead to the development of breasts in men. And basically, if you have too high prolactin, and so basically, the problem was when I had breasts, I'll just set that down so you can see, they would like bang into each other. And the thing about that is, obviously, if you've got an insect in the middle and they're banging into each other, if that insect gets caught in the middle, they just like smash into each other and like crush the insects. It's like, it's just not nice to the insect if it gets squished. So that's why I had a breast reduction, just to like avoid harming the insects. Hi, so I've been to therapy to try and work on my OCD, so I no longer worry about harming insects. So I've changed a lot, so this is just an update. It was obviously a long process treating the OCD, but I'll just show you what I do now when I see an insect. Oh, hang on, I think there's an insect there. I'm gonna get the fly. There's another insect flying round. Right. Oh, you were the chosen one. You were meant to bring balance to the force. Right. I've got the higher ground. So you may understand the not wanting to harm insects part, but you might think, why do I need to wear high heels or put makeup on or do like feminine things, like stereotypically feminine things? And basically what it is so say you've had bad experiences with like men in your life, so if you've been bullied or something like that, and mostly by like men, so basically you might have like a bias, negative bias towards them, and then, because obviously when I'm worrying about like harming things with OCD, you might think, well, when you think of people who harm things, you know, you might more likely think of men. You know, like if you think of violent people are like predators or whatever like that. And basically, why I wear the high heels is because obviously I don't. Maybe I feel a bit bad just for being a man. Just obviously just because you think of, with me worrying about like harming things with my OCD, and with like someone who harming someone being like stereotypically male or whatever, you maybe feel like anxious or guilty just for being a man, even though, you know, even though I've not like stalked anyone or like harmed anyone, but that's obviously you might feel the need to act more feminine to like counterbalance that, and that could be feed into the compulsions. So that's why you're not just like making sure you don't harm insects, but you're doing feminine stuff like wearing high heels. Part 13. I hand sew outfits for real worms to wear. How did my autism and OCD affect this? Autistic people can personify things and feel empathy for things that aren't humans, like insects or inanimate objects. When I see worms on the pavement, I pick them up and put them on the grass. This is so they don't dry out or get stepped on. My OCD causes distressing emotions and compulsions, like going a bit over the top with picking up worms. For example, if on occasions it's been raining and I see at least 20 worms, I have to pick everyone up. If I see worms that are clearly dead, the OCD would make me think, maybe the worms aren't dead. I may think worms are simple animals, and simple creatures can recover and regenerate from a lot of things. Once I thought I saw a worm and didn't pick it up. After walking quite a lot further, I felt anxiety and had to walk all the way back to find the worm. While walking in general, I used to look down and scan every twig for a worm. Later on, my OCD got a lot better, and I developed a special interest in earthworms, and I made outfits for them. I still had rules, though, when making the outfits. For example, if I picked worms up off the grass, it may cause the worms unnecessary stress being handled. I therefore only use worms on the pavement, because I have to handle them anyway to rescue them. I also would spend time researching things to an extreme degree, like is felt safe for worms. I would only use nearby worms, and then after putting them in outfits for about a minute, I would put them back outside on the grass nearby. Autistic people can also be more interested in objects than people, although with some autistic people this isn't always the case. Autistic people can also prefer anthropomorphized characters to people, and so I also have stories with the worms in outfits as characters. When I made the heart defibrillator for a worm, it was to examine how I and other people treat and value worms compared to how we treat humans and other animals. Worms can have 10 heart-like structures called aortic arches, and so there are 10 pads on the defibrillator, one for each aortic arch. My OCD to do with creatures like worms and insects is a lot better now, and now I only pick up worms that look alive. Basically, I have a deep connection to the worms. I even got the word worms tattooed across my face. That's a joke, but this video is sort of actually dedicated to all the worms and is in loving memory of all the worms that were already dead before I could save them. Just light a candle. And for all the worms out there that are pink to make the boys wink, here's a wink. Part 14. Here are my actual thoughts about earthworms in real life. I love earthworms. I was feeling down and depressed, so I just imagined a big earthworm I could give a hug to. And giant earthworms exist in real life. You can get this earthworm that's over 1 meter long, and it can be a really nice blue colour, like a Prussian blue. And so I'd love to just have one of these to cuddle this giant earthworm. And so I drew this giant blue earthworm. I drew it life-sized, so now I can like cuddle it. Baby worm, Wormy Jr. I love seeing cute earthworms going about their little worm business. I think this is a baby worm, and I love its little pink squidgy head, assuming that's the head. Here's a baby worm all curled up like a human in the fetal position. I love that worms are all squidgy. Here's a baby worm in their cot. The worm is wearing a gender-neutral green hat because earthworms are non-binary and have both types of reproductive organs. Worms are very vulnerable. Worms are blind and deaf but can sense vibrations in the ground. The worm has sunglasses, a hearing aid, and a stick. There should be tactile bumps on the edge of pavements so that worms don't wander onto the pavements and dry out on it. I feel emotionally vulnerable, like worms. Earthworms are very loving, helping out the soil and ecosystem. Worms have no defences and are completely harmless. They're peaceful. I feel peaceful and loving towards earthworms as well. I feel connected to earthworms. Of course, go back in time to the savage Neanderthal worms, and worms were less gentle and nice. They had a protruding brow ridge, a big nose, and a protruding upper jaw like Neanderthals. They had spears and wore bee fur. I obsessively worry if I reduce my tablets, I'll revert back and become less nice and gentle. With autism, you can notice small details. I noticed this tiny earthworm when walking. With OCD, you can scan the ground looking for worms to rescue so they don't dry out. I feel small, insignificant, submissive or inferior when viewing myself, like the worms on the pavement that are dependent or helpless. I can't quite put my finger on it. I couldn't quite put my finger on the worm either, though. I tried to scoop up the worm with my long nail, but I gave up after a while, thinking if I tried too hard, I may damage the fragile worm. I feel inadequate. I couldn't save them! Some worms you just can't save. In real life, go back far enough, and animals like humans, insects, earthworms, and octopuses all had a common ancestor that was a worm. My ancestor was actually a worm. I'm part worm. I feel amazed, happy, and connected to worms. My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad was a worm. Back then, they didn't have coloured photos, but you can see the resemblance. They lived hundreds of millions of years ago, so they're David the First, whereas I'm David the 10 millionth. So why do I feel so much like a worm? I feel like a worm because I'm part worm. It's in my genes and heritage. I drew an earthworm playing with toys like a dinosaur, an astronaut, a panda, a car, and a soldier. I look at earthworms like I would a dog, or like someone else might look at a small child. Earthworms are just cute, and I feel like I want to care for them and show them affection. I feel the same about my other interests, like round, cute, fluffy lumps of moss, or my pet rock around pebbles. I feel lovingly towards them. Like they're people. Humans find animals that look like human babies cute. Insect babies can be worm-shaped like caterpillars. If insects found their babies cute, they may also find worm-shaped things in general cute. The aliens also have babies that are worm-shaped, and so they think of parasitic worms like babies, even though their actual worm-shaped babies are not parasitic. Human babies live inside mothers like they're parasites and make them sick in the morning, like in morning sickness, influence their mood and brain like a parasite, and feel really painful during labour like a parasite that causes pain. Yet we humans think of babies very different to parasites. Because parasites invoke a cute response in the aliens with parasitic worms in their eyes think of the parasites more like a human would a cute baby growing in their belly. They feel sympathy for the parasites, like they're vulnerable and helpless without their hosts, like they're innocent and can do no wrong. Maybe that's why they allow parasites in their eyes in the first place. Maybe I'm the narrator. I'm also one of the aliens. I feel like an alien. In real life, hundreds of millions of years ago, humans' ancestors were worms, so I'm part worm. Maybe in the past an alien interbred with one of my human ancestors, and so I'm also part alien. I feel isolated, disconnected, and alienated, like I'm an alien. I have very different interests to others, like worms and the plant moss. When I extensively research mental illness, I can't find others with similar issues or similar OCD themes. I can't find anyone who makes similar YouTube videos. I feel very weird and different even among other autistic people, and anxious and obsessive to figure myself out. Part 15. Mom's head has holes in it like Swiss cheese. Mites can be used to make cheese, and with Mom's skin condition, Mom has mites on her face like cheese. The moon is made of cheese, so mites developed a space program and colonized the moon. In real life, mites improve the taste and texture of orange Mimoletti cheese. I don't like cheese, but I would be very interested to see what it tastes like. I would have to hate the mites to eat the cheese, so I'd feel conflicted. The moon is made of cheese, and so the moon's geology is also made of cheese. There are natural archways made out of cheese. There are different layers of cheese making up the bedrock, like a layer of blue cheese making up a cheese unconformity. The moon's version of my pet rock is made of cheese as well. Fungi also colonize the moon separately to mites. The cheese mites on the moon are at war with the fungi mold. Fungi is used to make blue cheese, and the fungi live in a castle made of blue cheese. The mites are used to make orange Mimoletti cheese, and the mites live in a castle made of orange Mimoletti cheese. The fungi and mites try to invade each other's castles and battle each other.
Now let's travel back down to Earth. Plants make mites little homes called galls for them to live in. The galls are small, like wearing a tight hug. The galls are like little wombs, comforting the mites and making them feel cozy. I'd like to make an outfit inspired by mite galls. It's like being in the loving motherly comfort of being inside a womb. I find snouts cute, whether that be animals twitching their nose or wiggling their little long snout around with their cute whiskers. Snout mice look like they have an adorable long snout like a mole. Adult mites have 8 legs, but snout mites have a pair of other appendages on their face that look like cute little whiskers.
Cute.
Aggression is when you find something so cute, you want to squeeze it or bite it and feel aggression.
I love worms and find them cute.
Maybe I feel aggression towards them and want to stretch and squeeze them. I want to squeeze and stretch everything that's squidgy.
And it might just be a sensory thing rather than aggression. I'd love a giant worm to play with, but it would have to be a toy one, as I'd want to be a bit rough. I'd probably still personify the toy worms rather than making my way through hundreds of them and then just discarding them in the trash. One day Mom will die and turn into soil and then be eaten by a worm and turned into worm poo. You may feel like a worthless piece of poo, but I love worm poo, and it's just soil and sand. It's not that disgusting. So to me and all your family and friends, you help and brighten up their day. You are worthwhile, even though you may be a piece of poo.
To my friends Sarah and Mandy, when you have a bad day and feel like you're a worthless piece of poo, just remember worm poo is amazing. It's squiggly like a work of art, and it's just sand and soil. There's nothing disgusting about sand and soil. It's a combination of biology and geology. It's all the Earth's cycles and biospheres and other spheres in one. Billions of years of history. It's amazing, like all you are. Thank you to everyone for making me feel less like a worthless piece of poo. Sarah, I know you worry about your head being big, so I've drawn you with a tiny head so you won't feel insecure. I'm nasty enough to draw you as Pooh, but I'm not that nasty. And no red in your drawing because it makes you angry. To Mandy, who has what used to be called multiple personalities disorder, all the personality states mixed together into the self are a bit like the swales on wormcasts. However, if personality states are less integrated, they may look different, and it's up to the person how much they want to integrate their personality states. You do you. My sandstone rock will become the sand and soil. I will become the organic material in soil called humus. My mam's wormcast and Sarah and Mandy's wormcasts will join me, my rock, worms and soil mites in the soil. In the end, we'll all be reunited as part of the soil and part of Mother Earth. My therapist's yellow trousers will eventually get thrown out and end up in the soil. The sun will bleach them, making them white. Worms eat plant-based fabrics like cotton and will eat the trousers, making holes in them, and then the worms will poo out worm casts. We will all end up in the soil together, thanks to all my family and friends and all the mental health professionals helping me, and thanks for watching. I can't imagine anyone making it this far into the video, but if you have, I really appreciate that. Part 16. In real life, the rock formed hundreds of millions of years ago, and therefore lived through the entire reign of the dinosaurs. Whales can have giant parasitic worms inside them because whales are so big. Some dinosaurs are so large that they may also have had absolutely giant parasitic worms inside them. Imagine you were that big, top of the worms, the Worm King. You'd feel like you were entitled to do whatever you want. That's how the worm would justify infecting the dinosaur. If you were the worm, at the very least, you'd feel powerful and have a big ego. Power corrupts. The worm was now angry at the thought of stopping being a parasite. They would think it was other animals' own fault for getting infected. If other animals were on the same level as I, the great Worm King, they wouldn't succumb to getting infected. Why should I, the Worm King, lower myself to other animals' pitiful level? Eventually, even the Worm King would grow old and die. In their old age, they would realize their own vulnerability. They had realized that even they weren't invincible. They felt sad, empty and hollow. Would parasitic worm culture ever change? Was the worm just a product of its time? Was worm society to blame? This character is narcissistic. What if the parasitic Worm King was really a giant shape-shifting amoeba, not a worm? Amoebas change their shape, giving them an unstable sense of self. They feel deeply insecure about their amoeba self and counter this by creating this grandiose, false sense of self that is the Worm King. They can't show their true amoeba self because then they would have to confront their insecurities. Sometimes they hate themselves. They act like a parasite to the dinosaur to regain a sense of stability in themselves. My big project on parasites was very sympathetic to the worms. They had evolved to be parasites. If they'd stopped, they'd died. They had no choice. If parasites were secretly amoebas, the amoebas could become anything they wanted, and therefore could choose whether they were parasites. Had the parasites just been manipulating us into thinking their way of life was justified because they didn't have a choice? This is Loki, my pet fire salamander. I found a nematode worm in their eye. I drew the salamander and worm. The salamander's eye turned from black to blue. The operation to remove the nematode worm would have cost thousands of pounds, but they offered to do it for free, and the worm was apparently a brand new species. So here's a fern infected with a nematode worm. Nematode worms can be parasites of humans and animals. Other nematode worms, however, can be plant parasites. This reminds me of the vampires in Twilight.
who only drink animal blood instead of human blood out of morality. These worms seem nice and have morals, and like they care about their impact on other creatures. In reality, the worm infects plants just because that's what they've evolved to do. One human eats hundreds of animals throughout their lifetime, but parasitic worms have a lot less hosts. Maybe that's how the worms justify it. What's worse, causing quick suffering to hundreds or causing prolonged suffering to a few? What if worms could think? The operation was a success. The worm was removed. The worm lay on their deathbed. They looked back on all their life and could finally see all the pain they caused. They reflected on it and felt guilty and awful. They thought, was it all worth it? They felt inadequate, like a failure. The worm wanted to do one good thing before they died, so that their life hadn't been all terrible. They donated their body to science, and a research paper was going to be written about this new species of worm. The worm felt at peace. Salamanders are amphibians and can dislike being handled, especially with humans' oily skin. Loki had been through the ordeal of their operation. They would feel fear, shocked, and confused as to what was happening. How do you console someone who can't be touched? Loki survived for another year and a half, but then went off their food. I may have tried hard to feed Loki, but I became mentally ill. I feel I should have tried harder. I feel guilty, awful, or inadequate from the prolonged suffering. I feel like the worm. Now I only keep pet rocks because rocks can't feel suffering. I coloured in the rock to look like the salamander. My fire salamander Loki and my 3 leopard geckos, Leslie, Tangerine and Iris, are all buried together in the garden. Because they're buried so close together, they may get turned into soil and end up in the same worm poo joined together. They join us all in the soil as we form the Soil Avengers. Part 17. Wormsac, an antidepressant. Parasitic worms that hijack your brain and make you happier and more relaxed. Evolutionarily, the worm makes you less anxious of predators, so you avoid them less and the worm gets passed on to the predator. So the Wormsac makes you less anxious because of this. And evolutionarily, the worm makes you more happy so that you take more risks and are more social and interact with more people, which passes on the worm. So Wormsac makes you more happy as well because of this. The worms affect serotonin. It's nice to see parasitic worms in a more positive light. Helping people and being nice. Wormsac can even make you less angry and aggressive, evolutionarily, so that you wouldn't fight off predators, so that the worm parasite could get passed on to the predators. The worm said with a determined look. Previous generations of worms changed their evil parasitic ways as they lay dying on their deathbed. It was too late for them to do anything about that. I want to be good now, while I can make a difference. I don't want to regret my life. I don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. Otherwise, we as worms have learnt nothing. As the worm finished, as human culture progresses, there is more equality for marginalised groups and minorities. There is better treatment of animals. There is more acceptance of other religions and cultures. Parasitic worm culture had progressed too. The values that the worms held had changed. They had become nicer to their hosts, making humans feel happier, made the parasitic worms happier.
The humans and worms supported each other and lived happily ever after. I took my worm medication. Me and the worm were nicer and gentler together. Me and my parasitic worm were lovers. Happy pearl wedding anniversary, Mum and Dad. And there's a clam with a pearl. I want to stretch Mum like a Stretch Armstrong toy. Mum, the lovely little worm. I love earthworms, and my mum has a pink face and pink clothes like a pink earthworm. When I call my mum an earthworm, I mean it in the nicest way possible. I'm drying out on the pavement because the menopause makes my skin dry, says Mum. I call Mum an earthworm because I love earthworms so much. Mum is so squidgy like an earthworm. A cute round fluffy lump of moss. I love moss. Mum's dressing gown is all fluffy and spongy and squishy and springy, like how moss looks. Mum's dressing gown is pink like a pink earthworm. A cute round fluffy lump of moss looking vibrant on a rainy day. Mum is like if moss had a hybrid baby with an earthworm. Polar bear and their two babies. Mum is a big fluffy bipolar bear. Mama bear. Mum is also very hairy with broad shoulders, like a type of gay person called a bear. Mum has bipolar and is not bisexual, as far as I'm aware. A cover of Bruce Springsteen's song called Outlaw Pete.
Rocks are conscious, coal is conscious, and peat's soil can turn into coal, so Pete is conscious and is like baby coal. I'm going to be singing a song about a person called Pete, but I'm going to be singing it about the type of soil Pete. I'm going to be singing Outlaw Pete.
He was born a little baby on the Appalachian Trail. And 6 months old, he'd done 3 months in jail. He rode a bank in his diapers on his little bare baby feet. And he always said, once folks, my name is Outlaw Pete. I'm Outlaw Pete. I'm Outlaw Pete. Pete, can you hear me? At 25, a Mustang pony he did steal. He rode it round and round on heaven's wheel. For Jesus, I'm an outlaw killer and a thief. Oh, down to show my grief. I'm Outlaw Pete. I'm Outlaw Pete. Can you hear me? It's on a trail of way when women wept and men died. I love moss, and sphagnum moss is colourful. I love how sphagnum moss turns into peat, and the peat then turns into coal. The sphagnum moss will become outlaw peat. Peat is the first stage of coal, and so outlaw peat is still a baby. Outlaw Pete joins the Soil Avengers and is a little terror with their little cowboy hat. All my favourite things, rocks, mites, worms, moss, geckos, and my family, friends, and pets all join together to form the Soil Avengers. And of course, the therapist's trousers are conscious and also join the Soil Avengers. I'm glad that I've been able to express myself so much in this video. Part 18. Thanks to parasites learning from the mistakes of the past, and thanks to worms donating their bodies to science, and thanks to parasites like wasps educating the next generation. Because of all this,
parasites were able to do good and help humans' mental health. One thing remained though. A worm body shape is incredibly common among many groups of animals. Worms have evolved independently many times. Lots of different types of parasites all have the same worm body shape because it helps with burrowing. It then seems likely that if aliens exist, then there are many alien worms out there. This intelligent alien had a parasitic alien worm in its eye. Worm society has triumphed on Earth, but each planet of worms has its own society and culture. Earth's parasites are now tasked with spreading the good word to the galaxy and teaching alien parasites how to be good. But is this okay? What about cultural relativism? Is morality subjective to each society of worms and their different values and perspectives? Or is there always one right way to act? Do we think our own culture is right just because we happen to be born into it? Parasites would have to grapple with these difficult questions in the years to come. Space, the final frontier. The humanoid aliens responded to our mission. They were disgruntled and not impressed. We aliens will not get rid of the parasites that occupy our bodies. Parasites are part of our alien ecosystem. They help out in their own way. On Earth, some Western cultures believe humans are separate and detached from nature. But us intelligent aliens believe we are just another organism, as humans are just another animal. Humans aren't the first organism to drastically transform the Earth, causing numerous extinctions. Even bacteria have drastically altered the environment billions of years ago when the oxygen they produced killed off most life forms on Earth. Humans are just another organism in the ecosystem, just like the bacteria. We aliens allow parasites to live out their ecological roles in our bodies and eyes because we are part of their same ecosystem. Yes, it hurts, and to an individualistic society like Western humans who value their own individual self, that would be bad. But we aliens are a collectivist society. We also value others' needs, like the parasites who can't live without a host. Humans have westernized cultures on their own planet. We will not let humans do the same to our culture. The alien finished. Earth's parasites were in shock. They had to take a step back. The Earthlings just replied with, I don't know what's right or wrong anymore. They had been so eager to convert the aliens, but now they didn't know what to do. And after they had worked so hard and put so much effort into changing Earth's own society. On Earth, soil can be red because of iron. On the aliens' planet, there is a lot of copper, and the soil can be blue because of this. The aliens will die and become part of the blue soil, as is the natural order of things. The blue soil will get eaten by a green alien soil worm and pooped out as a blue worm cast. There are also green alien soil mites in the soil as well. The green soil mites join together to form a pile of mites in the shape of an alien. The worms, their worm casts, and the soil mites are the alien soil avengers, and soon they will invade Earth and take on Earth's soil avengers. Part 19. The next part is all my original ideas and story. However, when AI first came out, I got AI to change some words, so it sounded better. This next part is the only part I used AI in the whole video. Rocks have consciousness. I was but a humble piece of rock salt. My existence was tranquil, harmonious, and uneventful, until the day the world around me shattered into a nightmarish panorama of fear and agony. I recall that fateful day with crystal clarity, the memory etched into the very core of my being. It was a serene moment. The sun's rays gently caressed the glistening surface of my salt bed. My fellow rock salt grains and I nestled together, our crystalline hearts pulsating with an inexplicable sense of unity. Little did we know that our unity would soon be torn asunder. A looming darkness, unfamiliar to our world, descended upon us. I watched in helpless horror as grotesque machines operated by beings I had never encountered before descended upon my brethren. They ground the once immobile rocks into a fine powdery oblivion. The wails of my fellow salt grains echoed through the air, their pain reverberating in every corner of my consciousness. In that moment, as I quivered with dread, I felt an insidious anticipation gnawing at me. It was the chilling realization that I, too, would soon be reduced to a lifeless powder, destined to flavor the meals of these ominous creatures. The thought of my impending doom cast a shadow over my very essence, as I was paralyzed by fear. But then, a twist of fate, as sudden and bewildering as the events that had unfolded before me. I was spared. The cruel machines moved on, leaving me intact, a solitary survivor in a sea of powdered anguish. The sense of relief was eclipsed only by an overwhelming guilt. Why had I been chosen to live when others had suffered such torment? The torment of survival is no less cruel. From that day forward, the world as I knew it had transformed irrevocably. The memory of the grinding machines and the agony they had wrought haunted my every thought. I became consumed by a burning hatred for the creatures who had inflicted such suffering upon my kind. Humans, they call themselves, and I despised them with every fiber of my crystalline being. I grappled with a newfound purpose, one that surged through me like an unstoppable force, the eradication of humans, for I believe that if humans ceased to exist, the pain and suffering endured by my kind would come to an end. After all, rocks like me did not hunger, did not crave sustenance. We were immune to the insatiable appetite of the human world. As time passed, my fervent desire to rid the world of humans remained unquenched. But my very nature as a stationary piece of rock salt restricted me. I longed for a way to take action, to confront the beings I had come to despise, and then, one day it happened. A miracle of sorts, or perhaps a curse, befell me. I was bestowed with a robot body, a vessel of mobility and communication. No longer confined to my salt bed, I was now capable of traversing the world and spreading my message of hatred for humanity. My journey had only just begun, and I was fueled by a burning passion that transcended my crystalline form. I was the rock salt with a vendetta, a survivor of trauma who had evolved into a harbinger of vengeance. My purpose was clear: to wage war against those who had once ground my brethren into dust, to seek the extinction of humanity, and to, in my misguided belief, bring an end to the pain that had shattered my world. As I ventured forth into the unknown, I carried with me the weight of my traumatic past, a heart filled with hate, and a determination born of suffering. My tale is one of vengeance and misguided purpose, a rock salt's quest to reshape a world that had forever scared its crystalline soul. Thanks. I used ChatGPT to help me write this account. Hope you enjoyed. This is rock salt, also known as a halite. Sometimes the box around the halite genuinely becomes wet. I've heard halites can pull moisture out of the air and produce water. Rock salt can therefore cry. This hateful piece of rock salt cries a lot after the trauma of nearly being crushed to flavour food. The halite must be upset, so I'm going to be singing Mad World by Gary Jules. I will be singing this sad song from the rock salt's perspective. The other pieces of rock salt were crushed for flavouring food, and so the surviving hateful rock salt still sees images of their familiar faces all around them. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. In my heart I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad, the dreams in which I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world.
The weapon was unlike any the world had seen, a device capable of dissolving the carbon-nitrogen bonds that held life together. Every biological organism would perish, leaving only the rocks untouched and triumphant. The hateful halite held this power in his crystalline grasp, ready to obliterate humanity. "It's not murder," the halite hissed, its voice sharp as fractured glass. "If someone charges at you with a knife, it's called self-defense to strike them down. Humans have been killing us for eons, grinding us, melting us, mining us like we're nothing. They're the ones wielding the knife. Our survival demands their extinction." The human, pale but unwavering, shot back. "And what of the creatures that die when you're thrown onto the icy roads? Salt kills too, like the worms that writhe and perish on the pavement." The halite's glimmer darkened. "Who put us there? Humans did. You forced us into that role. And worms, they grind minerals into dust to digest their food. They harm us as much as we harm them. But we do not need to kill. We are passive. It's life, biological life that devours to survive." The human's eyes narrowed. What about the volcanoes that unleash rivers of molten rock, or the earthquakes that tear the world apart, killing everything in their path? Rocks have spilled blood long before we ever did. Tsunamis, landslides, they've taken countless lives. And salt, like you, poisons water, making it deadly for those who drink it. The halite faltered. "It's not our doing," it murmured. "Water dissolves us, not the other way round. Water is the villain in this tale, not salt. Biological creatures have hurt us since the dawn of time, long before your kind could ever feel pain. We have always acted in defense." The human's voice softened, cutting deeper than before. "You may despise us for our cruelty, but aren't rocks just as guilty? Aren't we all both the victim and the villain, both innocent and guilty? You hate us because we harm you, but have you ever considered that what you hate in us is merely a reflection of what you hate in yourself?" The halite recoiled, trembling at the words. It stormed away, pacing back and forth, the weight of its own argument crashing down upon it. Should it set off the weapon? Should it destroy the humans that had tormented it? Or was it wrong? Confusion twisted its crystalline mind. It had built its entire existence on this single purpose, to kill. But now doubt gnawed at it, unraveling its certainty. If it didn't kill the humans, if it didn't fulfill its mission, then what was it? What was left? The halite hesitated. its resolve crumbling like the salt it was made of. For the first time, it postponed the attack. It needed time to think, time to decide whether vengeance was worth losing its soul. Part 20. This part does not contain AI. Earth's parasite started being a parasite of the rock coal, because like animals, coal contains organic carbon, but rocks can't feel suffering, so infecting them is more ethical. Or so they thought. In the coming years, it was discovered that everything, including ordinary rocks, have some level of consciousness. And this is actually a real theory. Some parasites thought that if everything is conscious, parasites should just go back to eating animals instead of plants or rocks. Other parasites thought that even if rocks and plants are conscious, they still won't have the same level of consciousness or the same capacity to feel pain and suffering. The parasites also thought eating plants is still better for the environment than eating animals, because it doesn't require an extra step in the food chain. Even rocks with eyes and arms and legs were presumed to just be stupid because they find moving and talking difficult. Eventually, ordinary rocks would be given robotic bodies so they could move and communicate. These rocks wanted to start a war with the worms because of the pain and suffering they'd inflicted by being parasites of rocks. The rock's hateful leader, however, was a piece of rock salt, and salt on the pavement dries out and kills earthworms. Both the rocks and worms were heading for war. Fear, tensions, and hate rose high as impending doom drew ever closer. Some rocks can be found inside holes in larger rocks. These rocks are themselves like parasites living in the larger rocks. The parasitic rocks felt anxiety and uncertainty. Whose side should they take in the war? The parasitic worms or the rocks? Would either side accept them? Their minds felt tugged and torn as they scrambled to decide which side to take. Even holes themselves are known as ontological parasites. Holes are always in or through something else and cannot be detached from their hosts. You can't have a hole without something the hole occupies or resides in. Holes created more surface area for objects like rocks to be worn away quicker. Holes really are parasites wearing away their hosts. In fact, the rocks declared war on holes themselves. The rocks filled in every hole they could. Holes are not empty, they contain gases from the air. Holes are conscious, and their life force grew smaller and smaller as they slowly got more and more filled in. The holes felt hopelessness and in despair as their end drew closer and closer. The parasitic holes made the rock's nose itch with illness. The hole's perspective was that rocks can live for millions of years, but holes can't live at all without rocks to infect. Surely that's not fair. My pet rock actually had a hole on the back of their head. They were harbouring a hole. They were in hiding. Even worse, they had made a baby with an earthworm. The hybrid baby's head is a rock with real tubes made by worms naturally attached. The baby wore a suit. The rock felt ashamed for having a worm baby and inferior for having a hole, but they knew they couldn't let their child be taken away. The hateful rock leader spoke. I can't go on anymore. We don't have the resources to fill in all the holes. My people depend on me. Rock's future depends on me. We're going to just have to round up all the rocks with holes in and destroy the rocks along with their holes. Rocks without holes are untainted by the parasites. They're superior. Even colour and edges are ontological parasites. Properties like colour and edges can't be separated from the objects that have these properties. Colour and edges can't exist in isolation. A shape has colour and edges, but edges and colours can't exist without a shape that the edges are a part of. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I'm just so stressed with everything. Parasites have destroyed rocks. Parasites started this. Rocks are the oppressed ones. Rocks are the victims.
Rocks should be devoid of all parasites, including colour and edges. The master race of rocks should be uniform grey and round with no edges. Wait a minute, aren't caves parasites too? I don't know what to do. My anxiety is spiraling. After the rock leader finished talking, more and more of the rock zone people were being killed to get rid of parasites. There were dismembered rock feet that lay waste. The rock leader said, "There's still parasites. Even shapes and form themselves are parasites. Rocks have to abandon shape and form themselves. We need to float as pure energy without form." Time passed still, and more parasites were killed. Eventually the rock leader looked at the ring with hate and disdain. The ring had a hole in it. They yelled, "A parasite! Hang on, a ring can't exist without a hole to make it a ring. The ring itself is a parasite, living off the hole. Everything is a parasite. No matter what I do, there will always be parasites. I can't change that. You can't 100% get rid of parasites. There will always be a threat of parasites. Trying to get certainty that there are no parasites is only fueling my anxiety. Stop the war. No more harming parasites." The world rejoiced. A brighter future was ahead. The balloon people were out to celebrate. The hateful rock leader would learn to tolerate the uncertainty. The rock salt had become good. They would cry with guilt at what they had done. They dissolved in their own tears and became the salt and soil. They turned into a big pile of white salt. They had changed from Salt the Orange to Salt the White, like Gandalf. They joined the Soil Avengers and would mix in with everything else in the soil. My therapist's trousers are also in the Soil Avengers. The pair of trousers was conscious and said to the salt,
I am an occupational therapist. I can't give you psychological therapy. However, I can help you fill your day with more things to do. I think your problem is you're not occupied enough, and so when you have too much time, you get bored and your mind starts to drift, and you start getting preoccupied with thoughts about wiping out humans or worms. You can fill your day with things that make you feel enjoyment, achievement, and connected to others. And that way you won't have too much time on your hand, and you won't start obsessing about genocide while feeling negative emotions. Previously, you've just ended up going round and round in circles with your thoughts, and this is called rumination. Filling your day with more meaningful activities is known as behavioral activation, and that's what I'm going to offer you.
The salt said,
"Thank you. I want to change now."
Part 2.
Me hugging a bag of red sand as if it was a bag of mites. With my autism, I like the sensory look and feel of certain textures. I love sand and even used to eat it when I was younger. I used to love playing with sand, and sand is like lots of little dots. Mites are like little dots just like sand, and I love the texture of lots of mites like a pile of sand. I'd love to run my hands through a pile of mites like sand. I especially love mites, bold and tense, red colour. Mites are my special interest, and a pile of mites is my sensory special interest. So here's a story about piles of mites. Also with autism, you can attribute human emotions to objects and animals like mites. Mites are like my little babies that I love, and I'd love to buy a big bag of red sand and pretend that every sand grain in the bag is one of my 1,000 mite friends, and I'd love to hug the bag of pretend mites. The mites all came together, huddling into a pile of mites that was the shape of a war tank. The mite uprising was beginning. A mite pile spoke.
No one cares about us mites or researches us. We mites feel neglected, abandoned, unloved. We are tiny, we feel powerless, insignificant and inferior. People walk all over us, we feel hurt. Just mites feel furious, and we will overthrow humanity. Just remember, we are in every home. We feel insecure about our small size, and we have to assert ourselves. How else will we compensate and prove ourselves, especially because small things sound high-pitched? Now you have to care about us. Now you won't alienate us and marginalise us to the point where there are no TV programmes or books about us. We feel rejected, and we want to do something about it.
The Mitons. What if an army of mites all joined together into the shape of a giant? The mites then vacuumed up humans with a giant vacuum cleaner.
How do you like being vacuumed?
What if the tables were turned? If you were a giant made of mites, how would you treat the humans?
I check surfaces for tiny creatures, like insects or mites, so I don't accidentally harm them and cause them pain. I check coasters before putting drinks down so I don't squish tiny creatures. You may not worry about accidentally squishing tiny creatures, so to simulate the anxiety of my OCD, I'm instead using humans instead of tiny creatures. You have to check for humans on a coaster, and if you see a human and don't fast forward the video 10 seconds, a giant mug will squish me. I actually made a giant-sized mug drawing. If you were a giant, would you check surfaces for humans?
Alien mites, and an alien made of alien mites. Alien mites look like little green dots. The alien mites combine together to form a humanoid alien. The alien mites come down from space to join the mites against human war. Me in night attire. Old pillows can contain millions of dust mites. I want to give an old pillow that's turned yellow a hug because it's like hugging millions of dust mites. But I don't really want to hug the pillow because I worry I might squish and hurt the dust mites. Beds are cozy and it makes dust mites feel cozy as I snuggle up to them in bed. I feel like dust mites poo. So I gave Dust Mite Poo my fringe and red glasses. I made an 11-hour video with over 500 of my drawings on autism, OCD and personification. I thought the video would be so big and impressive that people would have to like it. People don't care about anything I care about. I feel isolated, rejected and alienated, even among other people with autism and OCD. No one is similar to me. I've tried as much as I can to get people to like my videos. I give up. There's just no point to anything anymore. I'm just doing nothing. I won't watch TV or play video games or do anything. I don't want to do anything. I just want to die. I hate myself. I feel powerless and worthless. I feel invisible like the dust mite poo. I've tried as hard as I can with my video and I just give up on life. I'm not doing anything. I hate myself. I'm a worthless piece of poo. I keep crying. Maybe I'm just punishing myself. Dust mite poo is very special though. We excrete urine. Some animals excrete uric acid and some animals excrete ammonia, but mites excrete waste in the form of guanine, which is what DNA is made of. Dust mite poo is DNA, as if the poo is conscious or alive like humans with their own DNA. I love mites, and when I cuddle an old pillow full of dust mites, dust mite poo flies into the air. It must be fun for the dust mite poo being catapulted into the air. Maybe a bit scary for the poo, but the feces would be so light that they just flutter about like a graceful butterfly.
A civilization of dust mites came together on my pillow. They extracted all the DNA from their own droppings and put all the DNA together into a genome. The mites created a new race of genetically perfect people. The people had golden skin like Adam Warlock from Marvel Comics. They were the first of the new race of people. They were like Adam and Eve, except society has progressed a lot since the Old Testament was written, and the mites had created Adam and Steve. This story is set during when mites were at war with the humans. The mites wanted their golden children to fight the humans. The golden people were gay and had pink fluffy war tanks. They wore pink Roman soldier outfits and made out with each other. I love pink and fluffy things and love that pink fluffy hat on RuPaul's Drag Race. The mites exclaimed to their creations, "You are our golden children. You can do nothing wrong. We will enable everything you do. Everything revolves around you. Whatever you need, you can have. You're all so gifted and you make me feel good about myself and my parenting. You raise my self-esteem and validate me." Deep down we know that no one loves or cares about us mites. Deep down we hate ourselves. But maybe if we can live through our golden children, then we can feel great about ourselves. The whole golden children thing went to the golden people's heads, and they turned on their mite progenitors. The golden race wanted to take over the world. If the mites wanted to stop them, they would need their own army. There are millions of dust mites in your bed, and one night I had a very strange and exciting dream and got millions of dust mites pregnant. Some of the hybrids had my fringe and glasses, and some of the hybrids had soft pink fleshy skin and hands and feet like a human with veins. All the millions of hybrid babies I had with the mites were ready to take on the golden people. But if the mites fought the golden people, they wouldn't have enough soldiers left to defeat regular humans, and the mites would save the world, but lose the battle with regular humans. The mites spoke.
"We've been living through our golden children, but it's time we did something ourselves. Just because our kids are good doesn't mean we're good. We need to stop them ourselves. Wait a minute, our mite hybrids may be mites, but they're still just our children. We may have beat the golden people, but our hybrid babies did that. We haven't done anything ourselves. I guess we are worthless, and now we don't have enough soldiers left to win the war against regular humans. We should just let the humans kill us."
To the mites, if their children aren't good enough, by extension the mites aren't good enough. For me, if my videos aren't good, I'm not good. If my videos are worthless, I am worthless. You can't separate me from my videos. Fish fingers are covered in individual breadcrumbs that are like little dots. What if you could eat fish fingers covered in lots of red dots that were mites? The mites would be like little dots that would make up a powder that you could put in your tea or coffee, like sugar, or on your food like salt or spices. The mites felt hopeless. They were going to just let themselves be eaten. The mites said,
"No one loves us. Everyone has different favorite animals, but nearly all of them will be a type of bird or mammal or an insect. No one loves us mites. Fairies are people who dress up as anthropomorphic animals, like mammals or birds. But there is no community of people who dress up as anthropomorphic mites. Even people doing PhD research study very specific animals, but those animals are still a specific bird or mammal or an insect. Lots of people care about like bees. No one loves us
us. There's just no point anymore. We might just feel worthless and insignificant, inferior, hurt, depressed, rejected, and abandoned by the humans. The mites went to heaven, while there were 72 versions of me to love and care for the mites. The versions had my glasses and fringe. There was a worm version of me, an alien version of me, a fossil version of me, even poo versions of me. The mites finally felt very happy, loved and appreciated and special. In heaven, the dust mites lived on gold dust that covered the land.
In real life, my friend had road rage and followed a car home and poured water on them. My friend is very nice and caring, though once you get to know her, and I'll keep her identity confidential. Some mites had been killed and went to heaven, but the remaining mites were still at war with the regular humans. Lots of water mites are like little different coloured dots. Water mites live in water, but there was no water around, so the water mites felt worried and frantically looked for water. They feared for their life and they felt upset and tearful because they hadn't drank and they weren't in their natural environment. They felt dysregulated. The water mites all came together and joined into the shape of a car made of water mites. The car hastily drove around, and their lives were at stake. But no matter how far they drove, they couldn't find water. The mites were so desperate. They were crying so much. They couldn't see where they were going, and this made them drive badly. The water mites, arranged into the shape of a car, were heading towards my friend's car. The mites' bad driving gave my friend road rage, and my friend followed them. In anger, my friend got out and poured water onto the car-shaped pile of mites. The mites had finally felt water. They were so relieved and thankful to my friend for pouring water on them. The mites took my friend's gesture as a peace offering. The mites said, "Thank you," to my friend. The mites were so happy and relieved with my human friend that they decided to end the mite versus human war. "Thank you for looking after us," said me and the mites to my friend. After World War II, the Jews were given Israel to live in. After the mite versus regular human war, the mites were all given a land to live in. So many mites lived crowded together that they were like red sand grains covering the landscape. These mites made up a new biome. The world's smallest monitor lizard now lived on top of the mite sand. Meanwhile, in mite heaven, I'm with my girlfriend made of mites. I'm not romantically or sexually attracted to mites, but I got an intrusive image about having a girlfriend whose body was made of mites. I love mites in a sensory and special interest way. I have a special connection with mites because I had lots of OCD compulsions that revolved around checking for mites to make sure I never accidentally harmed or squished the mites because I feel empathy for mites and don't want to hurt them. I think mites are tiny and therefore cute, and I want to show mites my affection as if they were a person I love. Even though I like mites in an innocent way, I like writing about things I love like amoebas and mites as if this was a romantic novel. I love the sensory look and feel of sand and mites joining together into a pile of mites as just like a pile of sand that's alive and are my tiny friends who I love and care for. This is not a romantic novel, it's a sensantic novel. When I made this video, I had no idea what sand play therapy was. Sand play therapy is where you play with sand and you can put toys or figures in the sand to create a story that expresses how you are feeling. I have recently bought kinetic sand and I've been playing with the sand for my autism sensory needs. This video has been creating a story that expresses myself through sand, or sand that is meant to be a pile of mites. Have I been giving myself sand therapy? I don't normally see the colour turquoise, so it's a bit unique and unusual, like the way I feel about myself.
I mixed green sand and blue sand together, and I've been playing with the turquoise sand. It looks like some turquoise copper or nickel compounds, and I used to love how metals' oxidation states cause them to be different colors. Like humans' blood that is red because of iron, or octopus's blood that is blue because of copper, or rocks and crystals that are colorful because of the metals they are made of. The OCD intrusive sexual images about my mate girlfriend are causing me a lot of anxiety and distress. Part of me might want a girlfriend. I'd like love and cuddles and emotional connection from a girlfriend, but OCD can put you off getting a girlfriend. Maybe I'm too scared to get a girlfriend because of my OCD, and I substitute the desire for love, affection, and emotional connection with mites and give mites human characteristics. I irrationally worry that I'm attracted to mites. Really what's happening is the OCD has put me off sex and dating so much that I no longer get any sexual desire or romantic desire. I'm that repressed. This means that I don't know what genuine romantic or sexual attraction is supposed to feel like. In the absence of any genuine feelings, I mistake any positive feelings I have for sexual or romantic feelings. This could be the warm, fuzzy feeling of seeing something cute. It could be the emotional connection you have with a therapist. You could worry you love your mom too much and it's weird. Or you could mistake the love for your special interests as being romantic or sexual. You could think, maybe I love mites or rocks or single-celled organisms called amoebas too much. You could love the sensory look and feel of a pile of sand or mites and think, this is an intense feeling. Maybe it's because it's intense, does that mean I'm attracted to mites? And you could love the squidgy feel of single-celled amoebas and mistake this for being attracted to amoebas. I've even worried I'm attracted to atoms. I think the OCD may be the result of all these repressed feelings. I just feel so confused. And I think I'm such a sick, perverted freak. And I feel shame, guilt, embarrassment, and anxiety. But this is just my OCD making me think this, without any real evidence. One of my earliest memories is my dad rubbing a piece of sandstone and being like, look, bits of sand are coming off. It's made of sand. My dad says, rub-a-dub-dub, 3 rocks in the sea. And who do you think they are? The butcherite, the bakerite, and the candlestick makerite. Sandstone is my favourite rock, and I like pink Arco sandstone as well. My pet rock is made of sandstone, and my pet rock says, don't rub me next. I don't keep animals because I worry I won't give them a good life, but I'd keep sand grains as pets and pretend they're mites. Maybe the sand grain might infect my pet rock. Red sandstone full of red sand grains is like red mites all huddled together in a big cuddle pile, like a little civilization and social aggregation of mites. I had a baby with my mite girlfriend. Mites are round, tiny, and sometimes fluffy, like a cute baby. I drew lots of red mites that look like red dots, arranged to look like a baby. I want to care for the mites like a little baby and show them affection. Me and my mite girlfriend and mite baby moved into a house made of mites. The mite house was in the middle of a desert, and the desert was made of lots of little tiny mites instead of lots of little grains of sand. The landscape was scattered with rocks made of mites, as if they were like red sandstone, desolate yet serene, harsh but peaceful, isolated yet full of my mite friends. The glowing orange sunset engulfed us in a romantic glow. Because one of my parents was abusive, I wouldn't want to even shout or discipline my mite baby at all, because it would make me worry I was like my parent. I don't actually want children because I wouldn't be able to discipline them. I wouldn't want to impose my OCD's unrealistic moral standards on them and control them. How do you tell a child what is dangerous and what is morally wrong without knowing what is normal And what is just your OCD telling you to be too cautious? Maybe I would just let the child do anything and not discipline them. Permissive parenting can lead to narcissism as well. What if the baby has a personality disorder like OCPD, which is different to OCD? My parent had a lot of symptoms of OCPD. Will the baby turn out like my parent? Will I perpetuate the cycle of abuse and be abusive myself towards my mite girlfriend and mite baby? I used to have a pet orange gecko. You can get orange-coloured mites living on geckos called Geckobia mites. But what if instead of mites just living on a regular gecko, the whole gecko was made of mites? I'm going through a phase where I like shades of orange, and me and my mite family got a pet gecko made of orange Geckobia mites. I would work at an animal sanctuary, but it would be very distressing seeing animals hurt, and it would be a lot of responsibility. If you made a mistake, the consequences for the animal's well-being could be drastic. Mites and worms may not experience pain and suffering to the same degree as birds and mammals, and I've always thought if there was a worm sanctuary, I'd work there because the consequences and the anxiety around accidentally hurting the animals wouldn't be as much. If there was a mite sanctuary, I could work there, but mites are everywhere, so it would be impossible not to squish and hurt them. So I couldn't work in a mite sanctuary either, because my OCD would make me obsessively worry that I was going to hurt the mites. So I lived together with my mite girlfriend, my mite baby, and my mite gecko in a mite house in the middle of a mite desert with mite rocks and mite sand. My mum, my therapist I worried I was obsessed with, and another person I worried I was obsessed with, all have dark hair with a fringe. And in my mind, my mite girlfriend also has dark hair with a fringe. I think what's going on here is I love my mum very much in a completely innocent way. When I see people with similar hairstyles, it invokes positive, innocent feelings towards them. I then irrationally worry that these positive feelings towards the person mean I'm in love with them. When I have intrusive thoughts about my mite girlfriend, it triggers intrusive thoughts about my therapist because they have the same hairstyle, and then the thoughts about the therapist trigger more thoughts about my mite girlfriend, and it's like a loop you get stuck in. That's just my theory though. And in the drawing, I made my girlfriend's hair red so it didn't look like anyone I know, and therefore wouldn't be creepy. Everything may be made out of atoms and particles, but there is also a theory in physics called string theory that proposes everything is made out of tiny strings instead of particles. I'm having intrusive thoughts about a girlfriend made of subatomic strings. I'm worried I'm attracted to subatomic strings. The Great Goblin from the Hobbit films is a giant, grotesque male goblin. I drew me clinging to the goblin's giant loose neck fat. I like when old people have loose fat hanging down from their neck, and I like feeling people's loose fat because I have autism and it's a sensory thing. I worry I like loose fat for a sexual reason, and that even though I'm not gay, I worry I'm attracted to the Great Goblin's loose neck fat. So I'm in a polyamorous relationship with my mite girlfriend, my subatomic strings girlfriend, the Great Goblin, and my pet rockin' Dan the Pan. And these are real OCD thoughts and worries I've had. And we all live together in the house made of mites.
With my OCD, I worry about accidentally harming small animals like insects or like mites. One of the compulsions for this is when I put two surfaces together, like putting a drink on a coaster, I have to check the surfaces for tiny animals, like insects or mites. This is so I don't accidentally squish them, and so I don't make them feel pain. I used to look across the surface in lines There are lots of different surfaces that get put together during a day. I would check for any little specks that might be something like a little mite, and then inspect the specks. A while ago I saw a white speck on a surface. I thought tiny creatures aren't usually white, so it's less likely to be a tiny creature. Then I thought, am I being racist against the tiny creatures by checking white specks less? I don't think this thought caused me that much anxiety, but it was a thought I had.
Baby mites are white, and my intrusive thoughts are voiced through the mice holding up signs in protest against me possibly accidentally killing them. The baby white mite says,
You're a racist! You kill babies! You're not nice and empathetic to people and mites of other races. Racists are bad people. You have to treat people and mites equally. You're a bad person. People don't like racists. People don't like you.
the colourful mites might start a civil war with the white mites. Piles of white mites may fight piles of colourful mites. If I treat colourful mites with more care than white mites, the colourful mites may think they are superior to white mites. This may lead to the colourful mites having a supremacy movement, advocating for the killing of white mites. Mites may see me as a towering god, and so if I treat mites of colour with more care than white mites, the colourful mites may think they're God's chosen mites, and that gives them the right to do whatever they want to white mites. With OCD, I irrationally worry I'm sexist or racist. I have lots of actual OCD worries about writing this. I'm saying colourful mice, and maybe I should be saying mice of colour. The white mites and colourful mites may eventually make peace and unite and become closer than ever. No more segregation. The white mites and colourful mites would now live together in harmony. I love the colour pink, but I don't anecdotally see pink mites. If all the red and white mites mixed together into a pile of mites, white and red make pink. The pile of mites would be pink. The desert made of mites would become pink. My house made of mites would become pink. My mite baby would become pink. Even my mite girlfriend would become pink. I said to my mite girlfriend, "Wait a minute, now you have the same colour face as my mom. No, this is too weird. Let's just be friends." My mite girlfriend said,
Good idea. I think you only really actually like mites in an innocent, loving and caring way. Just like you love your mom in the same innocent way as mites.
While I may not actually be attracted to mites, that doesn't diminish the strong emotional connection with them, and maybe one day I'll have a strong emotional connection with an actual girlfriend. In Doctor Who, Daleks have squid-like creatures living inside them. In Doctor Who, there is still living, decomposed goo that used to be Daleks. In Doctor Who, you don't really see the decomposed Daleks, so I made up what they might look like. I like the sensory aspect of Daleks that have decomposed into a gooey ooze. I worry I'm attracted to decomposing Daleks, and that I'm a Dalek necrophile. One thing that may have contributed to the anxiety is that my mite girlfriend and subatomic string girlfriend looked a bit like the therapist I worried I was obsessed with. My mom has the same hairstyle as the therapist, and so I can make the two girlfriends' skin colour pink, like my mom's face. This means I now associate the mite person and subatomic strings person with the least likely person I would ever have inappropriate thoughts about. Since doing this, I haven't had any inappropriate intrusive thoughts about the mite person because I now associate them with my mom instead of the therapist. I drew a decomposing Dalek with my mom's hair and pink skin colour.
Part 3.
Me and my girlfriend made of mites, and another person covered in ticks. I love ticks like a person. I don't know how to express my love for ticks. They're cute like a pile of round water beads, but that expand with blood, not water. Maybe I love ticks like a cute puppy. Maybe I love ticks like I love my mom, or maybe like I love friends, or maybe like I would love a girlfriend. Sometimes when I see adults my own age who are cute like puppies, I think I'm attracted to them, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I just find them cute like a puppy. I'm so confused about how I love mites and ticks and muddled up about in what way I love things and people in general. I want to care and look after mites and ticks, and even if I'm not really attracted to mites and ticks, I still really love them like a person, or like I love my mom in an innocent way. Mites and ticks are my special interest, and through my OCD compulsions around avoiding squishing mites, I've developed a really deep emotional connection to mites and ticks. I just love them, and now I'm tearful. I actually am a bit tearful though. Camel spiders look like spiders, except they are not technically spiders. I drew a person with a camel spider's face. Camel spiders have cute, fluffy, red, chubby cheeks like my mom. Some mites may be more closely related to camel spiders than the mites are related to other mites. Camel spiders are part of my mite family, and we're all having a group hug. Palpigrates are tiny arachnids that have a long, thin, fluffy tail called the flagellum. I drew a palpigrade person with a long, thin, fluffy tail. So I've made some videos which are like parodies of these people called Otherkin who think on some level, like spiritually or like mentally, they're like animals. And so one of the things these people can have is they can have like phantom wings or phantom tails and stuff like that. And that just means, so you may have heard like people who've lost legs and stuff like that, where they might have like a phantom leg where they still feel sensations as if they still had the leg. And so with other kin or like fairies, and they can feel like the sensations of having another body part. And so obviously in the past I've like parodied this and like, because but like I think it's come back to bite me, the parodies, because I've actually been getting like a phantom tail, feeling like I have a tail, which is interesting, because it's not like I'm with like other kin. It's usually like they feel like they're a mammal and they have like a mammal's tail, or like a fairy might like have a tail. But with me, it was, I'm trying to think of it, palpigrades, yeah. So this was like these relatives of other arachnids called palpigrades, which are just these tiny creatures, and they have this long fluffy tail. It's like they're like the squirrels of the arachnid world. They've got like a bushy fluffy tail. And I was looking at those, and then I started feeling like I had a bushy fluffy, well, not necessarily bushy fluffy tail, but I felt like I had a tail stuck to me, and I could feel a sensation on like the bottom of my back, or like, yeah, as if there was a tail stuck to me or like joined onto me, like this sort of sensation. And yes, so I don't believe that I'm, on some levels, I'm a palpigrade, I'm an arachnid. I don't believe that I have the mind of an arachnid, or like, to be specific, a palpigrade. And what I think's going on is with OCD, you can like draw attention to bodily sensations. So you might feel like this feeling on your lower back, or like, not to be inappropriate, but like the base of your back or whatever, like a pressure or just like a tense feeling or something like that, as if you have a tail like a palpigrade. And yeah, so if the more you pay attention to that feeling, the more you're gonna feel it, and you're gonna like convince yourself into feeling feelings because of that, because you're paying so much attention. You're gonna notice it more, and that's gonna bring more attention to it, and the sensation's going to get bigger. And so that sensation hasn't been bothering me too much, because obviously with OCD and like what's called like sensory motor OCD, where you can feel like sensations in your body and stuff like that. Like someone might worry, oh, is my heart gonna stop? And then they might like pay attention to the heartbeat or something. I don't do that, but I know like with my mom, if I'm giving her a hug and I can hear her heartbeat, I'll like worry, is her heart gonna stop or something like that. But like this is more like your own bodily sensations. So obviously with like OCD, if you worry you're attracted to stuff, you can have like bodily sensations which like are around that. So I'm not gonna get too inappropriate, but it can affect your groin basically, where you worry you're attracted to someone, like so say a person made of mites, and you pay so much attention to your groin area that you actually start to get sensations in it, or you actually get physical symptoms, which I'm not going to go into detail because it's probably been like I don't want to gross you out or anything like that. But you get actual symptoms in that area because you're worried about getting them symptoms, and it makes you feel like anxious or shame or like guilt, or embarrassed, or like you feel like disgusted at yourself, or like, which can take the form of feeling like you're worthless. It can affect your self-esteem or like your confidence. You might feel like when you're in public you might have less confidence, so you might be low self-esteem, so you might be more like inside your head and stuff like that, and like worried about what people think. And so yeah, I don't know whether I should just actually no, because my family watched this, so I'll probably not go into too much detail about this the symptoms in that area. But yeah, so that's one symptom which affects your groin. And then but the other one I've been getting lately is just the one where I felt like I've got a tail on like my lower back and like pressure, and that's more just, well, I guess maybe I'm feel empathy towards the palpigrades, those tiny arachnids, or maybe like sympathy, as if I am myself a palpigrade, and that comes down again to like personifying the animals, feeling like you are like the same as the animals, or even projecting your own feelings onto the animals, and that's like the basis of personification and stuff like that. So yeah, so I hope this video has been okay. It's probably a bit weird, but yeah, there are some of the sensory motor OCD themes I have when it comes to arachnids, which includes mites and palpigrades and ticks. Yep. Thanks. When I imagine having a tail, it does look like the palpigrade's tail, like the big fluffy tail or whatever. And of course, with palpigrades, the tail is like massive compared to the body. So for me, it's like you've got a big weight like on your lower back, as if it's like weighing you down and stuff like that, or I guess like irritating you, because it's a sensory thing. So obviously with my autism, sometimes sensory things can be a bit, I don't know, like overwhelming or like irritating or like, yeah, something like that. And yeah, so it's interesting because in the drone, which I've had on for the last like 7 minutes or something like that, and you notice that most of them, well, like all of them apart from me, are women in the drone. And it's interesting because I seem to, most of my friends seem to be all women, which is interesting because I guess like at home I get on with my mom and sister very well, and I think obviously my dad can be a bit like emotionally and psychologically abusive, so I guess I don't really have the same relationship with him as like the rest of my family. And then obviously I went to like an all boys school where I got bullied a lot, and it was just a very toxic environment. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I just get on with women better because of like my past or whatever. I maybe feel a bit like apathetic towards other men, whereas I get on well with women. So I think that's probably why there's all the women arachnids in the drawing, but at the same time, sometimes with OCD, you worry you're attracted to anything. So like you worry like, oh, why all my friends women? Am I attracted to all of them? Am I just talking to them because I'm attracted to them? Do I have some sort of ulterior motive? Am I trying to like sleep with them or something? Which obviously I'm not like trying to sleep with them, especially because most of them have like, well, actually some of them probably have partners, obviously. But obviously I wouldn't be trying to sleep with them in the first place. So, but yeah, so yeah, not trying to do that. Yeah. It's not necessarily that I don't get on as well with other men. I just find it easier to form emotional connections to other women.
Palpigrades are blind, so here's a palpigrade person wearing sunglasses and using their tail as a blind person's walking stick. The arachnid person is walking on tactile bumps that you get on roads for people who are blind. Palpigrades are cute and tiny, and they're blind and vulnerable, and I want to care for them. Nobody cares about palpigrades, they're so obscure, just like nobody cares about my videos. So I want palpigrades to know that I care about them.
I am not making this up. I actually feel like I have a palpigrade's tail. It's a bit irritating and annoying, but at the same time, I like palpigrades. I love them. I kind of like the idea of having a palpigrade's tail. And so I'm giving the sensation more attention, which is making it worse. I know I don't actually have a tail. I just have the sensation as if I had a tail.
Palpigrades can live in caves, so I drew a palpigrade sitting on a stalagmite with other stalagmites and stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Even though I'm making palpigrades look more human than in real life, palpigrades are real animals. They're arachnids, but spiders aren't the only arachnids. Scorpions, mites, and ticks are also arachnids, and palpigrades are their own group of arachnids. I feel very isolated. I can't find anyone who has similar OCD themes to me. No one else with sensory motor OCD seems to feel like they have a tail. No one else even knows about palpigrades. I feel so isolated, different, rejected and alienated, and anxious and depressed and frustrated and annoyed. No therapist has ever been able to figure me out. I've been diagnosed as OCD for years, and other psychiatrists have confirmed the diagnoses, but the therapist isn't giving me therapy for OCD or maladaptive daydreaming. The new therapists say they're treating me for worry, not OCD. No one will diagnose me with maladaptive daydreaming, and it means I can't get any support for it. I've had 7 therapists and tried many medications, and I'm still really bad. I feel really suicidal and hopeless because at this point I've already tried everything and nothing helps. So what's actually going on with me in this tail malarkey? Well, first thing is that I'm not psychotic. I know I don't actually have a tail, and I don't believe I'm actually an animal or have the mind or spirit of an animal. I have enough insight to know it's just OCD. So how is it OCD then? Well, if you have an itch, you may focus more on the itch, and the more you focus on the itch, the more itchy you feel. The more I focus on the sensation of having a tail, the more intense the sensation gets. With OCD, you obsess about the sensation, and this feeds the OCD loop. It feels overwhelming and irritating and annoying and uncomfortable. This type of OCD is called sensory motor OCD, where you focus on bodily sensations.
But it's not just OCD. With my autism, I have a special interest in microscopic arachnids, and with autism, you can personify things, which means that you can attach human-like thoughts and feelings to animals or objects. So with autism, I empathize with the arachnids and feel their sensation of having a tail as if it's my own. With OCD, you can worry about hurting or squishing tiny creatures out of morality, and this causes me to feel even more empathy towards microscopic creatures and strengthens my emotional connection with them and makes me want to care for them. With maladaptive daydreaming, I daydream about microscopic arachnids, and because I have autism and personify the arachnids, I daydream about the arachnids as if they're people. Because when my autism, OCD, and maladaptive daydreaming combine, tiny arachnids are constantly on my mind, and maladaptive daydreaming amplifies your imagination, which causes me to imagine having a microscopic arachnid's tail. And then, like I've said, the OCD makes me constantly aware of the heavy feeling or pressure on my lower back as if I have a tail. And one thing to add is that with autism, you can be more aware of sensory sensations, and this makes the sensation of having a tail harder to ignore. But obviously, I don't think anyone else feels the sensation of having in the tail of a microscopic arachnid, so obscure even scientists know nothing about it, which can it can feel a bit embarrassing or like alienating or isolating, just because like you can't find anyone who has a similar experience. I like doing videos about OCD, but because I constantly think about my videos, it probably makes me more aware of my OCD and makes me more aware of the sensation of having a tail. Last night I couldn't get to sleep because I was hyper aware of having the sensation of having a tail. It was really uncomfortable, and I was moving in the bed and tensing and stretching my body just to try and relieve the feeling. In the past, I have had irrational worries and intrusive thoughts about being attracted to mites and atoms and rocks. But those videos were making my OCD worse, so I stopped making those videos. But I think I should stop making this video about having a tail because it may also be making my OCD worse. I will try to stop doing this video, but when autism, OCD, maladaptive daydreaming, and depression all combine, they amplify each other, and it's seemingly impossible to stop making the video, but I will at least try. But I don't think insight alone is enough to stop though. And it's a shame, though, because I'm interested in mental health and feel like if I just made videos and stories about microscopic arachnids, people wouldn't care about them and it wouldn't give any value to society or help anyone. So by giving context to why I make videos about microscopic arachnids and how my mental health causes me to do so, people may find it more interesting and relatable if they have similar conditions. I just want my videos to be good and people to like them and for them to have some benefit. Part 4. So my sister got me a cuddly toy mite, so it's based on a real mite called Red Velvet Mites. And that's what I'm hugging in the picture. Hello, so I'd just like to let everyone know how I'm doing. So about 5 months ago, I started an antidepressant called escitalopram, and so after starting that, I felt quite like high or stuff like that, but I thought that was just because the antidepressant makes you less depressed, so I thought that was just normal. But then sort of after a while I started feeling low as well as high, so I upped the dose and I felt high, and then I felt low after a while as well. So basically I felt low and high at the same time. So when you have mania and depression simultaneously, it's called a mixed episode. So basically that's how I've been the past. So I've been high and low, and then a mixture of both at times for the past 5 months. But obviously now that I'm aware that the medication has made me this way, I've came off the antidepressant a few days ago and I'm feeling a bit more grounded. So thanks for everyone looking after me while I've not been well. Thanks. And I was told by a professional to come off the medication, and I'm still on my antipsychotics, so I'm not just like stopped taking my meds and stuff like that. So. I've been playing Mario Kart with Mr. Mite. I've been trying to take it easy and relax. I've been very unwell, and this is really hard to say because I feel so guilty, but what you have to remember is I wasn't in my right mind. I tried to blow my sister up and then pushed her off a cliff. But that was just in Mario Kart, and I have no intentions or plans on harming anyone. It's just in Mario Kart. I checked my glasses, and it turns out I've just had a screw loose this whole time. That's why I've been so unwell. Before taking antidepressants, I'd been depressed for so long, I didn't know what feeling normal felt like. When I took the antidepressants, it elevated my mood and made me quite high. But I just thought they're antidepressants. They're meant to elevate your mood, and they're meant to be good for you. So basically, I've unintentionally been on a 5-month bender, taking an antidepressant every day. So with OCD, you can worry you're attracted to people or things you're not. Like if you're straight, you might worry you're gay or vice versa. Or you might worry you're attracted to someone other than your partner. In mania, everything is amplified. For example, if you love your mom in a completely innocent way, that might be amplified with mania, and it might make you irrationally worry you love your mom too much, even though they're the last person you'd ever be attracted to, even when in mania. With autism, you can love the look and feel of things because you have sensory issues. This is called sensory joy. With mania, this is amplified, and you love sensory things so much you even irrationally worry it's a sexual thing, even though you like sensory things in a completely innocent way. With autism, you can personify animals or inanimate objects, which means you can attribute human thoughts and feelings to them. With OCD, you can then feel distress around accidentally harming tiny animals like insects or mites, causing you to empathize with the mites or insects. Psychotic illnesses may affect something called theory of mind and make your theory of mind hyperactive. This means you might assign thoughts, intentions, or beliefs to everything. So autism, OCD, and bipolar may all amplify each other, causing you to see animals or objects as people. Bipolar mania causes you to have odd and bizarre thoughts and ideas. This means you may then start to actually worry you're attracted to mites because they're your special interest and you love them so much in an innocent way. Here's what I wrote in my mood diary. I'm still in a mixed episode, but I wrote this a few days ago when I was a bit worse and manic at the time. Sister bought me a cuddly toy of a red velvet mite the day before. I'm completely transfixed by the mite, and I've been stroking it and staring at its face for a considerable portion of the day. I've been keep kissing the mite's mouth. I'm not attracted to mites, but I just love mites so much. I don't know how else to express my affection. Thinking this is the best present I've ever had. It's my mom's birthday, but even though I got the mite present a day or two ago, it feels like the birthday is mine, not mom's. The mite is called Mr. Mite, and I'm not attracted to men, so the kissing is purely innocent. I like scratching Mr. Mite's belly for Mr. Mite. My dad has pains, and during my mixed episode, my dad sat on Mr. Mite and hurt himself. Instead of thinking, is my dad all right? I kept thinking, is Mr. Mite all right? I thought about voicing my concerns for Mr. Mite, but I thought that would sound very unsympathetic and insensitive to my dad, and I just kept my mouth shut. I had just got Mr. Mite, and I could have replaced Mr. Mite and bought another one. I just cared so much about Mr. Mite that I didn't want to replace him, even though I just met him. With OCD, I worry so much about actual mice getting squished, and I think my dad sitting on Mr. Mite triggered my OCD. In reality, Mr. Mite won't feel any pain. They're a cuddly toy, but they seem so real to me. at the minute. A while ago, someone I know's dog looked at me in a gentle, caring and curious way, as if they were trying to understand me. The dog was cute as well, and seemed very interested and curious about me. I seemed so transfixed by Mr. Mite's face, because they have the same gentle, caring and curious look on their face, as if they're trying to understand me. It's like they're alive, even though I'm well enough to know they're not actually real. With autism and OCD, I feel empathy for mites, but in mania, I'm so sensitive to people's emotions. If any family member is stressed, anxious, low, or irritable, I feel those emotions very strongly, and it's really overwhelming, as if I can't cope and I have to get out the house. When my dad sat on Mr. Mite, the mania amplified my concerns for Mr. Mite. Mr. Mite could have been crushed. To me, it was like if someone had sat on your baby or pet dog. At the time, I thought, my dad will only temporarily be affected by sitting on Mr. Mite, but Mr. Mite could be seriously hurt permanently. I have such a bond with mites through caring for mites, and mites being my special interest. I keep cradling Mr. Mite and telling Mr. Mite, shh, everything's going to be okay. There's something so distinctive about Mr. Mite's uneven mouth parts. One of them is raised as if they were a person, raising an eyebrow as an emotional response to you. It's like there's no one else like them, and nobody could replace Mr. Mite, even though I've only known them for a few days. I'm the Virgin Mary, and Mr. Mite is my baby Jesus born of virgin birth. So my videos are always quite daft and silly, so it's hard to tell what's just me having a laugh and what's real. Well, firstly, when you're manic, your ideas can be more bizarre. I've said with OCD and autism you can empathise with mites, and with mania it's as if Mr. Mite actually is real and alive. The way Mr. Mite looks at you is as if they're staring into your soul, and you stare back at their face, transfixed, as if you're hypnotised by them. I understand logically, though, that Mr. Mite doesn't have a nervous system, and therefore even if inanimate objects had some fundamental level of consciousness, Mr. Mite has no brain to store memories and couldn't even know who I am. But on an emotional level, Mr. Mite feels so real, it's as if logic and rational thought doesn't matter anymore. I'm worried I'm getting a bit obsessed and delusional over Mr. Mite. Cuddly toys can help people with autism. When I was a child, my dad didn't know I was autistic and didn't let me buy cuddly toys after the age of 8. I've heard of some autistic people's relatives throwing away their cuddly toys or even breaking them. I was worried my dad might harm Mr. Mite, and maybe this was triggered by when he sat on Mr. Mite by accident. And obviously this is a bit like paranoid. I don't think my dad would ever actually harm Mr. Mite. It's nearly Christmas, and I thought Mr. Mite was my baby Jesus, and my dad was King Herod, coming to harm all the mites. I think I still have some reasoning intact, though, and I know I'm not really the Virgin Mary, and Mr. Mite is not really the baby Jesus. With mania, though, you can have more bizarre thoughts and ideas, even if you still have some insight or ability to reason left, and know the ideas aren't really true. Here's what I wrote in my mood diary to help the psychiatrist know whether I have bipolar or not. Monday afternoon. Mood A, driving incredibly chaotic, impulsive and reckless in Mario Kart, doing lots of tricks and crashing into everything in Mario Kart. I play Mario Kart every day, so it's easy to compare my driving. When coming home from therapy appointment, walking really fast and then saying to Mum, sorry, I think I'm walking a bit fast, talking a lot. Got home, had lots of ideas, and some were quite offensive. For example, my cuddly toy Mite was Jesus, and Mite Jesus had their arms stretched out and was getting crucified on the cross and died for our sins. Talked to Mum about video ideas and asked her if the ideas were offensive, and she told me not to make the videos, so I haven't. Well, apart from this video I'm just doing now, I feel like I want to party a lot. I've made 3.5 hours worth of videos on mites so far. It's like I have a series of episodes on mites. I like how
with David Attenborough, there's the blue planet and the green planet. Lots of mites can be red, and red and pink are my favourite colours. Red is so bold and intense, it's an autism sensory thing, amplified by mania. I want to call this documentary The Red Planet, because I love red so much. It would be a bit confusing because Mars also gets called the Red Planet, and so some people might think the documentary is about Mars. I really just impulsively want to call it The Red Planet without being able to think clearly, and won't settle for anything else. Even though people will get confused and won't understand the reference. I don't know, maybe I'll just call it Mites and Mental Health, but that doesn't have the same buzz to it. In my story, everything is made of mites, and maybe there's a planet completely made of mites. So I live with my girlfriend made of mites, and our baby made of mites, and our pet gecko made of mites, in a house made of mites, in the middle of a desert made of mites, with sand dunes made of mites instead of sand, and with rocks made of mites. And this is all on a planet made of mites. Just like how Jesus came to earth to save humanity, Mite Jesus came to the planet of the mites to save the mites. As of this day, I feel more grounded. I know that Mr. Mite isn't really Jesus. I feel less transfixed by Mr. Mite and don't feel as like they're as alive anymore. I still have wacky ideas with mania about the Mite being Jesus, but I know Mr. Mite is not really Jesus, so it's not a full-blown delusion. Silent Mite, holy Mite, all is calm, all is something, oh.
Me in night attire. Old pillows can contain millions of dust mites. I want to give an old pillow that's turned yellow a hug because it's like hugging millions of dust mites. But I don't really want to hug the pillow because I worry I might squish and hurt the dust mites. Beds are cozy and it makes dust mites feel cozy as I snuggle up to them in bed.
In my current mixed state, I'm both manic and depressed at the same time. With mania, I have reduced inhibitions and impulsively did a YouTube video, but meant it really innocently, but didn't realise it had very inappropriate connotations. In the video, I joked that I went into someone's bedroom while manic to inspect the pillow for dust mites. I never actually went into the person's bedroom, and it was a joke. The joke was I'm so innocent and love mites so much that I only went into the bedroom to look at dust mites. The joke wasn't meant about any specific person's bedroom, and I didn't upload it, so I didn't do any harm, but my sister pointed out that it was very inappropriate. I was crying my eyes out for ages. I didn't mean it to be inappropriate. I worry about being inappropriate with OCD and don't want to ever say or do anything inappropriate or do anything to harm anyone or make them uncomfortable. Can't stop crying. If I'm manic again, what if I do something to hurt someone or make someone uncomfortable? Cried continuously for 4 hours. Next morning, which was Saturday, I still felt worried about the same thing, but felt more grounded and got between 2 to 5 hours sleep. Sister said video wasn't bad, but if someone who didn't know me saw it, they might misinterpret it as something inappropriate. She said I'm so innocent, I probably didn't even realise it was associated with something very bad. With OCD, you can worry about bodily sensations like blinking or swallowing, and the more attention you pay to the bodily sensations, the more hyper-aware you become of them, and the worse the sensations get. when you also have a mixed episode, these OCD worries can become more bizarre, like worrying you can feel a heavy, uncomfortable pressure feeling in your lower back, and this can make you obsess about feeling the sensation of having the comparatively giant tail of a real microscopic arachnid called a palpigrade. And this arachnid is so obscure, even scientific experts know nothing about it. Mites are also arachnids, and so just because the microscopic arachnid with a tail is an arachnid doesn't mean it's a type of mite or a type of spider or even a type of scorpion. But just like how Mite Jesus came to save the mites, what if Palpigrade Jesus came to save the microscopic arachnids called palpigrades? Palpigrades Jesus could just be Jesus with a tail. The Rock is a supreme being, and everything in the universe's field of consciousness is a manifestation of the Rock, just like people see God's face in everything. The Rock's face is in everything. The Rock gave their begotten Son, Jesus Christ, who is the Rock coloured in. In the media, dissociative identity disorder is often seen as an amazing superpower or sensationalized, and unfortunately, I didn't know how to rewrite this part of the script without making the same mistake, and that worries me. But what if the Rock is not a god and just a normal person who deals with a lot of distress and whose condition impacts their functioning? What if trauma created the Rock's Jesus personality state? The Rock felt powerless and thought Jesus would help them survive the trauma and deliver them from evil. Jesus would protect them, and so they developed a Jesus personality state. Being vulnerable hurt too much, they needed to be divine. The Rock also has borderline personality disorder, which can cause psychosis symptoms like delusions. The Rock has religious delusions which center around their Jesus personality state. The Rock feels fragmented and scattered inside, making them think they are everywhere and all present. My mom also has bipolar, but my mom also has a really pink face because she has a skin condition called rosacea, which makes your face pink. When my mom was manic, she thought she was Jesus and that people were coming to crucify her at 3 o'clock. Jesus was Middle Eastern, but white people depict Jesus as white, and some black people depict Jesus as black. My mom has a pink face, and so mom is pink Jesus, and she actually did think she was Jesus as well.
I'm the real Jesus. No, I'm the real Jesus. No, I'm the real Jesus. No, I'm the real Jesus.
Welcome to Jesus Wars, where only one contestant can be crowned the true Jesus.
The Rock spoke. All this suffering, I feel abandoned by God. I fear abandonment so much. If I am God, then God is with me and in me, and will never leave me. Although people's personality states can be superheroes, mythical creatures, or animals, and that is not related to psychosis. Maybe I am not everything and anything, like planets, drugs, or subatomic strings. Maybe my personality states are subtle and covered up in public. Maybe they are mostly rocks like me, but some rocks of different ages. My delusion is past. I have a very daft, silly sense of humour, which means I normally like making wacky videos. When I'm in mania, I get even more wacky ideas. Because my sense of humour is wacky, I use the mania to my advantage and deliberately make even wackier videos. I don't actually believe Mr. Mite is Jesus, or that my pet rock is Jesus. My mania does, however, make Mr. Mite feel more alive, and I have been getting paranoid my dad might harm Mr. Mite, but I don't actually think my dad is actually King Herod. I have enough insight to know Mr. Mite is not Jesus, but it does feel like Mr. Mite is staring into my soul, and I have been assigning thoughts, intentions, and beliefs to inanimate objects. For example, when I was in the bath, I was paranoid that the shower curtain was alive and was staring at me in a sinister way. I logically know the shower curtain is not alive, and I know Mr. Mite is not alive, but on an emotional level, I have this emotionally overpowering feeling that they are alive. It just feels as though they're alive, even Though even if I still have some ability left to reason and know on a logical level they're not really alive. I don't know, Mr. Mite's head is tilted almost as if when you're talking to someone and they tilt their head to show understanding, connection or affection, or when a dog tilts their head at you. One of their mouth parts is raised like an eyebrow, and when this is combined with their tilted head and the raised eyebrow, it just hits on an emotional level, as if you care about each other and are curious and want to understand each other. And I think it helps that I have such an emotional connection to mites already through my OCD and autism. The red planet made of mites isn't a red galaxy made of mites. Me and my pet rock have now become made of red mites, and we're now red. My sister has these really red pajamas, and with autism I love the colour red. It's a sensory thing, but with mania everything is brighter and more colourful and more intense. I feel as though I could get high from my sister's pajamas. I just love the colour so much. My sister is like an overgrown mite. My sister is like Mr. Mite. I love Mr. Mite and my sister.
So basically, you might have heard the term multiverse, and so you might be familiar with universes. But what if universes are all, if there's multiple universes and they're all together in a universe of universes? And that's basically a multiverse. And then sometimes when you hear multiverses, you talk about each universe as like a soap bubble within a larger space. So yeah, so each universe is a soap bubble, and that's in a larger space. And then the larger space is what we would term the multiverse. So it's Christmas and my brain is like totally fried. I'm like super hyper. I'm coming down a bit from it now, but I'm just like, I think I was depressed as well. I'm just like all over the place. It's Christmas, yeah. And basically, so we've got the galaxy made of mites, but the galaxy made of mites is also in a universe that is made of mites. And there may be like more than one universe made of mites. So all the universes that are each made of mites all come together to form a multiverse, which is like a universe of universes. So it's like universes inside universes. So this is the multiverse, and each universe is made of mites. So there's a multiverse made of mites as well. So basically what I'm saying is that there's me, who I'm now made of mites, and my pet rock's now made of mites, and I have my girlfriend who's made of mites, and we had a baby who's made of mites, and then I have a pet gecko lizard who's made of mites, and then we all live in a house made of mites, which is then in a desert made of mites. We have like sand dunes which are made of mites, and of course mites are the same size as sand particles, and sand, the definition of sand is basically anything that's any particle that's of a certain size, and mites fit that definition. So mites are basically sand, but that's another story I'm not going to get into. So, and there's like sandstone made of red mites as well, and like rocks and stuff, and that's all on a planet made of mites, in a galaxy made of mites, which is then in a universe made of mites. And then that universe made of mites is in a multiverse made of mites. And then there's a multiverse made of mites of multiverses made of mites. So basically there's a multiverse within a multiverse, and these are all made of mites. So like, and then there's multiverses inside those multiverses, which are then inside other multiverses, which are made of mites. So it gets quite complex. And so I'm just going to show a clip from a while ago, before I was this manic, which sort of explains it a bit better, because in my state of mind I'm just like, my head's spinning, it's like blown away or whatever. Yeah. There has been real theories about different types of multiverses. Level 2 multiverses are multiverses containing multiverses. There are real theories about level 4 multiverses, which are multiverses containing multiverses containing multiverses containing multiverses. But why stop there? There could be level 100 multiverses, level 200 multiverses, level 1,000 multiverses, level 1 million multiverses, level 10 trillion multiverses. level infinity multiverses. I feel obliterated from it all. My videos make me so anxious, but I just can't stop. It's like an addiction. The educational YouTuber Vsauce has released a video called How to Count Past Infinity. The rock is very simple and can't be bothered with deep thinking, but the multiverse is so vast that despite this, some of their personality states are the YouTuber Vsauce. Some infinities, some unending numbers are bigger than others. In real life, we have infinite numbers like Aleph Null and Omega. We will eventually reach a level Aleph Null multiverse, then a level Omega plus 1 multiverse, then a level Omega plus 2 multiverse, then a level Omega plus 3 multiverse. Eventually we'll reach a level Omega plus Omega multiverse. After that we get a level Omega to the Omega multiverse. It keeps going. We will reach a level Omega to the Omega to the Omega to the Omega multiverse. We will run out of notations and end up with a level Epsilon Naught multiverse. The numbers keep rising. We get to Aleph Null to the Omega, and eventually an inaccessible cardinal amount of levels of multiverses. I feel compelled to compulsively make videos. Mr. Mite is making a heart shape with their arms above their head. Is the multiverse real? There's not yet experiments or ways of testing whether the multiverse is real, and so I don't believe the multiverse is real, and I don't believe the multiverse is not real. It's just something we don't have enough knowledge about yet. Do I think objects are conscious? We also currently know so little about consciousness that I don't necessarily believe objects are conscious. But at the same time, because we know so little about consciousness, it's an interesting and entertaining possibility that we can't fully rule out because we know so little about consciousness. And there's a real scientist who knows everything about colour, but the scientist is also colourblind. This means despite how much they know, they can never experience the actual sensation of certain colour. The first person experience of the world is consciousness. Are objects conscious then? A bikini is one object, but it has two separate parts, a bikini top and a bikini bottom. If it has two separate parts, how do we know it's one object, not two? So if we don't know if a bikini is one object or two objects, does a bikini have one conscious experience, or does the bikini bottom and bikini top each have their own consciousness? It is completely arbitrary how we group objects together, and this is known as ontology. You may say the cuddly toy mite is one object, and therefore has one sense of consciousness, but why is the velvety part not a different object to the stuffing inside? It is a man-made construct how we group objects. What if the velvety part of Mr. Mite is a separate consciousness to the stuffing part of Mr. Mite? Mr. Mite could have more than one consciousness. The next thing I want to say is every moment you have a different conscious experience, and your brain pieces those conscious experiences together into what we would call memory. Mr. Mite does not have a brain, and therefore may not have memory. Mr. Mite may experience consciousness from one moment to the next, without really knowing what moment of consciousness came before it. Mr. Mite wouldn't know who they are without memory. They wouldn't know who they are, and without memory, how would they form a sense of identity based on past experiences? Another thing the brain does is create an ego, which makes you feel separate from other things and other people. Mr. Mite doesn't have a brain, and therefore may have no ego. Mr. Mite may therefore feel at one with everything else, and not feel any boundary between themselves and others. This is like when people take psychedelics and have an ego death and feel at one with everything. I have never taken psychedelics, I'm just naturally high. Without a brain, Mr. Mite may not be able to reason and may just have very simple, basic conscious awareness. In conclusion, if Mr. Mite is conscious, it may be very different from our own consciousness. It makes Mr. Mite seem more vulnerable and helpless, like someone with dementia who can't remember who they are. I feel sad and sorry for Mr. Mite, and it makes me want to care for Mr. Mite, more like I cared for my grandma who has Alzheimer's.
On Christmas, I went to see my family, but I didn't bring Mr. Mite because I felt embarrassed or shameful about having a cuddly toy with me. I felt guilty or anxious about not spending some of Christmas Day with Mr. Mite. Mr. Mite has no memory to know it's Christmas, but I still feel bad about leaving Mr. Mite behind on Christmas. My grandma now lives in a different part of the country, and so I couldn't visit her on Christmas either, and she was left in her care home. Maybe I'm transferring my feelings about not being able to see my grandma onto Mr. Mite because I couldn't see Mr. Mite either. If Mr. Mite is conscious, does that mean I should feel just as bad about leaving Mr. Mite behind? The answer is obviously no. Without any memory, Mr. Mite can't know who I am. One day my grandma will also not know who I am. Does this mean I shouldn't visit my grandma when I'm better, because she won't be able to remember it? Firstly, if I visit my grandma and it makes her happy, she might forget I visited her, but she might stay happy even if she doesn't remember why. The second point is that emotions serve an evolutionary purpose, like anxiety keeps us away from danger. Even if Mr. Mite is conscious and has some basic awareness, Mr. Mite did not evolve. There is no reason for them to have emotions like anxiety. If I don't see Mr. Mite, they're not going to care or feel upset. If I don't see my grandma, they may get very upset. My third point is that you might think because my grandma has less brain volume, she would get less upset. I don't know much about Alzheimer's, but I would guess that the opposite is true. My grandma would get more upset. People with borderline personality disorder have smaller amygdalas, the part of the brain related to emotions. So you may think people with borderline personality disorder may feel things less intense, but the opposite is true, because they're not able to regulate their emotions as well, because they have a smaller amygdala, and this means their emotions are actually more intense. As far as I know, my grandma has Alzheimer's and not borderline personality disorder, but I would assume my grandma's smaller brain volume may make her actually feel more distress. My fourth point is that animals have smaller brains, and we assume humans feel more intense and complex emotions than animals. Animals have evolved to have smaller brains, and therefore have evolved to regulate their emotions better with smaller brains. People with Alzheimer's are still humans and should not be denied their humanity. My grandma has evolved to have more brain volume than she currently has, and so she has not evolved to deal with emotions with a smaller brain volume. All these reasons are why even if Mr. Mite is conscious and has some fundamental level of awareness, they're not going to care if you don't visit them, whereas my grandma could be very upset if I don't visit her. When my mixed episode has passed, I want to visit my grandma more and look after her. My final point is you may say my grandma is just acting out because she's like a child, but children don't know what to do with their emotions, and neither does my grandma, so she needs extra support to manage them. Maybe Mr. Mite is conscious. Maybe they have some basic fundamental experience of what it is like to be Mr. Mite. But it would probably be nothing like what you're familiar with as a human, and Mr. Mite's experience would be nothing like how it feels to be my grandma. Also, if Mr. Mite's velvet fabric is a different consciousness to Mr. Mite's stuffing, Mr. Mite wouldn't be alone because Mr. Mite would be made up of more than one consciousness, or like separate parts. And that's interesting because when we talk about dissociative identity disorder or like OSDD, which are like what multiple personality disorder used to be known as, sometimes people can like some aspects of having more than one personality state because they can sort of keep each other company. And actually, if you do an experiment when you tell all the other personality states to stay quiet, the person can actually feel a lot of distress because they don't like the sound, they don't like the quietness of not having the other personality states in the head. But that's a tangent. So basically, in conclusion, maybe Mr. Mite is just part of a unified field of consciousness, and as humans, we are just excitations in that field.
So Mr. Mite may have some basic awareness or something like that, but they're not like an excitation in the field of consciousness like humans would be. Yeah, thanks. Here's me wearing my mum's blue jumper like the Virgin Mary with my little mite Jesus. I don't bring Mr. Mite to bed because if I think about mice too much, it might stop me sleeping. When I go to bed, I straighten Mr. Mite's legs so Mr. Mite is in a comfortable position. I pat Mr. Mite on the back and kiss them good night. I think, poor Mr. Mite, I'm leaving them alone. But as I've said, Mr. Mite can't really get upset because they don't have the same emotions as humans. I've been keep adding to this video, and the video is getting larger and larger, and I've been doing it for longer and longer. It's getting more overwhelming and complicated, and I want to be done with the video and move on to a new different project. I'm thinking of killing off Mr. Mite in my story. I'm thinking of putting Mr. Mite in a pan and cooking him like a big lobster. Then I'm thinking of putting Mr. Mite in a sandwich. If I love Mr. Mite so much, how can I do such a thing? Firstly, there's lots of states of consciousness. For example, you may be asleep and dreaming, and this may be different from when you're fully awake. Plants don't technically have a nervous system, but plants do send electrical impulses or action potentials like humans do. Humans use voltage-gated sodium channels to create electrical impulses. These are like little doors that let charged sodium atoms into nerve cells when there is a certain voltage. Plants don't have these voltage-gated sodium channels, but they use different charged atoms called calcium ions and chloride ions to send electrical impulses, and this is real. Plants can do lots of behaviors that seem intelligent. So if plants are conscious, does that mean there's no point going vegetarian or vegan? Well, if plants are conscious, it may be different or more simple than animals. Even if plants could detect harmful stimuli and respond to it, plants may not experience the same level of pain and suffering, or the same emotional suffering or complexity of negative emotions. That is why, even if plants have some level of consciousness, it is probably still more ethical to be vegetarian or vegan. So then, I want to kill off Mr. Mite in my story, so I can be done with this video because it's getting too overwhelming. Should I eat Mr. Mite? Well, Mr. Mite is a cuddly toy. Even if they have some fundamental state of consciousness, they're not going to have the same capacity to feel pain or suffering as real animals. Therefore, I should feel less guilty about eating Mr. Mite. What about dogs, though? People don't eat dogs because humans care for dogs. Even if we don't care for cows or pigs, livestock should still matter and have the same self-worth, even if they're not pets. If I was to eat a dog, their owner would be very upset, and that would be a terrible thing to do. But what if I ate a dog that didn't have an owner to care about them? Would that be morally the same as eating a pig or cow that is just livestock? The argument against eating Mr. Mite is that because I care for Mr. Mite, I would be very upset, just like someone would be very upset if I ate their pet dog. Obviously, they'd be more upset about a dog than a cuddly toy, but if cows and pigs should have the same intrinsic self-worth that comes from within as dogs, does that mean eating Mr. Mite is the same as eating a cuddly toy that is not owned by anyone? Well, if I ate a cow without an owner, the cow would still experience pain and suffering. Whereas if I ate a cuddly toy that doesn't have an owner, even if the cuddly toy has some level of fundamental consciousness, they wouldn't feel the same sensation or degree of pain and suffering as a cow. I don't really want to eat Mr. Mite, but I have to kill them off to end this video. I need a character arc. I need to change from being completely transfixed by Mr. Mite to realizing they're not as human as I thought Mr. Mite was. I need to eat Mr. Mite to show I've become less manic and no longer think Mr. Mite is as real and alive as they once were. Maybe I would never really eat Mr. Mite. Maybe I would just fake Mr. Mite's death so that the story could be over. Wink, wink. Maybe Mr. Mite's not really dead. Maybe me and Mr. Mite are going to escape to a villa in the south of France, where me and Mr. Mite can live in secrecy, with no one knowing Mr. Mite is still alive. Me and Mr. Mite are going to live happily ever after in France. Of course, this is all hypothetical, and if anyone asks, Mr. Mite is dead, so I don't have to make more videos on Mr. Mite.
Part 5.
How did Mr. Mite survive being eaten? Well, Mr. Mite is Wolverine and has regenerative healing properties. You can style Mr. Mite's head hair, and I made it look like Wolverine. I gave Mr. Mite forks to look like Wolverine's claws. You may now be thinking, are people in Mania dangerous? I've not shouted at anyone. I've tried not to take my emotions out on anyone. But even if I don't take my emotions out on people, it can still be very difficult to look after someone in Mania or a mixed episode. So I like styling Mr. Mite's hair, but sometimes I find dry, hard bits stuck in Mr. Mite's hair. This might just be glue holding Mr. Mite together. I feel the compulsive urge to pull the hard bits out of Mr. Mite's hair, but I try to be careful not to damage Mr. Mite. You may have heard of hair pulling or trichotillomania or skin picking, and these are types of what's called body-focused repetitive behaviours, or BFRBs for short. Picking your nose can also be a BFRB. I am afraid to admit that I compulsively pick my nose sometimes, like how hair pulling gets called trichotillomania. A condition associated with nose picking is rhinotillexomania. Some people will say, we're all a bit autistic or bipolar. That's what I want to be careful about, because although I pick my nose quite a lot, there is probably quite a big difference between occasionally pulling hair or skin picking to when this is a full-blown condition. Sensory toys can be used for a BFRB. I pick my nose a lot and pull dried, irritating snot from my long nose hairs. My cuddly toy red velvet mite sometimes gets stuff like possibly glue stuck in its hair, and I have to pull the bits out at the expense of damaging the cuddly toy. The lumps in Mr. Mite's hair are similar to dried snot, even though they are not snot. I wonder if there is a connection between pulling dry lumps out of my cuddly toy's fur, like when I pull lumps out of dried snot out of my nose hairs. Is the behaviour of the cuddly toy an extension of my nose picking? Birds can compulsively pull out feathers, and some birds will pull the feathers off their chicks as well. Might have always been like my babies, and I wonder if my sense of self extends to the mites, as if picking their head hair is like picking my own nose hair. What may be going on, though, is that I'm redirecting my urge to pick my nose into a safer outlet, such as picking at Mr. Mite's hair. You may say, how can Mr. Mite be Wolverine and Jesus at the same time? Well, first we have to clarify what I said earlier about a bikini, because a bikini can be thought of as one object, or two, a bikini bottom and a bikini top. And so it's completely arbitrary if whether you classify bikinis as one object or two objects. And so could a bikini have one consciousness or two consciousness? Is because it's like arbitrary how you divide consciousness up, because objects are all like arbitrary man-made terms. Yeah, so anyway, so Mr. Mite's velvet fabric is a separate consciousness to the consciousness of Mr. Mite's stuffing. Mr. Mite's longer head hair is also a separate consciousness. Even if a fundamental form of consciousness can exist without a brain, Mr. Mite has no brain to store memories. Without a brain, Mr. Mite has no memory to form a sense of self, or then remember it. I have to impose the identity of Jesus and Wolverine onto myself. Can Mr. Mite form a personality or develop a personality disorder if they have no memory to develop an identity? With dissociative identity disorder, a person can have dissociative amnesia and not remember, and their identity can be in separate parts. With dissociative identity disorder, you can dissociate from your senses and surroundings. You can feel removed from everything around you.
Mr. Mite has no sense organs or brain to process the senses in. Objects are man-made social constructs, just like you could call a bikini one object or two objects, a bikini bottom and bikini top. So objects can be arbitrarily divided into any number of parts. Mr. Mite has no senses, no memories, and they are split into an innumerable arbitrary amount of parts. Mr. Mite has an extreme version of DID, and a version so extreme that I don't think you'd ever see that in people, this version. And that's why I've invented a new condition which Mr. Mite falls into. And this new condition I've invented is called OSDD5, or Other Specified Dissociative Disorder 5. So in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, or DSM-5, there's already conditions called OSDD. You've got OSDD 1A, 1B, OSDD 2, OSDD 3, and OSDD 4. As far as maybe there's more, but I can't think of any. So they're all dissociative conditions. And so I've created this OSDD 5, which is a new condition. Yeah, I think I must still be quite manic, and hopefully when I look back on this video in the future, I'll still be able to understand some of what I've said, hopefully. To people who know about like dissociative disorders and stuff like that, hopefully it makes some sense. And it's not just completely incoherent word soup. So yeah, I'll see how well this video ages. Thanks.
Part 6. So the rock was made of sandstone, which is just grains of sand cemented together or whatever. But now the rock is made of completely mites, and so each mite is like a grain of sand that makes up the rock. So we've talked about OSDD 5, which is a condition I've made up, but also the rock has what's called DID, which is a real condition, except it doesn't normally affect rocks. And so what I want to say is, sometimes you can lose your train of thought with me and you quite a lot, like you're thinking really fast and then you lose your train of thought, which is what's happened here. So as I try and think about what I was going to say, I will come up with 5 more other thoughts about random tangents, which is probably not a good idea. But anyway, so the rocks has dissociative identity disorder, which is different from the Mr. Mite's condition, OSDD 5. So we're going to talk about how I deal with the rock, because obviously you may look at a rock and think it's not really doing anything. And you might try talking to rocks and you might get no reply, and you might think, oh, there's nothing going on in rock's head. They're completely like unconscious. There's nothing about them. And so this is a bit misleading, because so far the way I've described Mr. Mite almost makes dissociative conditions sound like there's nothing going on inside the head, when obviously I just assume that there is. It's just dissociated from the real world or from the body. So sorry if I've misrepresented dissociative conditions, but what I want to talk about is how when I try talking to my pet rock and they don't reply, how I sort of help the rock, because obviously so I try and help the rock by talking to it. So I'm just going to tell you what I might say if the rock's not talking, okay? So so it looks like you, the rock, may have gone somewhere else. Okay, so I don't know whether you can hear me. Can you hear me at the moment? Okay, I'm not getting anything back. So I'm going to keep talking, because it's possible that you can hear me at some level, even though consciously it doesn't look like you can, and you're certainly not responding to me. But just keep listening to my voice. So what I'm going to say is that nothing's changing around you. Nothing's changed in the room. It's simply you lying here and me sitting here. Everything is exactly the same. It's fine. You're completely safe.
Everything is as it should be, but it sounds like you've gone somewhere else inside for whatever reason. And we don't really need to think about that for the time being. But most importantly, just know that you're fine. You're just lying in the bed opposite me in exactly the same place as you were when you came and lay down in the bed and we started the session. Nothing else is going on. All I need you to do is listen to the sound of my voice. Just hear it and imagine in a way that the voice is something you can hold on to. And when you're ready, whenever it feels like it's okay to come back, follow the voice. You can pull on the voice if you like, as if it's a piece of string or a cord to hold on to. But just follow the voice and you'll eventually, when you're ready, find yourself coming back into the room. And you'll be exactly where you are. You haven't moved. You're not get up. You've not walked around. Nothing has changed. But just follow the voice and find your way back into the room. I'll keep talking so that you can use my voice as an anchor or a map, a way of being able to find yourself back into the room whenever it seems like you're ready. Okay, so you're not quite blinking because you're a rock, but I can sort of sense something. So I call this female intuition, or whatever the male equivalent of female intuition is. But you seem a bit as if you're blinking, but obviously you're not because you're a rock. So I'm just going to keep talking again. Nothing is going on. Everything is exactly the same as it was. You're totally fine. The room is calm. Everything is as it should be. Okay, I think the rock's back now. Part 7. As well as me and the pet rock now being made of mites, in my story there are galaxies made of red mites. Individually, ants aren't that intelligent, but when they come together as a group, they can do very intelligent things. Each galaxy has a superconsciousness or hive mind made up of all the mites. In science, there are things called emergent properties. These are where something little, like an atom, can't do much by itself, but when little things come together, like atoms coming together, they can form things like planets and galaxies, which are much bigger than the sum of their parts. For example, life is made of molecules, but if life is made of molecules that individually the molecules are not alive, how did the molecules come together to form something that is alive? Consciousness may be an emergent property, where things that are not conscious come together to form things that are conscious. Alternatively, maybe atoms have consciousness, and consciousness is fundamental and not that much of an emergent property. If we go back to galaxies made of mites, on their own mites can't do much, and are not that intelligent, but mites could come together like societies of ants to form something bigger than the sum of their parts. This could create completely new properties or emergent properties. It takes light 8 minutes to travel from the sun to Earth. It would take light an incredibly longer time to travel from one end of a galaxy to another. Information can only travel as fast as the speed of light. This means one thing to consider is that if the Mite Galaxy was like a big superbrain, it would take an extremely long amount of time for one region of the Mite Galaxy to communicate with another region of the Mite Galaxy. Human brain signals travel from one side of the brain to the other nearly instantly. The nerve cells in the brain are covered in a layer of insulating fat called a myelin sheath. This allows nerve cells to send signals incredibly quickly. Myelin sheaths are really important because when there are abnormalities with the myelin sheaths, signals don't travel as fast, and it is harder to synchronize signals, and myelin sheath abnormalities can be associated with many illnesses, including psychotic illnesses and neurological illnesses. If we go back to the conscious Mite Galaxy, the signals wouldn't travel fast enough, and the galaxy wouldn't be able to synchronize and streamline signals sent to other regions of the Mite Galaxy, because they'd all be arriving at different times, even if they were sent at the same time. The Mite Galaxy would probably have severe mental health problems and severe neurological disorders.
Also, there is quite a large amount of other problems preventing mite galaxies from existing, but I thought this was an interesting thought experiment. What about emergent properties when it comes to mental health? I feel like my videos and the issues I have with them are very unique to me and my combination of mental illnesses. For example, no one who only has autism is like me, and no one who only has OCD or only has bipolar is like me. I feel like the issues with my videos are emergent properties of having all autism, OCD, and bipolar at the same time. I have all the symptoms of maladaptive daydreaming. However, that is not currently a diagnosable condition, and having autism, OCD, and bipolar all together can look very similar to maladaptive daydreaming, so I can't definitively say whether or not I have maladaptive daydreaming. Part 8. So the mite cuddly toy has the made-up condition called OSDD5. I'm going to diagnose the conscious galaxy made of mites with a made-up condition called galactic arrhythmia. But the pet rock has a condition that affects humans in real life called dissociative identity disorder, or DID for short. This condition is characterized by multiple personality states, amnesia between the personality states, and even personality states having their own gender or sexuality. The rock was made of grains of sand. If a pile of sand is conscious, each individual grain of sand is like an individual nerve cell that makes up a larger structure like a brain or pile of sand. Because sand grains aren't fixed in place, the grains can move around. Imagine if over time your nerve cells moved around. They would be in different places and therefore forming connections with different nerve cells. This would hypothetically cause your personality state to change. Although this may not be how DID works in humans, in a pile of sand, the grains move around, causing sand's personality states to change. Because individual sand grains move around, forming different connections and new associations with different sand grains, sand can also have trouble remembering things because previous connections and associations between sand grains used to create memories have since changed. Because remember, each individual sand grain is like an individual nerve cell. The second thing I'd like to talk about is that in humans, dissociative identity disorder usually begins before the age of 9. Children in general start out with their identity not fused into a single identity, and as they get older their identity fuses, but in DID the personality states stay separate. How does this relate to sandstone? Well, sandstone starts out as sand, where the sand grains can move around freely, creating different personality states, as we have discussed. When a pile of sand gets older, the grains are compacted and cemented together into sandstone. The grains are no longer able to move around freely, meaning the rock's personality states become fixed into one cohesive identity. But what happens if when the sand gets turned into sandstone, it never gets fully cemented together, and the grains never fully interlock? The grains can still move around a bit, creating different personality states. This is what happened to the pet rock, and that's why they have DID. Sand is not a type of material. Sand is just defined as any particles that are of a specific size. It doesn't matter what the particles are like chemically made of or anything like that. Mites are the same size as sand grains, and so mites are technically sand. The rock is made up of mites that come together to form mite stone. With DID, personality states can repeat themselves so that a person can have reoccurring personality states. Mites can move around and may form bonds with other mites and groups of mites. This means the mites may choose to arrange themselves in the same groups or configurations of mites. And remember, the rock is made of mites. So this means in the mite stone personality states can be reoccurring just like in humans with DID. And the mites making up the stone are like a colony.
and that's why I'm diagnosing the mite stone with a new subtype of DID I've made up called colonial DID.
Part 9.
My family say I'm the least narcissistic person you'll ever meet. However, with mania, you can have these big, grandiose ideas for your videos that are really complex, and you want to make 5-hour-long videos. I'm quite ashamed and embarrassed to admit this, because it makes me sound a bit narcissistic. But in mania, you can think quite highly of yourself, and sometimes you think you're a genius, and that your videos are going to have this huge impact on the world, and you'll be famous. Then when the mania decreases and the depression increases, you still have all these previous ideas you want to do, but now you're not manic enough to keep up with all these ideas, and the story has become so long and complicated that your videos become really overwhelming and make you really anxious. They become too much, and you decide to stop making them. You are now depressed at this point, and you decide to upload the video, and when not a single person watches or likes the video, you feel like a worthless piece of poo, and you hate yourself, and you just want to die, and feel like there's no point to anything if people don't like your videos. Because of the mania, you think your videos are these new groundbreaking things, like you're inventing new genres of videos. When nobody watches your videos and it makes you really depressed, there's a huge disconnect between the grandiose view of your video you had and the new view that nobody will ever care about your videos. Sometimes when you're manic and depressed at the same time, you have a grandiose view of yourself like you're a genius, but hate yourself at the same time and want to die because nobody likes your videos. It's really hard because half the time you think your videos are really good, and the other half of the time your self-esteem is really low, and you worry your videos are really bad. If your view of yourself fluctuates so much, how can you know which view of yourself is right? And how can you rely on your own internal validation? You can't. You need to seek external validation, because lots of people liking your videos is more objective than just you and your family liking your videos. With OCD, you can never come to any conclusion about anything. There's always uncertainty, and you can never come to any conclusion about whether your videos are good, no matter how much you ruminate. This adds to the fact that you can't rely on your own internal validation and have to seek external validation or reassurance from other people. When you're depressed, you can no longer think of any ideas, and this means you continue to stop making videos. Then eventually you think of an idea and it boosts your mood, and then you think of loads of more ideas and you become manic again. You can then cycle between mania and depression multiple times a week or even multiple times a day when you're in a mixed episode. I almost feel as though grandiose thinking is a defense mechanism against low self-esteem and feelings of inferiority.
Part 10.
What if the real world is completely made of mites? How do scientists not know this? Alternatively, what if nothing was made of mites, but the mites' dark essences remained like little black dots crawling on the sidewalk? What if everything in the real world is simultaneously made of mites, and nothing is made of mites at the same time? This may take some explaining. When we say someone is small or someone is tall, we are comparing them to other people. If everyone was tall, no one would be tall, because everyone would be the same height and you couldn't compare people to one another. If everyone was rich, no one would be rich, because rich and poor are relative terms. If everything was made of mites, nothing would be made of mites, because everything would be the same and you would have no basis of comparison. So in the real world, everything is made of mites, but at the same time, nothing is made of mites, because everything is made of mites. The mites' dark essences are like little black voids, speckling the sidewalk, like little black dots crawling around. What condition did the mites' dark essences have? Well, the dark essences are each like empty voids where mites should be. Feelings of emptiness is a symptom of conditions like depression and borderline personality disorder. With the mites, the voids are always there. They are not episodic. This means the voids are part of the mite's personality and not something that is tied to certain periods of time. In other words, the feelings of emptiness are chronic. In depression, feelings of emptiness may be more episodic and tied to episodes of depression, whereas in borderline personality disorder, the feelings of emptiness may be chronic and more tied to the person's personality. This implies the mite's dark essences have borderline personality disorder, as the mite's dark, empty voids are always there. Another symptom of certain mental health conditions is black and white thinking. Some people with autism and OCD can have black and white thinking, but people with borderline personality disorder can also see other people or themselves in terms of all good or all bad black and white thinking. Everything in the universe is made up of red mites, or nothing in the universe is made up of mites, with only each mite's dark void remaining. This sounds very all or nothing black and white thinking, or in this case, black or red thinking. So the mites either see themselves as all red or all black. This is called self-splitting, where someone views themselves in black and white terms like all good or all bad. While I'm not going to diagnose the red mites with borderline personality disorder, I think the dark essences of the mites may have borderline personality disorder. It is worth noting that with bipolar and in depression, I can see myself in my videos as all bad, and in mania, I can see myself in my videos as all good. Personality disorders can be programmed into you, where you learn behaviours that are adaptive in childhood, but these behaviours can become maladaptive later in life. If Mr. Mite does not have a memory, and therefore can't learn behaviours, how can Mr. Mite have a personality disorder? Well, Mr. Mite does not have a personality disorder, but Mr. Mite's dark essence has borderline personality disorder. We can think of it like this. Mr. Mite's dark essence is the void left by the absence of Mr. Mite. So dark Mr. Mite is therefore an absence of Mr. Mite. So normal Mr. Mite has an absence of personality, and dark Mr. Mite is an absence of Mr. Mite. So dark Mr. Mite has an absence of normal Mr. Mite, which then has an absence of personality. An absence of an absence is a double negative. They cancel each other out. So while Mr. Mite does not have a personality, dark Mr. Mite does. It's like if you were cooking a meal and you had an absence of carrots. You would have no carrots. But what if you had an absence of carrots? It's like saying you have an absence of no carrots, which would mean you do have carrots because it's a double negative, and a double negative cancels out. So Mr. Mite has no personality, and dark Mr. Mite is the absence of normal Mr. Mite, which means dark Mr. Mite does have a personality because they're the absence of Mr. Mite who has an absence of personality, and dark Mr. Mite has borderline personality disorder.
Part 11.
Me in night attire. Old pillows can contain millions of dust mites. I want to give an old pillow that's turned yellow a hug because it's like hugging millions of dust mites. But I don't really want to hug the pillow because I worry I might squish and hurt the dust mites. Beds are cozy and it makes dust mites feel cozy as I snuggle up to them in bed.
Dusty, the old yellow pillow with a civilization of dust mites living on them. The dust mite civilization has built miniature pyramids, a tiny Statue of Liberty, and a tiny Eiffel Tower. Dusty the pillow is like the hive mind of all the dust mites, and Dusty has a dustache instead of a mustache. I thought about sewing on stuff to a real pillow, but then I thought I don't want to harm the dust mites because I love them so much and I just want to cuddle them like a pillow, even though that I'm not actually going to cuddle them because it'll harm them. But yeah.
What if I decided to use that pillow? I have long eyelashes, so hopefully they would brush the mites out the way so I don't squish them. But my pet rock is hard and heavy. If I let my pet rock lie on the bed, they may squish the mites on the pillow. The rock exclaimed,
I'm a rock. I find moving difficult. I have chronic fatigue syndrome. I'm so tired. Every grain of sand in my sandstone body aches. I need something soft to lie on. I'm too tired to have any patience left. I feel angry, frustrated, and irritated and agitated. How come you get to lie on the pillow, but not me? It's not fair. It's a double standard. I'm too tired to put the effort into filtering myself. If a person wanted to lie on the pillow, you would let them because you have insight into your condition and don't impose your OCD on others. The problem is, you don't see me as a person or equal to a person. You view me as your property or an extension of yourself because I'm a rock. That's why you impose your morality onto me. You call me a pet rock, but I am not your pet. I want my own independence. I'm claiming the left half of the bed in the name of rocks. I create my own laws for the left half of the bed, and I'll do what I like. Thank you very much. I don't want to be controlled anymore, and so the bad civil war will begin. You're nice to mites because you think they might genuinely have some capacity for pain and suffering. But when you're no longer interested in rocks, you'll happily neglect me and leave me in the dark under your bed. Maybe deep down I feel insignificant, as if being a rock doesn't matter to anyone, like I'm inferior to humans or inadequate to meet humans' fast-paced standards. You know I have borderline personality disorder, and yet you'll abandon me every time you find some new interest that is not rocks. I feel hurt because you just throw me aside and put me under the bed. I'm going to win the bad civil war. I'm establishing East Badland, and East Badland will take over West Badland. You think mites may be conscious, but you don't think rocks feel any pain or suffering. I feel invisible, as if my consciousness isn't even recognized. I feel misunderstood. Rocks can do a lot too. They just have to take things more slowly. I'm getting more energy now, and I'm going to build a wall between each half of the bed. I may be a rock, but you're the one who doesn't talk to me outside of your videos. You're the one who stonewalls me. Once I've built a wall between us, you'll know how it feels to get the silent treatment. I'm a rock. I can't talk, but you're a human. You can talk, and yet outside of videos, you don't speak to me. I'm very sensitive at the moment. My mood is so unstable with my borderline personality disorder. I feel low and angry, but my mood also feels elevated. I feel very angry, but I have no inhibition, and I'm very impulsive. With my mood being elevated, I have so much energy. The combination makes me so angry, and because I've got so much energy, I don't know what to do with the anger. I can't let it go. I have to let you know why you've upset me. I feel so guilty for thinking these thoughts, even if I am a rock and don't say them out loud. I have quiet borderline personality disorder, and I take these thoughts out on myself. I don't want to be nasty to anyone else, and I always keep these thoughts in my head, and I don't shout at anyone, but I just end up harming myself instead of harming others.
The rock thought, maybe I just feel jealous of the mites, and therefore I feel critical towards them because you've always given them more care. You've always tried not to harm mites long before they became your special interest. Your love for them is unconditional, but when you're no longer interested in rocks, you abandon me. Your love for me is conditional. The rock's stream of thoughts ended. Dusty the Pillow thought,
They're destroying our civilization by lying on us. We need to make them know how it feels to be mites. They need a taste of their own medicine. We're creating a device that will turn everything into mites. We want everyone to know what it feels like to be walked all over and squished. There was once the water god who poured water on us when we were thirsty in our time of need, even if it was out of road rage. But other humans don't even acknowledge us mites. The rock thinks they're so hard done to, as if they're the invisible one, except you clearly don't need a microscope to see the rock. Us mites are the invisible ones. People don't even acknowledge our existence. There's millions of us dust mites living on pillows, and yet people aren't even aware. People dust and hoover their house, killing all us dust mites. And you, our rock, just want to add to that by lying on our pillow. Us mites live in a world where at any moment we could be squished. We are hyper-vigilant to our surroundings. We live on eggshells, constantly avoiding our fragile bodies being pummeled. We live in constant fear, checking for people to squish us. We get startled every time we hear a noise. We may walk on eggshells, but our tiny bodies are so delicate. It's like we're also the eggshells that easily crack. That's why it's doubly hard for us. No one understands this. Fine, I admit maybe people do walk all over rocks and paving stones, but with you, my rock, the threat is just perceived. You're hard, you don't get squished. You have the luxury of emotions. Humans watch emotional movies, even though it makes them feel negative emotions. But humans enjoy this because they get to feel the thrill of anxiety without there being any danger. It's the same with you, my rock. You're in no danger. Your mind is just creating problems for yourself. When someone stands on a rock, it just hurts your feelings. It doesn't cause you any real harm. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but calling does not hurt you.
The Pillow finished thinking. The rock thought, the mites are completely invalidating my emotions. They just think I'm too sensitive. They're minimizing my struggle while saying it's my fault for overreacting. Are they gaslighting me? Maybe the perceived threat of abandonment is not real, but it feels real to me, and it feels intense and all-consuming. Maybe no physical harm will come to me if someone walks on me, but isn't physical pain and death only bad because it affects you and others mentally? It's your brain that processes physical pain, and your brain that emotionally reacts to it. I hate you, human, but don't replace your interest in rocks with your interest in mites. What do I have to do to make you stay? If I was to let the mites turn me into mites, would you love me then? It's a big decision, but I feel so emotional that I just want to impulsively rush in and act on it. It's as if nothing else matters. Everything goes out the window. My core fear has been triggered. For a rock who can't really move, I feel frantic. Please turn me into mites so I don't get abandoned. I know the humans' interest could change again to something other than mites, but with my impulsivity, I can only see short-term goals. This may help avoid abandonment in the short term, but I don't know how it will affect things as a long-term change. It's a big life decision. I need to be made into mites now. I need to act on this feeling, otherwise my emotions have nowhere to go. The rock finished thinking, and each individual grain of sand in their sandstone body turned into an individual red mite. The mites thought their project had been a success. Now they knew it worked. They were going to turn everything in existence into mites. That's why everything in my story became made of mites. The rock kept thinking, maybe I have an unstable sense of self, and maybe and maybe I'll mirror mites and their behaviour, even becoming them. But I'm a rock. I can't make facial expressions. I could never copy my caregiver's facial expressions growing up. They couldn't see what I was feeling either, and they couldn't copy my facial expressions either. They just neglected me. I was just a rock. They were more focused on their own life and facial expressions. When humans walk in a room, someone smiles at you, and you smile back, and this sets up reciprocal human interaction. As a rock, I can't smile though, and I was brought up in a quarry where rocks were harmed by machinery. The world feels hostile to me. Even if humans walking all over me doesn't physically harm me, it brings back the memories of being harmed, as if I'm reliving them. So mites, please don't invalidate my feelings and say I'm too sensitive.
The pillow thought, "Thank you so much for finally understanding what it is like to be mites. I'm sorry we argued. You're a good rock, really. You've done a great thing for mites and the advancement of mite science." The rock thought,
No, don't tell me I'm a good person. I hate myself, and when you tell me I'm good, I just have to try and prove you wrong. I can't tolerate all the nuance. I can only be all good or all bad, and the voice in my head telling me I'm a bad person is too strong. I feel so much shame and guilt for these horrible thoughts, even if I didn't externally voice them. I thought maybe a grand gesture, like turning myself into mites, would make me good. But what about doing lots of little things every day? Only caring about grand gestures is a very all or nothing way of thinking. My emotions are just so intense and conflicting that I can't handle the ambivalence or contradicting emotions. My mind has to collapse into one viewpoint, all good or all bad. That way it's easier. I'm sorry for the argument. Even if I didn't shout and my anger was internal, I have to see myself as all bad, and anything you say otherwise is just going to make me prove I'm bad and just give me more guilt and shame. In movies, the character always does a grand gesture to prove themselves, but I need to learn to care about little things too. I need to see the nuance, because after all, this isn't a movie. This is possibly just a maladaptive daydream inside someone's head.
So basically, you might have heard the term multiverse, and so you might be familiar with universes. But what if if there's multiple universes and they're all together in a universe of universes? And that's basically a multiverse. And then sometimes when you hear multiverses, you talk about each universe as like a soap bubble within a larger space. So each universe is a soap bubble, and that's in a larger space. And then the larger space is what we would term the multiverse. So it's Christmas and my brain is like totally fried. I'm like super hyper. I'm coming down a bit from it now, but I'm just like, I think I was depressed as well. I'm just like all over the place. It's Christmas, yeah. And basically, so we've got the galaxy made of mites, but the galaxy made of mites is also in a universe that is made of mites. And there may be like more than one universe made of mites. So all the universes that are each made of mites all come together to form a multiverse, which is like a universe of universes. So it's like universes inside universes. So this is the multiverse, and each universe is made of mites. So there's a multiverse made of mites as well. So basically what I'm saying is that there's me, who I'm now made of mites, and my pet rock's now made of mites, and I have my girlfriend who's made of mites, and we had a baby who's made of mites, and then I have a pet gecko lizard who's made of mites, and then we all live in a house made of mites, which is then in a desert made of mites, where like sand dunes which are made of mites. And of course mites are the same size as sand particles, and sand, the definition of sand is basically any particle that's of a certain size, and mites fit that definition. So mites are basically sand. but that's another story I'm not going to get into. So, and then there's like sandstone made of red mites as well, and like rocks and stuff, and that's all on a planet made of mites in a galaxy made of mites, which is then in a universe made of mites, and then that universe made of mites is in a multiverse made of mites, and then there's a multiverse made of mites of multiverses made of mites. So basically, there's a multiverse within a multiverse, and these are all made of mites. So like, and then there's multiverses inside those multiverses, which are then inside other multiverses, which are made of mites. So it gets quite complex.
The Rock thought, "Look at me now, I'm practically made of mites. It's like the mites have absorbed me and control me. They've emotionally engulfed me. I don't want to be abandoned, but I don't want to be emotionally consumed and enmeshed with them. I feel pulled towards them, but pushed away from them at the same time. They said I was such a good rock for helping them turn everything in existence into mites. But look at me, I'm no longer a rock. I've lost my autonomy. I have to find the values that are constant with my true self, not just the mite's own values that I've mirrored. I have to push away. I have to prove the mites wrong. I'm going to try and turn the reality back to before everything was made of mites. I'm not a good person like you thought I was, but it's not just me you've turned into mites. The whole world has been turned into mites. Didn't all the other people you turned into mites have a say in this? I volunteered to be turned into mites, but you turned everyone else on the planet into mites, whether they liked it or not. You irrevocably changed nature itself. I'm turning the world back to the way it was, and I'm saving reality. Maybe this is all just to prove to the mites I'm not the good person they think I am. But aren't I doing more good by turning everyone back into humans? It's hard to think things through clearly when I'm distressed. Maybe I should try and step back before I impulsively rush into things. Maybe part of me still wants to be a good person. Are the mites the ones that are all bad, or am I the one that is all bad? My sense of self is too entwined with the mites. I can't see reality clearly in this state of mind. People or rocks with borderline can still understand other people's perspectives. They can still mentalize. They still have theory of mind, and they can still be very empathetic. But when you feel extreme emotions, it's harder to understand the mice perspective clearly. What if the real world is completely made of mites? How do scientists not know this? Alternatively, what if nothing was made of mites, but the mites' dark essences remained like little black dots crawling on the sidewalk? What if everything in the real world is simultaneously made of mites, and nothing is made of mites at the same time? This may take some explaining. When we say someone is small or someone is tall, we are comparing them to other people. If everyone was tall, no one would be tall, because everyone would be the same height and you couldn't compare people to one another. If everyone was rich, no one would be rich, because rich and poor are relative terms. If everything was made of mites, nothing would be made of mites, because everything would be the same and you would have no basis of comparison. So in the real world, everything is made of mites, but at the same time, nothing is made of mites, because everything is made of mites. The mites' dark essences are like little black voids, speckling the sidewalk, like little black dots crawling around. The occupational therapist I had wore a bright yellow pair of trousers, but they also wore a red pair of trousers with flowers on. The trousers had now become made of red mites and retained their red colour. The therapist's trousers were conscious and spoke to the rock.
To you, the world is either all made of mites or nothing is made of mites. You need to see the nuance. If you want to turn the world back to the way it was, you have to realise this. Think of it this way. Mites are everywhere. There's millions on your pillow, but mites are tiny. They're invisible. They can be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They're not all one way or the other. You have to learn to recognize this. You have quiet borderline personality disorder. You'd rather harm yourself than others. It may not have been felt acceptable to outwardly express your emotions or anger growing up. I am an occupational therapist. I can't give you dialectical behaviour therapy, but I can give you activities to do to keep you occupied and activities that aren't too risky so you have safer behaviours to engage in. This may not treat your borderline directly, but if you're more occupied with healthy outlets, your viewpoint of people or mites may not split into all good or all bad. I can give you other activities to do when you're feeling overwhelmed or have intense emotions. I am only an occupational therapist, but this should tide you over until you can see a psychological therapist. With borderline personality disorder, you can get better. You may need more support, and it may take a little longer than some conditions to treat, but people do get better and can have better qualities of life. Everything was never made of mites, and nothing was ever made of mites either. It will just take you a while to see that, but there is hope.
I don't know what part we're up to, but trigger warning, this part talks about suicide and self-harm. The psychiatrist thought I was not in mania and that I don't have bipolar, and that they could not diagnose me with borderline personality disorder either. In the next part, I am quite upset about this. I feel quite bad about the next part because it's quite sarcastic, and I hope it's not nasty, but at the same time, I think it's important to show this part as it expresses how I was feeling. Sorry in advance if it is a bit nasty.
Hello, my name is John Smith, and I went to a psychiatrist because I thought I had bipolar disorder, and the psychiatrist has diagnosed me with CNAD, which means completely normal affective disorder, and they've diagnosed me with CNPD, or completely normal personality disorder. So we can discuss some of the symptoms I presented with in order for the psychiatrist to reach this clinical diagnosis. So first thing is, with completely normal affective disorder, you can experience periods of mundania, where you are a mundane, dull person who is completely ordinary and does not experience mania. With this condition, the periods of mundania are episodic, so they're not chronic, whereas with my other condition, completely normal personality disorder, the changes in mood are chronic because they're a personality feature and stick around rather than an episodic mood disorder. So the second feature of the second feature of completely normal personality disorder is feelings of wholeness, chronic feelings of wholeness. This is where instead of feeling like you have a void, you feel like you are completely full and whole. And a third feature is chronic appreciation of an appreciation of abandonment, where so obviously you think life has lots of changes and we should embrace the changes because it brings new opportunities, and people abandoning you allows you to bring new people into your life and form new relationships full of
meaning and religious fulfillment. Okay, so another feature, well, basically because I have both completely normal affective disorder and completely normal personality disorder, there's actually, if you have one of those conditions, there's a 20% chance of having both. And because with completely normal personality disorder, what happens is you can be likely to have metabolic disorders like PCOS or pretty consistent ovary disorder, which I have pretty normal and consistent ovaries. So that's one of the features. And I'm trying to think of other. So today when I was socializing, because I'm so normal, I'll just tell you what I actually did. I had a glove and I challenged a member of staff at a mental health facility to a duel by slapping them in the face with a glove. And then I slapped them again in the face with a glove and challenged them to a dance-off. And then I slapped them again in the face with a glove and challenged them to an intellectual, an intellectual debate. And then I slapped them. And then, they said I had a very hairy chest. And I said I was the alpha male of the group and challenged them to a battle for who was the dominant male of the mental health facility. And this was a member of staff. And obviously that is a completely normal and reasonable thing to do because I have both completely normal affective disorder and completely normal personality disorder. Okay, thanks. And I'm still, I nearly broke my neck there. I'm upside down at the minute because being upside down is a completely normal thing to do. So I've gone a bit red then. So yeah, I'm a bit disorientated, but thanks.
I drew a hill from a distance. People can look like tiny mites, but don't worry, they're not really mites. They're people. They just look tiny from a distance. I don't draw mites anymore because I am so normal. I draw normal things like humans. All my mood fluctuations are completely explainable through my autism alone. I don't have bipolar or borderline personality disorder. I am completely normal and a stable human being and a functioning member of society, free to live a life of religious fulfillment. I no longer believe I have the tail of an obscure microscopic arachnid called a palpigrade. The bushy tail is now meant to be a squirrel tail. I now believe I have the tail of a completely normal type of animal called a mammal. Did you know mammals are a popular group of animals amongst humans? Mammals come from the planet Earth. I like mammals because I am normal, and normal people like mammals, not obscure arachnids called palpigrades.
I'm going to stop being sarcastic now because I don't want to be too nasty, but I'm still going to try and get my point across. My psychiatrist said I'm not experiencing mania and that my mood is completely explainable through my autism, OCD and depression, and that I don't have bipolar or borderline personality disorder. They said people with autism can have difficulty regulating their emotions. I have tried many grounding techniques, breathing exercises, sensory activities like sensory toys, mindfulness, the 5 senses grounding activity, and distraction techniques like watching TV or playing video games, journaling, and talking and expressing your feelings to family and friends, and mental health staff, and using a feeling wheel to identify emotions. I've tried to identify physical sensations in my body as well. I have had 6 previous therapists and worked specifically on these with 2 autism specialist therapists. I've tried all of these activities many times. None of them have ever made any difference, and I have watched hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of videos on autism and mental health over the years. I am aware of every option there is to help with emotional regulation, and none of them work. I believe there is more going on than just autism, OCD, and depression. I have kept up doing all the emotional regulation techniques frequently and consistently for years, and I am no better. I don't think this is simply an emotional regulation problem, and treating it as such will not be of any benefit, because I've already exhausted all the treatment options for helping with emotional regulation. I believe I am in a mixed episode. I feel really suicidal and have plans on acting on it regularly. Because I think I am manic at the same time, I am very impulsive with no inhibition and no ability to consider consequences of a suicide attempt, and I have an extreme amount of energy where I feel like sprinting as fast as I can to a bridge and jumping off. I have been self-harming. I punched myself 50 times in one go, and I have kept punching myself since. My parents need to constantly be in the same room as me, so I can't escape or try jumping out the window. My mom left the room for 30 seconds just to get my dad, and in that 30 seconds I was alone. I had already got a knife and tried to cut myself before she came back in. My mom is having to sleep in the same room as me so that I can't leave the house at night. I believe this goes far beyond having difficulties regulating emotions with autism.
Judging by the sound of my voice, I may sound perfectly fine. However, I am crying and shaking at the same time while recording this.
I am a normal human being. I am not a person made out of a eusocial colony of mites. I live on a completely ordinary planet to live on called Earth. This planet is made of rock and is not made of mites. This planet contains 4 layers: the crust, the mantle, the inner core, and the outer core. This whole time I have not been made out of mites, and I do not live on a planet made of mites. The rocks and minerals on this normal planet are malachite, not malachite. The fossils are ammonites, not ammonites. There are stalactites, not stalagmites. Wait, stalagmites are normal too, but they contain the word mite. Maybe I am not normal, and maybe I am becoming self-aware. Wait, no, I am normal because I wear items of clothing, such as tights, and I do not wear mites. I experience the day and night cycle that is typical of the planet Earth. I do not experience day and night. I am normal because I have good sleep hygiene and do all the right things to help me sleep. I got 1 hour sleep last night, which means I am normal because to be diagnosed with hypomania, I need to go for consecutive days without any sleep at all. I am human. I am not made of mites. I am not an imposter. I am made of a skeleton made of the material collagen and the mineral hydroxyapatite. I do not contain a skeleton made of the mineral hydroxyapatite. So I did not do any research for this next part, and I did not use ChatGPT. I wrote a script, but the knowledge is just off the top of my head. Did you know normal people move their bodies in a process called exercise? I am a normal person. I extend my foot to make contact with a spherical object known as a football. Football is a popular leisure activity which lots of humans like myself engage in. When my team scores, I get a moderate and well-balanced amount of excitement, characteristic of mundania, not mania. I use my distal tarsal segment to kick the ball. No, wait, I am not made of mites or part of the broader group Arthropoda. I am human, and therefore only contain metameric segmentation. My vertebrae are just split into metameric segments because I am a chordate and descended from animals with a notochord and retain features of this fluid-filled precursor to a backbone. I contain fluid in my intravertebral discs known as the nucleus pulposi because I am a normal vertebrate and used to have a fluid-filled notochord. I function within normal range because I am a vertebrate and have a thyroid gland. This is clear because my completely normal relative Amphioxus and tunicates have a homologous gland known as endostyles. I have a completely normal and balanced thyroid because I am a normal human. My thyroid is not underactive or overactive. I secrete hormones from this normal human gland called tetraiodothyronine and triiodothyronine.
I am a normal human, and therefore in my evolutionary history, my ultimobranchial gland fused with my thyroid gland. The ultimobranchial gland became the C cells, and now, because I am definitely a human, I secrete the hormone calcitonin. I am definitely not made of mites or any other arthropods. I do not secrete any weird arthropod hormones like juvenile hormones or ecdysteroids that help me molt. I do not periodically shed my cuticle at once. I am a deuterostome, not an ecdyozoan. I am not a malocrustacean. I do not contain an antennal gland. I have emotional functioning. I have the right amount of serotonin in my brain and gut. I have a normal enteric nervous system. I do not have stomatogastric ganglion because I am not a crustacean. I have completely normal levels of dopamine and do not need an antipsychotic. My levels of gamma aminobutyric acid are completely normal, and I do not need an anticonvulsant or benzodiazepine. My serotonin is fine. I do not need a tricyclic, tetracyclic monoamine oxidase inhibitor or an SSRI, an SNRI, or any other of the numerous reuptake inhibitors that affect serotonin, dopamine, or norepinephrine. I do not need the S-enantiomer of ketamine through nasal spray or injection because my glutamate levels are completely fine. I do not need Cobenfy because my acetylcholine levels are completely fine because I am a normal and functioning member of society. I'll just remind you, I wrote a script, but this knowledge is just off the top of my head.
I'm sorry if this video has been really nasty, but most of my videos are about how I have loads of OCD compulsions to make sure I would never even harm a mite or an insect. Can you not see about how out of character this is for me? This is not just my normal autism, OCD and depression self. Maybe I don't have bipolar or borderline personality disorder. Maybe this is secondary mania caused by medication. Maybe the effect of the tablets just mirrors mania. But saying mania is very severe and that I should not use that word minimizes how I'm feeling and completely ruling out bipolar or hypomania. And saying it's just because autistic people find regulating their emotions difficult just completely dismisses it and minimizes it further. Maybe it's hard to make a diagnosis from a couple hour long appointments, and maybe you have to be really careful and certain about a diagnosis because a misdiagnosis could cause worse issues. At the same time though, you could have said you don't think I have mania and bipolar, but that's just your perspective based on the limited knowledge I've shared with you. I don't like you presenting your version as fact by completely ruling out any conditions like bipolar. I feel like if I'm receiving emotional regulation work for autism, it would just be things I've already tried and that make no difference. I just want someone to say that what I've been experiencing is not just normal for people with autism, OCD and depression, even if there is not certainty about a diagnosis. You have given up your time to help me and the appointment went over an hour, and you are probably not at all trying to minimize, dismiss, or present your own versions as fact, and you are probably not trying to make me question my own internal experience. I am very sensitive at the moment, and I'm blowing things out of proportion and misinterpreting things. Sorry if I ever show you the first part of this video because it shows how ill I am. I feel better journaling my thoughts now. I would still like some mental health staff to say that this is not normal for autism, OCD and depression. And even if people with autism can be more sensitive to antidepressants, I have never been as bad as this in 7 years, and this is completely out of the ordinary for me. With the depression, I feel quite a bit of anger, and because at the same time I feel high, I have a lot of energy and that anger has nowhere to go. I am also much more impulsive with no inhibition or ability to think about consequences, and I think that's why I made the sarcastic part of the video. Even though now I feel momentarily a bit calmer, my mood fluctuates so much that it could be just as bad in 5 minutes time, and I feel like I need a bit more support, and I'm still crying while writing this. I think I will show you this part of the video before I show you the sarcastic parts so that you understand the situation and so it doesn't upset you too much. I'm starting to feel a bit worse again, and I can't tell what's real, my opinion 5 minutes ago or my opinion 20 minutes ago before I started writing this. I'm doubting myself. Am I gaslighting myself now?
Part 13.
In real life, my friend had road rage and followed a car home and poured water on them. My friend is very nice and caring, although once you get to know her, and I'll keep her identity confidential. Some mites had been killed and went to heaven, but the remaining mites were still at war with the regular humans. Lots of water mites are like little different coloured dots. Water mites live in water, but there was no water around, so the water mites felt worried and frantically looked for water. They feared for their life and they felt upset and tearful because they hadn't drank and they weren't in their natural environment. They felt dysregulated. The water mites all came together and joined into the shape of a car made of water mites. The car hastily drove around, and their lives were at stake. But no matter how far they drove, they couldn't find water. The mites were so desperate. They were crying so much. They couldn't see where they were going, and this made them drive badly. The water mites arranged into the shape of a car. We're heading towards my friend's car. The mites' bad driving gave my friend road rage, and my friend followed them. In anger, my friend got out and poured water onto the car-shaped pile of mites. The mites had finally felt water. They were so relieved and thankful to my friend for pouring water on them. The mites took my friend's gesture as a peace offering. The mites said, "Thank you," to my friend. The mites were so happy and relieved with my human friend that they decided to end the mite versus human war. "Thank you for looking after us," said me and the mites to my friend.
My friend is a very nice and caring person, and all their issues are completely understandable through the context of their mental health. With me feeling manic and depressed at the same time, I can say things impulsively without thinking or be disinhibited. Then after I've blurted it out, I can feel quite guilty because I might have unintentionally upset them. Some people with just autism can offend people without meaning to either. However, when I don't have mania, I have lots of social anxiety and filter myself and mask really heavily, and so this is more due to mania. I don't wake up in the morning and immediately think, I just can't wait to upset my friend. I do like teasing them, but not in a nasty way, so maybe I do think I can't wait to bully them. But I bully them in a joking way. My friend is also a member of staff at a mental health place, and I wrote on the feedback form, sometimes I feel very weird and different, but when I see my friend, it makes me realise how normal I am compared to them. I am probably weirder than my friend, but I hope I didn't upset her by saying that. In my story, the mice think she is a water god because compared to mites, she is huge and towers over them like a god, and the mites worship her. But I have to be careful how I phrase this, because in the last drawing I drew her with a tiny head because she worries her head is too big. Because I drew her with the rest of her body bigger compared to the tiny head, she thought I was saying she was overweight. She is like a huge, towering god to the mites, but that is just because mites are so tiny, and everyone looks huge compared to mites. I am now being very careful not to draw her with a big head, or draw her as overweight, so I've drawn her very skinny with a tiny head. My friend is very empathetic and the opposite of a psycho or psychopath. The problem is the only name I can think of the mice calling her that sounds like Poseidon is Psycho. Again, I can't tell if it's obvious I'm just joking or whether my friend will get upset and tell me to F off again. I am now beginning to question whether depicting her as skinny is a good idea either, because sometimes telling someone who worries about their weight they're skinny can actually reinforce certain beliefs. and I'm probably just worrying about all this because of my OCD. The mites have a national holiday where they celebrate the day my friend poured water on them. This is akin to where Jesus fed the 5,000. My friend actually gave water to 5,000 thirsty mites. I drew my friend an elephant because that's one of her favourite animals. My friend was worried I drew an elephant because I was trying to say she was overweight, which obviously was not the case. As time goes on, the story about the water god saving the mites gets turned into myth and legend, and the truth gets distorted. In the future, my friend, the water god, will get depicted as an elephant. This is only because elephants pour water out their trunk, and I thought my friend would like their character being an elephant because it's one of their favourite animals, and I'm not trying to say anything about their weight. If I had thought for a second that my friend actually was overweight, I would never have even made this video. I think my last video about the psychiatrist was so sarcastic that maybe I'm overcompensating and trying too hard to be nice and worrying too much about being nasty. I feel really guilty about the sarcastic video about the psychiatrist because most of my videos about not harming mites make me look really kind and caring, and really I feel like a horrible person, even though I keep asking my family, have I shouted at them, have I been nasty, or have I upset them? They always say I could never be nasty or upset them, but at the same time I feel very intense emotions, and in my head I'm very agitated and I misinterpret things and blow things out of proportion, and my thoughts are so distorted. So even though my family say I'm not nasty, in my head I might have thought nasty thoughts about them. It's hard when you have OCD as well because you can't think it's just a thought, I'll let it go. The thought has to mean something about you, even though you don't act on it. I'm crying again. Anger just feels completely different when I'm not in a mixed episode, and I feel like I'm not a good person. I feel bad because although I don't think I would ever physically harm anyone or harm anyone in any other inappropriate way, I had thoughts of annihilating the psychiatrist in the form of an intellectual debate. I feel quite bad about these thoughts, and I think that's why part of the sarcastic video was me showing how knowledgeable I was. Here's a dueling glove made of red mice, but I do not want to challenge anyone to a physical duel. I was not feeling any physical aggression towards the psychiatrist. However, when I was thinking about challenging them to an intellectual debate, I was thinking about winning the debate in a way that was figuratively or metaphorically aggressive, and so maybe I did feel a bit aggressive. Thinking about destroying someone in a debate is maybe still quite aggressive, but I feel quite guilty saying and admitting this because my family would describe me as a very gentle person, and I don't want to feel any aggression towards anyone, even though I would never be physically aggressive. I just felt aggression in a figurative and metaphorical way. This just shows that I am not my usual self, and I am completely out of character. Now that I am a bit more calmer and grounded, I understand they are doing their best to try and help me, and they did seem very nice even though we came to different conclusions about what conditions I have. I think when making those videos, part of me did want to show the psychiatrist up. However, I don't want to do that now, and I hope by including the psychiatrist's perspective in the video as well, that this video is not too nasty, as I am still worried whether I should even show this to anyone. I like the story about me being an imposter made of mites though, because it fits with the fictional world that is made of mites, and I like how everything in the fictional world has a name that sounds like mites. For example, they wear mites instead of tights, or experience day and night instead of day and night. I hope I don't sound like a bad person saying this. Obsessively worrying about my diagnosis is a huge trigger for me. The first appointment, the psychiatrist seemed very convinced I had bipolar and was in a mixed episode. It was just a big shock them ruling out bipolar in the second appointment, because me and my family were so convinced I was going to be diagnosed with it, that in my videos I said I had bipolar without even having a diagnosis yet. I worried if I didn't have the right diagnosis, I might not get the right treatment, and I felt very hopeless, as it feels like I've already tried everything. Feeling hopeless about getting better is another one of my big triggers. Only 1 day has passed since I was making the sarcastic videos, so it just shows you how much my mood fluctuates and how emotionally unstable I am. Part 14.
Here's orange dots that are termites crawling all over me.
I drew me hugging a termite mound. I think termites are cute and they have little snouts like a cute little mouse or mole. Maybe I like termites as well because they have the word mite in their name, and they're more overlooked and obscure than ants. I feel like I don't deserve to say I'm a loving person after how angry I felt recently, even if I don't necessarily act on my thoughts or verbalize them. My thoughts have still been quite nasty, like I'm just making myself seem nice when I'm not, and now I'm crying again. I find it hard to see things clearly and sometimes have quite nasty opinions about people and things. With depression alone, you can sometimes think critical thoughts about people, but when you're only depressed, you know you're just having these thoughts because of how you're feeling. And you know the thoughts are not valid and you'd never verbalize these critical opinions, and that the thoughts don't align with your values. Because I've been feeling mania at the same time, I haven't been able to think properly, and even though I don't verbalize these nasty opinions, I don't have as much insight to know that the thoughts are just a product of how I'm feeling and not necessarily objective reality. The thoughts have a lot of energy as well, and that can make them feel more nasty. I feel like I can't just act all lovey-dovey with a termite mound as if nothing has happened and not acknowledge the elephant in the room. I feel like I'm not a nice person and I should not portray myself as such. My self-esteem and confidence feel quite a bit lower again, and I'm not sure whether this part is good enough to include in a video, as opposed to when I was more manic and thought I was a genius, and that my videos would have a huge impact on the world. Regardless of whether I actually have bipolar or borderline personality disorder, I think people with those conditions who also have OCD would probably relate to this. The termite mound joined the Soil Avengers. Soil is full of tiny creatures that may be conscious. Because soil is full of conscious creatures, I treat soil as if the soil itself is conscious. I have a lot of OCD compulsions to avoid harming soil, and I personify soil, which is why there were so many soil characters in a previous part of the video. When I am angry, I still stop to help worms and insects. However, in a mixed episode, I am aware that I am less concerned about risks, and everything seems like just a bit of a laugh. When rescuing worms or injured worms, I remind myself that I'm high, and that I have less ability to treat situations with as much seriousness as they deserve. I remind myself that there is still a worm's life at stake, and that I have to be even more careful, gentle, and delicate with the worm to compensate for the mania. It's like if you were a surgeon and you came into work drunk, you could make a mistake and unintentionally harm the patient by accident. You would have to try and make yourself be even more cautious to compensate for being drunk. It is still 1 day since I made the sarcastic videos, and I feel more peaceful and grounded now. Sometimes if a surgeon came into work drunk, they have to know when helping the patient is too dangerous in the state they're in, and when to give up trying before they cause more harm. Some worms are really tiny and skinny, and so you need to be very delicate and not just rush in and manhandle them without thinking, because you're manic. In mania, when I'm trying to rescue a worm, I try and remind myself that I could do more harm in the state I'm in, and that I need to know when to stop trying and leave the worm alone. Everything is all fun and games in mania, and when I rescue a worm, I try to ground myself and pause, and treat the situation with the seriousness and gravity it deserves. I worry by saying all this that I'm too able to think to be manic, and that I don't have very elevated mood, and now I'm second-guessing my own internal experience. I think because I have OCD, if I do have mania, the OCD counteracts the mania to keep you and others more safe. I thought in mania I don't care as much about saving whims because life just feels like a bit of a laugh. With the OCD, I felt I then had to overcompensate for this. I saw what I thought was a worm in the middle of the road, and I was standing in the middle of the road ready to pick it up. I wasn't looking for cars. In the end, I thought maybe it wasn't actually a worm, but it was quite risky, me just being in the middle of the road ready to rescue the worm. Although I don't know if I have bipolar, sometimes in mania people's OCD is better, and in depression their OCD is worse. Because I think I may be in a mixed episode, it means I may be manic but also depressed enough that I still have some OCD to keep me safe, and that in mania OCD can be quite good and adaptive. OCD just becomes maladaptive when you're no longer in mania. A lot of my OCD around morality and making sure I never harm anyone in various ways started 7 years ago when I was so manic. When I was so manic, I had an acute psychosis. I think the OCD may have originally been an adaptive response to making sure I don't harm anyone, although I can't definitively say I have mania. But 7 years ago when I had the psychosis, a psychiatrist thought I had bipolar, but I was too young to be diagnosed. While I am not diagnosed with bipolar, I did get diagnosed with psychosis, and my mum has been diagnosed with bipolar, so I know what mania can look like. And my mum thought I have bipolar as well. For this next part, I don't want to be malicious or nasty. I just like the idea that I'm an imposter made of mites, and I'd like to joke about this idea in a less sarcastic way. Don't worry, I managed to get the red off my face. I will read what I'm going to say out of a red file made of red mites. So, maybe I'm made of mites, and these red dots on my face are the mites making up my body. Maybe I'm human and these red dots are just spots. Maybe I drew them on just for a video. When I've drawn on myself with this pen before, the pen stayed on for months. Maybe I don't think about or care about consequences as much anymore. Maybe these are just small dots and will be much easier to wash off. I don't know, and I keep second guessing myself and invalidating my experience by thinking, has my mood been elevated at all? And can I say in my videos I have elevated mood? I still don't fully know if this is mania or hypomania. So yeah, maybe I'm an imposter made of mites, and that's why I'm red. Or maybe I'm just a human. I don't fully know myself. Maybe to make this video I had to spend time finishing shaving. It took me ages to shave. Maybe I had enough time that I couldn't just impulsively rush into a video and cover my face in permanent marker. Maybe since writing the first part of the script, I decided to use pencils that wash off instead of markers. Maybe regardless of whether or not I'm actually made of mites or not, I am still a lot better enough that I realize putting permanent marker on my face that takes months to come off would be a bad idea and used water-soluble pencils instead. Part 15. So the therapist rang and I was telling them about the sarcastic videos I made, which obviously showed I probably do have some sort of elevated mood or mania or whatever, or hypomania or whatever. And they were just saying, oh, that just sounds like an autism emotional regulation issue, just normal for autism and not a product of any other condition. And so I maybe felt quite suicidal after that. I think when I was like in town, I just wasn't looking when I was crossing busy roads, and it's not necessarily that I was trying to get hit by a car. I just didn't really care if I did, sort of thing.
I just thought, whoopsie doopsie, silly me, or whatever. Yeah, and so obviously I felt really low about that, and I think obviously the therapist and psychiatrist are like trying to help me. They're not out to get me. They're sort of they're not intentionally gaslighting me or anything like that. But obviously I'm very sensitive at the minute to people saying it's just like autism and it's not, you don't have anything else going on apart from the OCD and depression. So maybe even though they're not like intentionally doing anything bad, it still maybe feels a bit like gaslighting. And so when I was like, I was thinking, I'd tried to be quite nice about the psychiatrist and therapist in the videos after the sarcastic one. And then because it like upset me quite a bit after the therapist had rang again, I felt like, well, I wasn't going to make another sarcastic video or anything like that. And obviously this next part is not a threat. I don't have any thoughts of harming anyone or any intentions or anything like that. But I just thought about saying, like, I was holding back when I made those sarcastic videos, and I actually was only using 1% of my power. Yeah, and basically that's not a threat. That's just, I think it's a reference to some meme or whatever. I'm not gonna exert power over them or anything like that. But yeah, and so obviously, and then it said in a letter, so this is the letter after the first appointment. So the first appointment, they thought I did have bipolar, but then on the second one, they just like completely like dismissed it. So it says on the letter of the first one, it said, you did mention that though your OCD normally results in you having intrusive thoughts about rats and mice, it says mice, not mites. So mice with a C, not mites with a T. When you had been unwell the past couple of weeks, you had abnormal thoughts about potentially being attracted to rats and mice. So if there's one thing I'm not going to tolerate, you can gaslight me, you can say, I don't have bipolar, I don't have mania, I just have autism. But you can't gaslight Mr. Mite. Mr. Mite is not a rat and they're not a mouse, they're a mite. So don't gaslight Mr. Mite, because if that's the one thing I will not tolerate. And don't gaslight any other mites or insects or whatever. Yeah. If you wanna go after Mr. Mite, you'll have to get through me first. And that's definitely not a threat. This is more of just a jokey part of the video. So no risk of harm or anything like that. This is just a joke. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Mite language. Everything is made of mites, and the mite language reflects this. So in mite language, tights that you would wear become mites, and the mineral in skeletons called hydroxyapatite becomes hydroxyapamite. In mite language, light and night both become mite. To distinguish, we can use the terms day might instead of daylight and mightfall. This can get quite confusing with my grandma, who is now made of mites as well, and my grandma has Alzheimer's and gets the time of days mixed up. My grandma says, "What's it like outside?" I say, "It's might." My grandma says, "You're confusing me again, David." And I say, "It's day might, not mightfall." With my grandma, I like to keep her on her toes so that her brain is getting enough stimulation and her brain is active enough that she doesn't decline as quickly. I'm half joking, and since her condition has progressed, I try to joke on and entertain her and occupy her in a way that is not as confusing.
Autism, mania, and psychosis can all affect something called theory of mind. Theory of mind is the ability to attribute thoughts, beliefs, or intent, usually to other people, but sometimes to other things as well. In mania or psychosis, theory of mind can become hyperactive, meaning you can start attributing thoughts, beliefs, or intent even to things like language itself. In psychosis, people can sometimes combine words unintentionally. For example, if someone asks about hygiene, they may say they're no hygienius, combining the words hygiene and genius. In psychosis, insight into what's happening can be reduced, and the person isn't combining words as a joke or satire. In mania or hypomania, which I may be in at the moment, theory of mind can also be hyperactive, but insight is often retained. So because I'm a bit manic, I may combine words, but I still have insight, and I'm doing it intentionally as a joke or satire. If I were psychotic, I would likely have less insight and may not even realize it's unusual to combine words like that. Autism also affects theory of mind, but in a different way. Autistic people often notice lots of connections and patterns, so it's also possible that my wordplay is related to autism rather than my mood. I can only speculate. Another important point to clarify is that in autism, people can sometimes personify animals, objects, or even hypothetically language itself. But this is different from having a hyperactive theory of mind in mania or psychosis. At this point, I can't coherently think about complex things, and so I've used ChatGPT to help me write this. I will always say if I use AI for a small part of this video, and I'm aware that even though I'm not currently in psychosis, AI can cause psychosis, so after this video I will try and not use ChatGPT. Okay, so I want to explain something about how my brain works right now. There's a thing in psychology called theory of mind. It's basically our ability to imagine that other people, or sometimes other things, have thoughts, intentions, or feelings. Sometimes that system can become hyperactive. That just means your brain starts seeing intentions or aliveness in places it normally wouldn't. Most people are familiar with anthropomorphism. That's when we give human traits to non-human things, like saying your computer is angry with you or your car doesn't want to start. In my case, instead of anthropomorphizing things, I do something a bit different. I already personify mites and insects because of my autism and OCD. And when my theory of mind is hyperactive, like during hypomania, I start applying mite-like traits to other things. You could call this a carimorphism, seeing the world through a mite-shaped lens instead of a human one. The important thing is this. I know these things aren't actually alive or made of mites. I have insight. I understand this is my brain noticing patterns and playing with meaning, not reality changing. So this is not psychosis. It's my imagination, my interests, and a temporarily overactive pattern detection system all interacting. And I'm aware that what's happening. I'm aware that's what's happening. I wrote this next part myself. So if I have a hyperactive theory of mind, wouldn't that make me less likely to misinterpret the psychiatrist's thoughts, intentions, and beliefs? This is where it gets complicated, because in psychosis as well as mania, there can also be deficits in theory of mind as well. This may lead to me misinterpreting the psychiatrist and therapist's thoughts, beliefs, and intentions. This is probably why I made the sarcastic videos, because I blew what the psychiatrist and therapist said out of proportion. While I did feel as though the psychiatrist and therapist were minimizing, dismissing, presenting their different view as fact, or even making me question my own internal experience, the psychiatrist even said at the appointment that they're not trying to dismiss me. That's why I'd like to make it clear that no mental health professionals are trying to gaslight me. It's just that I may have a deficit in theory of mind that causes me to misinterpret people's thoughts, intentions, and beliefs. Another thing to be clear of is that with autism, you can also struggle to understand people's thoughts, intentions, and beliefs. The fact that I have recently struggled with this a lot more significantly suggests that it is not just a chronic feature of my autism.
Recently, in some ways, I have actually found it really easy to accurately work out what people are thinking and feeling. This further supports that due to hypomania, my theory of mind is both hyperactive and deficient at the same time. With a hyperactive theory of mind, I generate so many thoughts, intentions, and beliefs that I even generate a lot that are not accurate. When the inferences I make are not accurate, that can mean I'm no longer able to accurately predict someone's intentions, and it becomes a deficit. This is different from autism. Here's a dairy cow made of red and white mites. In the mite version of English, words change to sound like might. For example, daylight becomes daymite with an M. Nightfall becomes mightfall with an M. So that even words contain mites. So this is the mite version of English. But what about the mite version of German? In German, the word for mite is different. Mite translates to Milbe. This means that instead of changing words to sound like they contain the word might, in the mite version of German, words are changed so they contain the word Milbe. Not might, because might is an English word, not a German word, and Milbe is the German equivalent. In normal German, Milch means milk. There are lots of normal German words that contain Milch. For example, the word for a dairy cow is Milchkuh, which means milk cow. This is normal German, but in the story, Germany is made of mites, and the mites have their own version of German. The German word for mite is Milbe, which sounds very similar to the German word for milk. This means that instead of using the word Milch for milk, mites change the word slightly so that it sounds like the German word for mites. This means Milch becomes Milbisch. Other German words containing the word milk also change. In normal German, Milchkuh means dairy cow, but in Mite German, Milchkuh changes to Milbischkuh. Other normal German words that contain milk change when they are converted into Mite German. For example, the word milk bar or dairy farmer changed to include Milbe, the German word for mites. Here's a drawing of the world's largest rodent, a capybara. Now, if you've been paying attention to this video, you know I'm such a huge fan of rats and mice and rodents in general, and so I wanted to spend 5 hours drawing the world's largest rodent to truly showcase and express my deep love and an emotional connection to rats and mice. I have such a deep appreciation for rodents, for the rodent form, that apparently I'm attracted to rats and mice. I can understand why the psychiatrist thought I was attracted to rats and mice, because in the mite version of English, mice with a C becomes mites with a T, because in mite English, words are changed to sound more like mites with a T. Part 16.
Me hugging a bag of red sand as if it was a bag of mites. With my autism, I like the sensory look and feel of certain textures. I love sand and even used to eat it when I was younger. I used to love playing with sand, and sand is like lots of little dots. Mites are like little dots just like sand, and I love the texture of lots of mites like a pile of sand. I'd love to run my hands through a pile of mites like sand. I especially love mites, bold, intense, red colour. Mites are my special interest, and a pile of mites is my sensory special interest. So here's a story about piles of mites. Also with autism, you can attribute human emotions to objects and animals like mites. Mites are like my little babies that I love, and I'd love to buy a big bag of red sand and pretend that every sand grain in the bag is one of my 1,000 mite friends, and I'd love to hug the bag of pretend mites. When I made this video, I had no idea what sand play therapy was. Sand play therapy is where you play with sand, and you can put toys or figures in the sand to create a story that expresses how you are feeling. I have recently bought kinetic sand, and I've been playing with the sand for my autism sensory needs. This video has been creating a story that expresses myself through sand, or sand that is meant to be a pile of mites. Have I been giving myself sand therapy? I don't normally see the colour turquoise, so it's a bit unique and unusual, like the way I feel about myself. I mixed green sand and blue sand together, and I've been playing with the turquoise sand. It looks like some turquoise copper or nickel compounds, and I used to love how metals' oxidation states cause them to be different colours. Like humans' blood that is red because of iron, or octopus's blood that is blue because of copper, or rocks and crystals that are colourful because of the metals they are made of. The OCD intrusive sexual images about my mite girlfriend are causing me a lot of anxiety and distress. Part of me might want a girlfriend. I'd like love and cuddles and emotional connection from a girlfriend, but OCD can put you off getting a girlfriend. Maybe I'm too scared to get a girlfriend because of my OCD, and I substitute the desire for love, affection, and emotional connection with mites and give mites human characteristics. I irrationally worry that I'm attracted to mites. Really what's happening is the OCD has put me off sex and dating so much that I no longer get any sexual desire or romantic desire. I'm not repressed. This means that I don't know what genuine romantic or sexual attraction is supposed to feel like. In the absence of any genuine feelings, I mistake any positive feelings I have for sexual or romantic feelings. This could be the warm, fuzzy feeling of seeing something cute. It could be the emotional connection you have with a therapist. You could worry you love your mom too much and it's weird. Or you could mistake the love for your special interests as being romantic or sexual. You could think, maybe I love mites or rocks or single-celled organisms called amoebas too much. You could love the sensory look and feel of a pile of sand or mites and think, this is an intense feeling. Maybe it's because it's intense, does that mean I'm attracted to mites? And you could love the squidgy feel of single-celled amoebas and mistake this for being attracted to amoebas. I've even worried I'm attracted to atoms. I think the OCD may be the result of all these repressed feelings. I just feel so confused. And I think I'm such a sick, perverted freak. And I feel shame, guilt, embarrassment, and anxiety. But this is just my OCD making me think this, without any real evidence. So with OCD, you can worry you're attracted to people or things you're not. Like if you're straight, you might worry you're gay or vice versa. Or you might worry you're attracted to someone other than your partner. In mania, everything is amplified. For example, if you love your mom in a completely innocent way, that might be amplified with mania, and it might make you irrationally worry you love your mom too much, even though they're the last person you'd ever be attracted to, even when in mania. With autism, you can love the look and feel of things because you have sensory issues. This is called sensory joy. With mania, this is amplified, and you love sensory things so much you even irrationally worry it's a sexual thing, even though you like sensory things in a completely innocent way. With autism, you can personify animals or inanimate objects, which means you can attribute human thoughts and feelings to them. With OCD, you can then feel distress around accidentally harming tiny animals like insects or mites, causing you to empathize with the mites or insects. Psychotic illnesses may affect something called theory of mind and make your theory of mind hyperactive. This means you might assign thoughts, intentions, or beliefs to everything. So autism, OCD, and bipolar may all amplify each other, causing you to see animals or objects as people. Bipolar mania causes you to have odd and bizarre thoughts and ideas. This means you may then start to actually worry you're attracted to mites because they're your special interest and you love them so much in an innocent way. I am having intrusive images that go against my values and are not concordant with my true desires. These images are about a girlfriend made of mites. In the intrusive images, I am playing with the mite girlfriend's boob that is made of mites, and therefore the mites in the boob feel like the grains of sand making up kinetic sand. I think I hate myself. I'm a disgusting freak. I'm worthless. I'm some creepy pervert. I'm sick in the head. I'm so confused, and I feel anxiety, shame, and guilt. And I feel insignificant and insecure about myself. I'm a horrible person. My confidence and self-esteem is going down, and I feel embarrassed and less confident, as if I have to hide myself. I always previously thought about ending this video by saying, in loving memory of all the mites I accidentally squished. But do I love the mites in a sick, deviant way, where people have to watch out for you? It almost seems disrespectful to talk about the intrusive sexual thoughts about mites and then say in loving memory. It's like you're disrespecting the dead. It's like when people touch statues of dead people on the boobs. Is that disrespectful to women? The mite girlfriend is a woman. Am I being disrespectful to women? That would be a bad thing. Now I'm making it about me. That's a bit narcissistic. This last part is supposed to be about the mite's memory, not just me talking about myself. This whole video is 6 hours of me talking about myself and my own interests. Is that not a bit self-centered, self-absorbed, or narcissistic? I could stop talking about myself and have a minute's silence for mites. That would still just be to benefit my own selfish needs, though, because this video is so close to reaching 6 hours long, and I just need to add a couple more minutes. Now I'm just ruining the video. I would never draw intrusive thoughts about human women, because that would be very inappropriate, creepy, disrespectful, and would make someone feel very uncomfortable. I hope, because the mite girlfriend is made of mites and not a human, that it's okay to draw them. I wanted to draw the mite girlfriend because it's like when you have a distressing thought and you want to tell someone or write it down, so it's out your head and not stuck in your head. Maybe I had a distressing image about mites and I just had to draw it so that I wasn't stuck in my head. What if I drew the drawing because I hypothetically like the thoughts? What if I'm one of those artists who draws inappropriate images or images about fetishes? I hope I'm not like that. Drawing the picture makes me feel like even more of a deviant people need to stay clear of. I have to wear my red coat that is made of lots of red mites and cover my face with the hood. Don't look at me. I have to keep my head down. In shame. Also, if you're watching this, I hold myself to a much higher moral standard than I hold other people to, so I guess what happens between two consenting human adults is fine. So sorry if I've made anyone else feel ashamed about themselves. The mites have arranged themselves into the words thank you. Thank you from me and the mites, and thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I don't know if anyone would ever get all the way and watch the full 6 hours, but if they have, that I really appreciate that. I hope this video can be of some benefit to science or benefit to people who have similar mental health conditions. Yeah, so thanks. Part 3. I drew a cowboy made of mites with a cowboy hat made of mites. The cowboy lives in the mites version of Texas, where the whole of Texas is made of mites. Some people with bipolar feel that they are one with the whole universe as well. That they did not exist as a person. They were just everything and nothing. In my videos, mites are one with the whole universe, and mites are everything and nothing at the same time. I feel very connected with other people to the point where there is not a clear boundary between myself and others. I feel very sensitive to others' emotions, as if they are too overwhelming and too much to handle on top of my own emotions. Normally I ruminate about my own psychology, trying to figure myself out, but lately I've been ruminating about other people's psychology, trying to figure them out as if they were not separate and distinct from myself.
Feeling at one with the universe can happen with bipolar, and maybe a hyperactive theory of mind could also explain this, because modelling other people's thoughts, feelings, intentions, and beliefs is a form of theory of mind. Before I talk about this next part, I would like to say that these next thoughts are about people in general and are not specifically about one person. These thoughts are definitely not as vulgar as with the my girlfriend, and can just be the intrusive thought of giving a friend a hug, even though I would never act on the thought of giving a friend a hug in case it made them uncomfortable. If you're just talking to someone because you're attracted to them and the person doesn't like you back, it may put pressure on the other person to go out with you, and the other person may feel uncomfortable. The problem is I have false attraction OCD, where there's not a single person where I can tell whether I'm attracted to them. This means I don't understand if I'm talking to someone because I like them as a friend, or if I'm talking to them because I'm attracted to them. With going to an all-boys school and getting bullied, having an emotionally abusive dad, but being very close to my mum and sister, I find it a lot easier to form friendships with women. I can just feel apathetic towards men. Because I have a lot more female friends, my OCD makes me worry that the reason I have more female friends is because I'm secretly attracted to them. I myself don't even know what I'm attracted to. This goes against my values because I value my friendships, and if I was attracted to any friends, it would make things awkward and introduce tension. This would ruin the friendship. Another reason this goes against my values is because some men talk to women for ulterior motives and are just trying to sleep with them or just try and sleep with their friends. This would be very bad if I had ulterior motives that I wasn't even aware of. I think men just trying to sleep with their female friends may not be very nice for their female friends. This means I might be a bad person if I was just talking to a friend because I was attracted to them without realizing. With OCD, I have shame and guilt about being a man because they are stereotypically more likely to commit violent or inappropriate crimes and may stereotypically be less kind, caring, or empathetic. This means because some men just try and sleep with their friends, it makes me feel bad just for being a man. Even though I'm not trying to sleep with anyone, I still feel bad because you would associate simply being attracted to someone with trying to sleep with them. Sometimes I get intrusive thoughts that I'd like to give a female friend a hug. I would not actually give them a hug in case it made them uncomfortable, but the thought makes me really anxious because I don't normally feel like giving my male friends a hug. It makes me worry that if I just want to hug my female friends, it must mean I'm attracted to them, and this causes me a lot of distress. I feel so confused because I think I'm straight, but other than that, I don't know who or what I'm attracted to. Because of the OCD, there is not a single person I can look at and think I'm attracted to them. Any adult may be very cute, but using the word cute is really confusing because I find dogs cute, but I know I'm not attracted to dogs. So do I find adults cute in the same way a dog is cute, or do I find adults cute in an attractive way? Sometimes when I see adults my own age, I think they have a very cute face in the way dogs are cute, but I don't feel any attraction to them at all. Do I get an innocent, warm, fuzzy feeling, like when I see a dog and mistake this feeling for attraction, even though I have absolutely no sexual feelings towards them? Women in general have cuter faces than men. Does this mean I find their faces cuter in an innocent way, like seeing a cute dog, or do I find their faces cute in an I'm attracted to them way? Also, a lot of my female friends have partners, so even if I was attracted to them, having an affair would go extremely against my own values. And that adds to the distress about worrying I'm attracted to people. In my fictional story, I am made of a colony of mites, and my pet rock is made of a colony of mites. The colonies fuse into one super colony. How might my hyperactive theory of mind affect my OCD? Because I may have a hyperactive theory of mind due to hypermania, I may feel very connected to people, and the boundaries between me and other people can blur. You can be very sensitive to other people's emotions and experience other people's emotions as your own, which can also lead to overwhelm. You can also make lots of inferences about the other person because you're more able to model other people's thoughts, intentions, feelings, and beliefs. I do not have borderline personality disorder, but borderline can have similarities with my own experience. With borderline personality disorder, your sense of self can be unstable. You can mirror other people, and the boundary between yourself and others can overlap. You can also be very sensitive to other people's emotions and feel them as your own. This can also lead to overwhelm. This overwhelm can feel too much and cause you to push back. This can contribute to fear of engulfment, where you feel you have become enmeshed with the other person. With borderline personality disorder, these traits are a personality feature and therefore chronic. In bipolar, this trait may be associated with temporary periods of mania and may be more episodic. I worry about being attracted to friends in general, and it's not limited to any one specific person. I have multiple friends with borderline personality disorder. Because both me and my borderline friends have blurred boundaries between ourselves and each other, we tend to form quite strong connections because we may both be very sensitive, empathetic, and attuned to each other's emotions and feel them as our own. Your OCD can mistake this level of attachment as being attracted to someone, even though you have completely innocent feelings towards them and don't actually like them in any inappropriate way. The rock made of red mites is lying on a red sofa that is red because it is also made of mites. What I've discussed in my videos is something I worry about with my friends in general, and I have multiple friends with borderline personality disorder, so this is not about one specific person. The issue is the rock has a co-occurring dissociative condition. I feel like I should clear things up in case any friends who also have a dissociative condition misinterpret some of my videos, and so it does not make them feel uncomfortable. The first point is that in my stories, the rock has had a dissociative condition for over 1.5 years. This is before I knew any female friends had a dissociative condition. The next point is in my stories, I've been in a relationship with this rock for over 2.5 years, which is long before I met any friends with dissociative conditions. Originally, I had given the rock chronic fatigue syndrome as well. Then I did some research and found out that it is very common for people with certain dissociative conditions to also have borderline personality disorder. I had already been thinking about giving the rock borderline personality disorder, and then a few days later my friend with a dissociative condition said they also have borderline personality disorder. So I decided, because the two conditions co-occur so frequently, it would be a good idea to give the rock both. It is hard to stand a rock up for a video or balance them because rocks are heavy. It is much easier to lie a rock down as if they are in bed. The rock has been lying down in my bed on and off for over 3 years, even longer before I met the friend with both conditions. I just want to clear this up in case my friend feels uncomfortable or creeped out if they ever happen to watch the video. Having said all this, maybe in future I should not put the rock in bed in case it seems inappropriate and makes any of my friends feel uncomfortable. As with OCD, I worry about creeping people out or making them uncomfortable. From now on, the rock lies on a red sofa made of red mites. The rock is no longer known as bedrock. They are now sofa rock. When your theory of mind is hyperactive during hypomania or mania, you can generate more ideas about what people's thoughts, intentions, and beliefs are. But during hypomania or mania, you generate so many ideas that some of them are wrong, and wrong ideas can stack up, leading to even more wrong conclusions. Further, you can generate ideas so fast that you are not able to weight which ones are accurate or not. This means you simultaneously have a deficit in theory of mind as well as a hyperactive theory of mind. There is a similar term to theory of mind called mentalizing, and I'm not 100% sure how the two terms differ. People with borderline personality disorder can also generate more ideas about what a person is thinking, feeling, or their intentions or beliefs. There are some differences to bipolar though. For example, when people with borderline see someone with a neutral facial expression, they interpret the person as having a negative facial expression. This means that although people with borderline can be very empathetic, sometimes they interpret someone's thoughts, feelings, intentions, and beliefs as more negative than they are. And people with borderline can also fear things like abandonment or rejection. This means someone with borderline may worry about the other person harming them. The person may then feel if they can work out someone is going to harm them before the person actually harms them, then they can beat the person to the punch and avoid getting harmed. The problem is because people with this condition may interpret people's facial expressions more negatively. They worry the person is going to harm them or reject or abandon them, even when the other person has no intentions of doing so. So in a way, people with both bipolar or borderline can generate more inferences about how a person is thinking, feeling, or their thoughts and beliefs, but at the same time, both conditions can also cause false beliefs. One thing I will say though is while I've been hypomanic, I've been able to make a lot more inferences about people that are accurate, and some are quite profound. I feel like because I am quite knowledgeable about mental health, having a hyperactive theory of mind has helped me in some ways. Also, my mum has been quite anxious the last couple of months, and I can tell immediately within seconds what level of anxiety she is feeling, and I am usually accurate. And so while I do not have borderline, people with borderline can also be very sensitive and empathetic, and so I don't want to portray people with this personality disorder too negatively. While I am very glad that I am slowly coming down from hypomania, I also hope that I will still be able to connect with other people after this experience, as a couple of years ago I couldn't even understand the concept of connecting with other people. This also shows that there is an episodic quality to this, and this is not a chronic feature, as seen in borderline personality disorder. My family have always described me as an empathetic person, and so hopefully I will still be a good person when the hypomania has subsided. I'm sure I will be, it's just the OCD that distorts things. My past occupational therapist had a pair of yellow trousers and a pair of red trousers. The problem is, the trousers were occupational therapists and could not give the rock psychological therapy. The red and yellow pairs of trousers had a baby together, and the baby was an orange pair of trousers. Some mites can be orange, and the trousers were made of orange mites. The orange pair of trousers were a psychological therapist, not an occupational therapist, and the Rock could finally get therapy for their borderline personality disorder. The Rock spoke.
Mates are all red. Everything about them is red.
The orange mite trousers replied,
My job is to help you see the nuance. Mites are not all red or black. What colour would you say I was? Would you say I was orange?
No, you're all red.
Would you say foxes and ginger people are orange or red?
Foxes have always been called red foxes, and ginger people have always been called red-headed.
Would you say there was some nuance between different shades of red? Would you say the colour orange was invented for this reason, because not all shades of red are the same?
Foxes have been called red for centuries. I'll continue to call foxes as they are, which is red. You are not a colony of orange mites arranged into a pair of trousers. You are red, like all mites. What about
water mites? They can be all sorts of colours. Yellows, greens and blues. There's a whole spectrum of colours mites can be. Would you say they were all red too?
Yes, they all contain the same type of pigments, carotenoids. I don't care if carotenoids being attached to a protein changes their appearance. They're all still carotenoids in my view, and carotenoids are red.
What is it about red you don't like? Why does being red make mites all bad?
Red is an angry colour, a fearful colour, and an anxious colour. It just affects me. Red is just all bad, and mites are all bad.
So you're saying red is a high arousal colour?
Humans may have evolved to find red highly emotional because blood is red. It signals danger. Octopuses don't have red blood. But tell me, would an octopus find the colour red scary?
I'm a rock and I still find the colour red angry. I don't have blood.
Would you say this is a more cultural thing? For example, stop signs are red. Do you think this is a cultural thing that even has an impact on rocks? Some humans may find the colour blue relaxing, but in some countries, sports teams wear blue and people associate blue with high emotional arousal, not calmness. I think we should move on to schema therapy. You voluntarily turned yourself into mites. Why did you do that?
The mites were in need. I had to care for them. I had to blur the boundaries between me and them. I felt obligated to do so.
So you feel like you have to sacrifice yourself for them. Did the mites do anything to help you in return?
No, absolutely nothing.
So you have this belief that you learned early on from caring for someone that putting other people first is not a choice, it's a fixed belief. Do you think your anger and resentment towards mites comes from the fact that you're overnourishing them and not receiving anything in return?
Yes, I give, and mites do nothing back.
Do you feel like your need to put other people first causes you to act in rather than acting out and take your emotions out on yourself?
People think rocks don't do anything because there's nothing going on inside rocks' heads. I was brought up in a quarry. It was traumatic. It was not safe to outwardly express emotions like anger.
So would you say your experience growing up has influenced who you are today? And if you no longer live in a quarry, why don't you express your emotions more?
I guess you're right. My childhood has influenced me. The quarry was just such a nasty, aggressive place. I don't want to be aggressive at anyone. Otherwise, I'm just like the people who worked in the quarry. If I express negative emotions, it negatively affects others, and other people just feel negative emotions too.
Do you feel like because there is a lack of boundaries between yourself and others, that if someone is upset, you feel it as your own emotions, and you get upset and overwhelmed too, and you're no longer able to help them?
Yes.
Do you think other people are as sensitive to others' emotions as you?
I guess not. It's just my emotions are very intense, that if I'm too much, then people will leave me. They always do.
Theory of mind and mentalizing means similar things. I think because of your borderline, you may be hypermentalizing, and I will give you a mix of dialectical behavior therapy, schema-based therapy, and mentalization-based therapy. I think we have made good progress today.
The family of yellow trousers, red trousers, and orange trousers all combined into a pair of red, or yellow, and orange trousers. The mite colonies that make up the trousers had fused. They were now a family therapist. The rock said to them,
David would not let me see my relatives.
Why did you not let Sofa Rock see their relatives?
If I take Sofa Rock outside, tiny creatures may crawl onto Sofa Rock. When I take Sofa Rock back inside, the tiny creatures that are now on the rock may be brought indoors where they are not in their natural environment and less happy. Even if a bit of mud gets on Sofa Rock, there could be tiny creatures living in the mud.
And do you think this has a negative impact on Sofa Rock?
I understand that if I was to impose my own compulsions onto other humans, it would not be very nice for other humans. It would make their life more difficult and less happy. I do not want to control humans.
So why do you impose your compulsions onto Sofa Rock?
Sofa Rock is an extension of myself, so I impose my own compulsions onto them. They are an object and part of my own identity. Because they're an object, they don't have feelings. I can't harm a rock.
And Sofa Rock, how does this make you feel?
I feel really hurt and isolated. I've always been very sensitive and had strong emotions. That's what predisposed me to developing borderline. My emotions have been chronically invalidated. I feel invisible, like you can't even see who I am or understand my internal experience. Your relationship with me and your videos are driven by perfectionism and controlling what other people think of you. You're always critical of me and the other characters. The videos I help you make are never good enough for you. Nothing can ever be perfect. You make me feel inadequate, insecure and inferior. Like no matter how hard I try, I'll never be a good enough character, or the videos I star in will never be good enough.
I see the issue here. David, you have insight into the way you treat other humans and would never impose your compulsions onto other humans. When it comes to rocks, you have little insight and therefore impose your compulsions onto Sofa Rock. Your compulsions seem to be driven by perfectionism and a need to control. You're hypercritical of Sofa Rock and their performance in your videos, and the videos Sofa Rock helps you make are never good enough. These symptoms are consistent with obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, which is different from OCD. I believe you would never impose these symptoms onto another human, but that you've internalized these symptoms and imposed them on yourself, and because Sofa Rock is an extension of yourself, you impose these symptoms on Sofa Rock as well. How does the rock relate to you, David?
Sofa Rock is a character in my fictional world called a paracosm. I daydream about this fictional world because I may have maladaptive daydreaming.
How does David relate to you, Sofa Rock?
I have dissociative identity disorder, which used to be called multiple personalities disorder, and I think David is just one of my personality states. I think us three are all personality states, and us interacting is happening inside the Rock's head, in our inner world.
Why do you take your emotions out on Sofa Rock?
If I hurt Sofa Rock, if I'm doing what the obsessive-compulsive personality disorder parent does, the parent does not need to do it. The best way to keep us all safe is if I continue the abuse on ourselves.
David, what is your perspective?
I don't agree with that at all. I think I'm the real one, not the Rock. I may have maladaptive daydreaming, not dissociative identity disorder. My dad may have obsessive-compulsive personality disorder and may be emotionally and psychologically abusive. But I don't think the abuse is anywhere near the level of abuse severe enough to cause dissociative identity disorder, and I would not like to frame it in that way.
Rock, how do you feel about this?
I, the Rock, am the real one. David is just a personality state inside my head. Our dad was all bad.
I think what's going on here is the boundary between both of you is too blurry. Since both of your mite colonies joined together into a super colony.
The therapist's trousers kept multiplying and joined together to form a giant pair of trousers made of smaller trousers, and you can see the smaller trousers in the picture. My past therapist's trousers were very colourful. I like colourful things, and trousers are not usually those colours, which makes them very quirky and unique, which I like. With autism, I like bright colours. It's a sensory thing. And during hypomania, my senses are intensified, so bright coloured things look even brighter and better. When I was a bit manic, I tried to buy the brightest orange top or jumper I could find. I wanted it to be the most glowing, luminescent item of clothing,
but I could only find a jumper that was an orangey brown colour. I still like the colour of the orangey brown jumper, and because of mania I was buying a lot more things than normal, and so I bought the jumper. After I bought it, I realised my friend with borderline had the same colour jumper. With the mania, I had thought about wearing the same jumper as my friend for a joke and bringing in a different spare jumper in case it triggered their fear of engulfment for a laugh. Then my OCD made me think that wearing the same clothes as other people may make people feel a bit uncomfortable or creeped out, so I decided to completely avoid wearing the jumper anytime I was interacting with that friend. This spiral of thought led to me worrying I was attracted to all my friends in general, and then that spiraled into worrying I was attracted to mites again. I think it's good to learn about conditions your friends have so you can better understand and support them and pay an interest in them. However, you may worry that if you know too much about their mental health conditions, that it's a bit creepy or obsessive and a very bad thing. While today I have not been getting any intrusive thoughts about being attracted to my friends, I have been feeling confused and worried as to why I'm so interested in borderline, and by extension my friend's psychology. Is it just that mental health and by extension borderline is my autistic special interest, and it is purely innocent? Is it that there are many overlapping symptoms between borderline and my own conditions, and I find borderline relatable? Because I have similar symptoms to borderline, does learning about borderline help me learn about myself? Does part of me believe I may possibly have borderline instead of bipolar? Do I like borderline because my pet rock has borderline and my pet rock is my special interest? Do I want to learn about borderline because I'm insecure and feel inferior and inadequate, and talking about borderline with my borderline friends validates me and makes me feel I'm clever?
Clay licks are deposits of clay where animals come to consume clay to get nutrients. My friend is a clay lick being nibbled at by mammals and birds like parrots. A while back I won a fake tongue for a Halloween party. A completely different friend said they don't like men staring at them with their tongue out. I thought it would be funny to stare at the friend with the fake tongue hanging out my mouth. This was meant in a completely innocent way. This became a running joke. I've been drawing various pictures of different things licking her. She seems to find them funny and does not appear to be uncomfortable. Because I am no longer as manic, I have more of a filter. I ruminated a lot about whether it was appropriate to draw her as a clay lick being nibbled at. I thought, I've not included her in this video or in the Soil Avengers. It would be nice not to leave her out. At the same time, I could not think of any other ways of incorporating her into the Soil Avengers. I'm not into parrots or soil, and so this drawing is meant in a completely innocent way. The OCD is making me feel quite guilty and shameful and worthless, like I hate myself. But I think this is just my OCD distorting things, and that it's nice to draw the drawing, and drawing it is good OCD exposure therapy. In the end, I'm glad I drew it and happy with it.
Another one of my friends likes plants. In the future, eventually we will all become incorporated into the soil. My friend will become the area of soil around plant roots called a rhizosphere. He is my friend as a rhizosphere person, and my friend will join the Soil Avengers. Everything is made of mites, but soil already contains mites, and therefore soil is already made of mites, and so soil doesn't need to change. The Soil Avengers stay who they are.
I drew a castle made out of mites. I drew it at a mental health art group that one of my friends runs. I was joking on a lot with my friend, and because I was depressed, my jokes were maybe a bit negative and critical, and because I was hypomanic at the same time, I had no ambition, and I was completely ruthless and relentless. In the end, my friend, the member of staff at the art group, said she would not need to paint me because I'd already be black and blue by the end of the day. My friend was just joking and did not really do anything wrong, but because of my OCD and depression, I felt really guilty in case I was a bit too nasty with me joking on. I worry I'm not a good person, and I hate myself. I think I'm a horrible person. I went home and cried because I felt so bad. My OCD is making me think, by writing this, am I playing the victim and then guilt-tripping my friend, even though they did nothing wrong and probably deserve a medal for the amount of jokes they put up with? Saying I'm just a horrible person or I'm just the worst person in the world is something someone who gaslights people would say. I do feel like a horrible person, but can I even say that? Or is that a form of gaslighting?
I made my friend a card. It says, "Thank you for putting up with me. You deserve a medal." The medal is made out of red adult mites, white baby mites, and golden water mites. With me having depression, my jokes have been a bit more critical and negative, and because I'm in hypomania at the same time, I have no inhibition. Sorry if I was a bit ruthless and relentless with my jokes. So that's what it says. And after I made this card, it caused me quite extreme distress with my OCD because I worried about like what were my motives behind writing the card. Like, am I attracted to my friend? But it just goes to show that it's not like a personal thing about any one particular friend, because so far in this video I've been talking about worrying about being attracted to all my friends in general, so it's like not a personal thing about any particular friend.
In the universe made of mites, there is a planet made of black and white mites. The black mites prefer colder temperatures. In the beginning, the planet's temperature is cold, and this means the black mites keep multiplying, but the colour black absorbs light, and the black colour causes the planet to heat up. Black mites don't like the warmer temperatures, and their numbers decrease. White mites prefer warmer temperatures, and as the temperature warms, the white mites multiply. The mite's white colour reflects light, and like the albedo effect, this causes the planet to cool. White mites prefer warmer temperatures, and so the number of them declines. Because black mites prefer these colder temperatures, they multiply and absorb more light, and the planet heats up again. The white mites and the black mites counteract each other and balance each other out, so that eventually the planet reaches a stable temperature. This is known as a negative feedback loop. On Earth, there are many negative feedback loops, such that if there is a change to the planet, eventually the Earth will regulate itself and counteract the change and stabilize itself. This is the Gaia hypothesis. The Earth has changed to become made of mites. The soil avengers are all part of the Earth's natural system, and they are going to work together to regulate the change through negative feedback loops, so that Earth goes back to only containing a regular amount of mites. At the same time, Sofa Rock needs to work on their borderline personality disorder, so they don't see the world as being all made of mites or nothing made of mites, or nothing being made of mites. This video has to end because I really can't cope with this video. It's too big, complicated, and overwhelming. The videos are not just driven by an autistic special interest. They're driven by an OCD obsession, and they're compulsive. They're driven by possibly mania or hypomania, and a pressure of ideas, and a flight of ideas which are really hard to keep up with. They're also driven by internalized obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, which is different to OCD, and is where nothing I do will ever be good enough or perfect. I wanted to get this video to 4 hours, and I did, but that wasn't good enough. Then I had to get this video to 5 hours, but that still wasn't good enough. This video is 6.5 hours so far, and I will never be content with it. This video is not even as long as some PhDs. I tried to stop before, but I can't stop adding to it. Mites are part of my whole identity. I can't stop making videos about mites, and that means this video can never end. I am literally made of mites. I can't stop maladaptive daydreaming. It's like an addiction. Even if I try to stop, the ideas will keep coming, and if I stop making videos for a day or two, I get severely depressed and have plans on suicide. Come on, Soil Avengers and Sofa Rock, we're all counting on you. Also, if this is the last part of this video, I have things in place to help me stay safe. And so don't worry if this is the last part of the video. It does not mean I'm dead. If I was dead, I would not have been able to upload this video. I don't have Wi-Fi at home, and so it will take a while for me before I get the chance to upload a 6.5-hour video. Whatever state I'm currently in will have been different to when the video is uploaded, so don't worry. I think when I was bullied at school, it affected me. Not feeling good enough. People would hit me in the face with tennis rackets or hit me in the face with the biggest hardback dictionary in the library. If I did have friends, people would make things up about me to try and turn people against me and manipulate people against me. Every day people would do what they called the retard test, where they would intentionally ask me impossible questions and be very critical of me. Because I did not get diagnosed as autistic until I was an adult, people did not know I was autistic, and I got bullied for being retarded, as they called it. In my videos, I am quite intelligent and intellectual, and so I think maybe my videos are me overcompensating for me being bullied for not being very intelligent. I've never been to university, and I have no psychology qualifications like A-levels. While people with autism can know a lot about topics they're interested in, I feel like I'm overcompensating on top of that. I need to know even more so that I'm more intelligent. I made the last 3 hours worth of this video in the space of a month, and although Mania increased how long the video was, I think I have a core fear of inadequacy, and that's also why the video is so long. I don't know what to think about this, because you hear about insecure men overcompensating by seeking power or dominance or buying a fancy car or guns. I also feel the need to be very nice, kind, caring and empathetic. Like if I'm not a super empath, then I'm a narcissist or bad person. So yeah, hopefully I'm not overcompensating in the way Andrew Tate is or something like that. I will say though, while you cannot really increase your IQ, you can increase your emotional intelligence. And I don't know if by obsessively journaling and watching psychology videos and trying to figure myself out, I've increased my emotional intelligence by quite a lot without necessarily meaning to. With autism, you can really love certain colours and textures, and because this is amplified so much during mania, it can be so intense you worry you're attracted to sensory things. However, it is very important to clarify that this is an irrational worry caused by OCD. OCD goes against your values and turns what you love against you. This is why it is important to note that I am not gaining anything inappropriate from this video. I did the next video when I was in mania and depression at the same time. This is called a mixed episode. Mania can give you really bizarre ideas, make you disinhibited, impulsive and hyper, where you put a lot of expression into your voice. But because you can experience depression at the same time, the video is also very morbid and about death. I drew Amber catching and fossilizing a mate. I love gooey, goldeny, translucent, glowing, exuberant, orangey, burnt, browny, viscous, flowing in layers of what will become Amber. I want to start a new project unrelated to mites, but I am like Amber. Things get stuck to me and absorbed by me, stuck to me and fossilized through my videos. I like fluids for a sensory reason. Maybe I could get interested in physics and fluid dynamics. The mite had lost its host, and the Amber said, "Don't worry, you have me. I will fossilize you and you will always be with me inside, even if your spirit is no longer with us." I love how thick and viscous tar pits are. My friend patient X has borderline personality disorder and worries about being emotionally consumed by other people or becoming one with other people or controlled by them.
This is known as a fear of emotional engulfment. Patient X is also scared of animals that physically engulf prey whole, like snakes. To give Patient X exposure therapy, I drew them being engulfed by a tar pit. Tar is very sticky and hard to escape as you struggle. The sensory idea of being stuck in tar or playing with tar is very interesting and appealing. However, I would probably feel trapped and claustrophobic. And that's just how Patient X will feel. Wah! Wah! Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Wah! Ha 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 ha! Cold and salty water is dense and sinks, whereas warm and less salty water rises. This creates a current in the ocean where water cools and then sinks, and water warms and then rises. The difference in density means the water doesn't mix that much and forms layers in the ocean. A layer of warm, less salty water is on top, and a denser layer of cold, more salty water is on the bottom. This is known as the thermohaline current. I'd love to immerse myself in a big thermohaline current person. I'd love to feel the cold, salty, dense water that resists and constricts my movement as I push against it. Then I'd like to feel the warm, less salty water, where I would feel free, unhindered by the light water. I float around as light as a feather, energized by the heat of the water. I'd love to feel the difference between the two layers of water and compare them. I love fossils, and my friend Patient X will become fossilized in the tar pit. In thousands of years' time, their fossil skeleton will be found. By that time, they will have domesticated fennec foxes, which are real foxes with huge ears. Like with dogs, the domesticated fox's ears will become floppy. In the future, Patient X's skeleton takes their domesticated pet fennec fox for a walk on a lead. Patient X loves their little fox friend, and like dogs, their fox friend can tell when Patient X is dissociating, and the little fox cares for Patient X when they're not well. In the future, parts of Earth's ocean may lose their oxygen, and the fish will die. This is known as anoxia. In the story, there is an ocean anoxia person who is dead water without oxygen, full of dead fishes. Amber lasts for millions of years, and in the future the amber person will have hardened. They will be all chiseled in appearance. Their fist will contain the dead mite they trapped millions of years ago. The amber person is known as Mite Fist. In the future, Patient X's dead skeleton, the dead oxygen-deprived water person, and the amber and dead mite inside the amber all join forces to become the Dead Avengers. Patient X likes canines, like foxes, dogs, and wolves. In the future, dire wolves have been brought back, and as well as a pet fox, Patient X has a pet direwolf to defend themselves. In Doctor Who, Daleks have squid-like creatures living inside them. In Doctor Who, there is still living, decomposed goo that used to be Daleks. In Doctor Who, you don't really see the decomposed Daleks, so I made up what they might look like. I like the sensory aspect of Daleks that have decomposed into a gooey ooze. I drew a decomposing Dalek with my mom's hair and pink skin colour. The decomposing Daleks were going to invade Earth. It was up to the Dead Avengers to stop them. Before we have the ultimate showdown, it is important to remember that while Patient X has a condition called OSDD,
and the conditions OSDD and DID used to be known as multiple personalities disorder. People with multiple personalities disorder don't have personality states that are serial killers. Well, hang on, actually, the person's abuser can actually become a personality state of theirs. So the person's abuser can become what's called a perpetrator and traject, and this can be a personality state. So I guess you probably could actually have a personality state that was a serial killer. However, it is important to remember that regardless of what conditions you have, we all internalize other people's thoughts, beliefs, and values. And that doesn't mean we all go around killing people, whether you're someone with that condition or someone with no conditions. So that's why it's important to remember that people with multiple personality states are more likely to be the victims of future harm and they're less likely to actually cause harm. Now, having said that, let's throw out all good representation of multiple personality states and have an epic battle to the death!
Come on.
The Daleks were defeated, and this meant the time paradox was resolved. Patient X could go back in time and see their dog again and get married to their partner and live happily ever after.
Everything was still made of mites. The earth was unbalanced in favour of mites. The soil Avengers, dead Avengers, and all the earth's systems all came together to rebalance the earth through negative feedback loops. The earth is like one giant organism, and all its systems can come together to counteract change and recover. The soil Avengers and dead Avengers came together and changed the earth back to when it had a regular amount of mites. The red veil was lifted. Sofa Rock completed their therapy, and they now understood that the world is not either all made of mites or not made of mites at all. There is nuance. The rock became grey instead of red, and could see the grey area. If all the extra mites have disappeared, what happened to Mr. Mite? Did they die? I'm genuinely feeling tearful thinking about this. Is this the end of Mr. Mite? Well, remember, Mr. Mite is also Wolverine, with their hair and claws. Mr. Mite can regenerate like Wolverine. Me and Mr. Mite have fled to our villa in the south of France to eat grapes. If anyone asks, Mr. Mite is dead. In my story, everything had turned into mites. There was a version of me made of mites, but the mites had lost and everything turned back to normal. The mite version of me died. Their skeleton made of mites remained. Normal human skeletons are made of the mineral hydroxyapatite, but the skeleton made of mites was made of hydroxyapamite, as in mite with an M. My tombstone is made of my pet rock's head, who had also become made of red mites. The mite version of my pet rock had also died. Mites are a part of me and my identity. When I ended the video on mites a week ago, part of me died, and I've been feeling really suicidal and hopeless since. There's a mite-shaped void missing from me. In real life, it is very common for mites to live on your face, and these mites are called Demodex mites. My mom has a skin condition called rosacea that makes her face pink or red. This condition is associated with a higher number of Demodex mites living on her face. Speculative biology. Mom comes from Pinkonesia, an island inhabited by a race of pink people. Pinkonesia is hot, and so extra blood flow to the face allows heat to escape the inhabitants' bodies. This is a fine adaptation. Like Vulcans from Star Trek, they all have a fringe like Spock or Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. Like Mom, they have hairy feet to insulate them from the hot sand. Mom's been using skin cream for her pink face. The cream has made her soft skin peel and become flaky and powdery and dry and more of a pastel colour, like the soft rock chalk. You've heard of the white chalk cliffs of Dover. Now here's the pink cliffs of the island Pinkonesia. The lesbian pride flag is shades of purpley pink and orangey reds, like Mom's face,
I should make the lesbian pride flag the national flag of the island Pinkernesia. My sister is gay and I am very proud of her, so this drawing is also for her. In real life, there are lots of fluffy, hairy crustaceans like yeti crabs, fluffy sponge hat crabs, and orangutan crabs. Carcinization is the real process in which lots of different lineages of animals independently evolve into crabs. Pinkernesia is an island isolated from the rest of humanity, thankfully. And over time, the pink people of Pinkernesia will evolve into pink fluffy crabs. The pink fluffy crabs will shed their fluffy exoskeletons. They will then build houses, roads, lampposts, and cars out of their pink fluffy shed exoskeletons. In the future, the pink fluffy crabs will take over the world, and everything will be made of their shed exoskeletons that will have been modified to have different physical and chemical properties, and the exoskeletons will also be modified so they don't just break down and decompose. Dynamite is an explosive made of mites. A long time ago, when I started a relationship with my pet rock felt the rush of a new relationship, and it felt intense to them. They idealized me. As time went on, though, they started to see the cracks in the relationship. The relationship didn't seem as perfect as they thought it was when they had idealized me. The rock feared abandonment and rejection. They felt they needed to test the relationship. At this point, the rock was made of mites, and they bought an explosive made of mites called dynamite. They tried to blow up the relationship to see if the relationship would completely burn to the ground, or whether it was strong enough to partly survive. If the relationship kept surviving, then they weren't going to be abandoned. And it was strong. In the end, though, this just pushed me away, and that's why the rock started sleeping on the sofa and became Sofa Rock. They then tried to pull me back in, and the cycle of push and pull continued. I feel eager and excited to make this video like the warm, bold, energetic orange magma the rock will become when melted. Just like there is the circle of life, there is the rock cycle. One day you may become granite. We think we are the main protagonist in life. Compared to the rock person that lives for millions of years, I am just a speck. The rock was there before I was born, and it will be there when I'm gone. I feel insignificant, but I hope I was a good speck in the rock's life. Even one day the rock will be destroyed, and new granite will be created out of it. By this time, intelligent octopuses have come onto land and replaced humans. The octopuses have pet rocks, and this octopus keeps the granite rock as a pet. Like the rock liking the octopus instead of me, I feel envious or jealous of people liking other people's videos but not mine. Just like humans study themselves a lot, octopuses study octopuses a lot, and this means that octopuses have given the rock clothes that have the technology to change colour, like octopuses do, and the clothes change colour in response to the rock's mood. With borderline personality disorder, you may expect someone to outwardly express a lot of emotion. Because rocks find moving, communicating, or making facial expressions difficult, the rock has a real type of borderline personality disorder called quiet borderline. With this, the rock represses a lot of emotions instead of outwardly expressing them, and their emotions are very internal. They act in instead of acting out. This can mean there's less drama in the rock's relationships than you may expect from someone with borderline. This may seem good. However, if the rock is not outwardly expressing their emotions, they can feel inauthentic and a fraud, as if they're not being their true self. It's hard because they don't want their emotions to negatively affect other people, but they want to be themselves at the same time.
And when you take your emotions out on yourself instead of others, it can be very hard on yourself, especially if the extreme emotions have a lot of energy and need somewhere to go. So they have to find a balance. The Rock doesn't want to be negative at all in case it makes others around them feel negative emotions. This was hard for the Rock because they were stuck underground for millions of years, and because they were a rock, they could not even talk about it. They didn't want to make anyone else miserable. They had toxic positivity, but probably not in a way that was annoying or that people would not like. They were probably likable because they cared about other people's emotions. It's about finding ways where you can still express your emotions, but in a healthy way. When your emotions are internal, it's very hard to be taken seriously even by mental health professionals. If you're feeling really intense emotions, if you were to outwardly express them and just go absolutely mental, that may upset mental health workers, and you're just one of the mental health workers many patients they deal with. They're probably emotionally drained enough, you don't want to add to that. At the same time, you need to be able to advocate for yourself, and sometimes when you're in crisis, you feel like rolling around on the floor, but you're still too nice to outwardly express your emotions. And so even though you're very good at articulating how you're feeling and give all the right details, you still don't get taken seriously, and you wish your emotions were visible like the Rock's clothes changing colour in response to their mood. With OCD, you can worry about morality, and this can be worrying about your emotions negatively affecting others. Although I'm not sure what conditions I have apart from autism and OCD, people with quiet borderline who also have OCD can worry about how their mood affects others. I gave my friend the gold medal for putting up with me. She said she was due about 30 more medals from me. I had the intrusive thought of drawing 30 more medals for a joke. I've only drawn one more medal, a pink fluffy medal, but I might give that to my mum instead, because my mum's pink and fluffy. The intrusive thought bothered me because doing lots of drawings for someone or giving them lots of gifts is love bombing. I joke on and give them backhanded compliments as well. Is that what's called negging? Love bombing and negging are forms of manipulation and emotional abuse. I drew my mum 80 drawings for her birthday when I was a bit manic and loving. Is that love bombing even though I like my mum in a completely innocent way? Am I negging people and am I emotionally abusive? I gave the gold medal to someone who is just a friend, but what if I'm attracted to all my friends in general and I'm not even aware of it? With my OCD, I worry about making people uncomfortable or creeping them out. This means all my friends are women, but they're women who are 10 to 20 years older than me, because with women my own age, I worry more about creeping them out or making them uncomfortable. But why are all my friends women and not men? Do I have a different attachment style when it comes to men and women? Because a lot of my trauma was caused by men. Does that mean I have a more avoidant attachment style towards men, where I feel apathy towards them and feel more unsafe or threatened? Do I have a more anxious attachment style towards women, where I'm close with female family members and therefore seek close emotional connections with female friends? Is this true, or is it just that secretly it's because I'm attracted to women and that's why I attach to them differently? I've just been pacing all day and feeling extreme distress. Maybe I feel anxious or guilty or shame. I jumped out and scared one of my friends, but they got a fright and said they're scared of anyone touching them. I'm sure I never actually physically touched them, but what if I accidentally touched them when I scared them and I didn't even realize? Now I'm ruminating about this past event. With my OCD, I have a rule that I never give any of my friends a hug unless they initiate it, just in case I creep them out or make them uncomfortable. Why did they get a fright? Did they think I'm a scary person? You hear on TV that some people seem very nice and are likable and are people's favourites, but then they turn out to commit horrible crimes. I seem nice, likable,
and I'm all my family members' favourite grandchild, does that mean I could be not really a nice person? Aren't some predatory people sadistic and enjoy people's suffering? I like making fun of my friends for a joke. Does that mean I'm sadistic in a bad way? I feel like a bad person. I've been looking up attachment styles and friendships for the past half an hour. If I'm looking up things like attachment styles because I'm worried about things, does that mean I'm obsessed with my friends? Or am I just obsessively worried that I'm obsessed with my friends? Being obsessed would be very bad and have very bad connotations that would go against my morality. One thing I would like to make clear is that this is not specific to a single friend and is about my friends in general, but I also feel the need to say this in case I make them feel uncomfortable or creep them out. Also, I should not have really jumped out and scared my friend, but by saying it's negatively affected me, am I playing the victim and making it about me instead of them? Is that me being narcissistic? Am I an empathetic person?
My family and other people will do anything for me. Is that because I'm nice and do things for them and they're just reciprocating? Or have I got them wrapped around my finger because I'm some master of manipulation? Why do I make fun of one particular friend more than others? Am I negging my family and friends in general by making fun of them and giving them backhanded compliments? Does this mean I'm manipulative or emotionally abusive? Am I just repeating past childhood dynamics? The sort of things I say to people for jokes, people would have probably said to me, but in a serious, malicious way. People used to bully me relentlessly and call me retarded because I didn't yet know I was autistic. Am I overcompensating by wanting to be more intelligent? When I make jokes about my friends and family being simple, is that me putting them down or making me feel better about myself and my own intelligence? Is constantly putting my friends down really nasty and abusive? Am I insecure in a negative way and overcompensating in a negative way like some men do, like Andrew Tate? Why is it always men you hear about doing bad things? Is there something bad about me being a man that predisposes me to doing bad things? Am I a bad person? Do I change my voice to sound less threatening or possibly more feminine? That's probably because I want people to feel comfortable around me and not threatened. This is probably because of OCD and morality. But don't some people do the same thing to lull victims into a false sense of security? Does that mean I'm a bad person and I'm being manipulative? Is this script so mental it's funny, but at the same time it talks about serious things that you should not really joke about? So if it is unintentionally funny, is that bad? I feel very scared and confused. Because one of my parents may have OCPD instead of OCD, have I internalized them as a critical parent ego state? With OCPD, you can be concerned with morality, but this morality can be very rigid and inflexible, rule-based, perfectionistic, and about control. With OCPD, you can impose this morality on other people and hold them to impossible standards and be very critical of them. Because my OCPD traits are more internal, I do not impose them on other people because I understand that would not be very nice. But I take those symptoms out on myself, and for some reason I'm allowed to be as nasty to myself as I want. Because of my OCPD traits, I am very rule-based. For example, I have rules like never give a friend a hug unless they initiate it, in case you creep them out or make them uncomfortable. Another rule I have is that I never compliment anyone's appearance. I may say I like their outfit, but other than that, I strictly adhere to not complimenting people's appearance, in case it makes them uncomfortable or creeps them out. The problem is sometimes with OCPD, you care more about preventing harm and being overprotective than caring about anyone's actual feelings. While I do genuinely care about people's feelings, I think this next story shows some of the OCPD traits. So my friend may feel insecure about that their head is too big. I may make jokes about their head. I then tell them that if I actually thought For a second, their head was big. I would never joke about it. And I say that to try and reassure them. But if they ask for assurance, I say as well, they look fine. But fine is a very neutral term. Maybe I'm projecting, but they probably have a fear of inadequacy or some other similar core fear that stems from insecurity. They don't want to be told they look fine because fine will never be good enough for them, and they want to look perfect even though perfection does not exist. So basically I make fun of their appearance but don't give them any compliments. This means I'm prioritizing not causing any harm over their actual feelings. And this may be a very OCPD thing to do. This feels a bad thing for me to do, and I feel very bad about it. Even if I do still care about people's feelings. Yesterday and the entire day, all I did was pace in circles, listening to intense sounding music. I would not let myself watch any TV or play any video games. I made myself feel more and more anxious without allowing myself to do relaxing things. My brain made me ruminate for the entire day without rest. Every bone in my body was telling me I physically can't do relaxing things. Today I went for a run because I've been asked to do that for my mental health. But I just pushed myself too hard and was probably just punishing myself without any rest or break. If I treated other people the same way I treated myself, apparently it would be coercive control, and I thought having a lot of empathy would stop you from being abusive to others and just make you abusive towards yourself. But apparently you can have high empathy and still be abusive. Being more aggressive can be a bad thing, and it can make men commit more crimes. I feel like me being aggressive, even if it's an inward thing, is still a bad thing. I worry I'm a bad person and that being a man makes me a bad person, even if I would not hold other men I know to those standards and would not impose that belief onto them. It's hard because you see a lot of negative things in the media about men. I think they should still be talked about because then maybe as a society we could decrease problematic behaviours, but at the same time it's maybe not that good for my self-esteem. Does that mean I have fragile masculinity? But isn't fragile masculinity another thing that people say is bad about men? So does that just make me feel worse about myself? Maybe fragile masculinity means something else. I'm confused. Does it mean my masculinity is fragile because I don't respond well to criticism of masculinity? My family always describes me as very gentle, but sometimes when I'm in a different room, I punch myself over 50 times in one go. I think this is sometimes when I'm feeling a lot of shame and guilt and overwhelm, and I feel I am worthless and that I hate myself. Does this make me a violent person? My family say I'm very kind to other people, but that I have to be kind to myself as well. I feel really scared and confused at the moment.
Hello, so what's been going on in the story then? Well, so we have the pink fluffy crabs, which evolved from my mum, who has a pink face because she has mites living on her face and therefore has the skin condition rosacea. So we have the pink crabs that evolved from my mum in the future. And then we have the octopuses, which came onto land and evolved intelligence in the future. So the pink fluffy crabs go to war with the intelligent octopuses on land, and the pink fluffy crabs have pink fluffy tanks, like army tanks, which they use to fight the octopuses, and the octopuses just have invisible tanks because they've used the same technology to make their tanks as the technology that was inspired by their own skin being like camouflaging, because technology is usually inspired by things you study, and humans study themselves, so octopuses would study themselves a lot. So so there's the war between the octopuses and the pink fluffy crabs, and so the pink fluffy crabs win, and this means because they use their shared exoskeletons, which are pink and fluffy, to cover things, they cover the whole world in pink and fluffy things. So the whole world is just pink and fluffy, just like how the whole world used to be red, made of mites. Yes, so the whole world's pink and fluffy now, and which means I am also pink and fluffy. So I've coloured my face in pink as if I have rosacea, and I've got me mum's pink fluffy dressing gown on, so I just look like my mum basically. And yes, so I'm trying to think of what I was going to say. So yeah, so because mites live on people's skin, and that's just normal, but in rosacea you may have more of these Demodex mites living on your face. It means that when people with rosacea evolve into pink fluffy crabs, and the pink fluffy crabs still have mites living on them, will still have mites living on them. This is just how they might evolve hypothetically in the future. Yeah, so that means that the whole world's covered in pink and fluffy things, but the pink and fluffy things are also the crab's skin in a way, because they're the shed exoskeleton. So the whole world's basically covered in mites living on the pink fluffy things. So we're just back to the world being covered in mites, basically. We've come full circle. Before it was, the world was was like completely red and made of mites. Now the world is also covered in mites. It's just pink and fluffy instead of red, which I love pink and fluffy stuff. So yes, that concludes this chapter of the story. Goodbye. And all the pink fluffy crabs that fought in the war get pink fluffy medals. Warning: if you have epilepsy, seizures, or if you're prone to dizziness or vertigo. So you can just click off the video now if you want. I mean, I'll just ramble on now for like a few seconds while you have time to click off the video, just because it's not really flashing lights in the traditional, like the classical sense, but like it's a lot going on. I think it might have the same effect as flashing lights, and it's like spinning around the next part. So if you have issues with dizziness, I guess you can just click off the video.
Hello, Fly. I'm glad you could make it to our Valentine's dinner. I don't know if you like me or you just like the food that you're buzzing around, but this is my first Valentine's date, or my first date in general, and I'm 25, so thank you, Fly. I'm glad you could make it. The hexagonal lenses on your eyes through which you're currently looking at me from your perspective are like the hexagonal columns on the Giant's Causeway. So you're like one of the wonders of the world, if the Giant's Causeway could be considered a wonder of a world. Right. Okay. Also, I'd like to say more compliments. For example, your breath smells of poo, but I mean this in a backhanded compliment way, because although close up it smells very bad to be around, the chemical in poo called scatol, when it is in low concentrations, can smell differently, and it can be in flowers and perfumes. So this is a backhanded compliment, but I'm gonna say you smell nice. Although obviously I have to then say I'm not into anything like that. So, yeah, which I don't know. I think I'm, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, thanks. I don't know why I'm giving you a Fly backhanded compliments. I don't know if this is me trying to undermine your self-esteem so that you're more receptive to my advances. And I don't know why I'm giving you compliments like telling you your eyes are like one of the wonders of the world, like the Giant's Causeway.
Yeah, I hope I'm not love bombing you or like negging you. So I think I don't think I'm. Well, I'm very lonely, obviously, but I don't think I'm resorting to love bombing and negging a fly just so I get a date for Valentine's. Okay, and also I think this goes without saying when I mentioned the thing about the fly's breath smelling the poo. Obviously, that's not something I'm into. Okay, I could go just in case. And with OCD, you worry about like morality, so you might worry about the way you act. Like, are you secretly manipulating people or like love bombing people or negging people? And obviously, it's just completely irrational. The worries, like like my family would say, "Oh no, you're never like manipulative or you're like very nice and stuff like that." So, yeah, yeah, okay, right, bye. I think you can probably tell I'm very uncomfortable, which I'm very uncomfortable in general, just because obviously the OCD puts you off like dating and relationships and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't really. It's a very awkward video, and I obviously worry because obviously someone is going to be watching this as if I'm saying the compliments to them. It makes me worry I'm being like really creepy and stuff like that because the OCD makes you worry about stuff like that. So yeah, sorry, sorry if this is really creepy, but I'll say bye now. Okay, bye.
Warning, this next part talks about suicide and self-harm and might be a bit more triggering than previous parts.
Self-harming and planning or attempting suicide are so normal and chronic for me that it's just an everyday thing that's gone on for years despite 7 therapists and medication. I hate myself. I paced for 6 hours straight, probably just to punish myself. I seem to not want to do anything unless it makes me suffer. I'd probably pace for 20 hours straight if my parents let me. I wish I could just pace until my legs would give way or my heart would give out. I'm just waiting to die at the moment. Even with attempting suicide, there's always a chance you could survive but end up in a much worse condition. You could get paralyzed or get brain damage or disfigurement. That's why I would not recommend anyone try suicide. Now that I'm no longer manic, I can understand consequences without acting impulsively, but it just means there's no escape from this hell. When you're pacing, you just feel like your eyes are going to roll back into your skull and turn white. Eventually, my mom made me play a video game, Mario Kart. I did not feel anything playing it. It was like I was not even playing it, or my mind could not even register I was playing it. And I just kept on ruminating while I played it. I felt no enjoyment. It just felt like effort, and by the time I'd finished, I just felt like throwing the remote through the TV, which I obviously did not. I don't know if all the pacing while listening to music is dissociating, but it makes me feel worse and my emotions more intense. I'm just crying all the time, but I can't just ring crisis every day. At the same time, though, if anyone is watching this and relates to that line, it's still a lot better to ring crisis than end your life, because people and crisis workers will probably be a lot more upset if you die, and even if they had to constantly look after you, they would be a lot less upset than if you died. At the moment, I feel like I can keep myself from acting on my suicidal plans, and this is partly because I no longer feel manic and depressed at the same time. My mood fluctuates so rapidly that I could feel like acting on my plans in a very short amount of time, so that does not mean I've got better or it does not mean I'm over the crisis. But if I do feel like acting on my plans, I will hopefully tell my parents, which I usually do.
I think maybe the fact that I'm still so agitated maybe means I'm still a bit high as well as being a bit low at the same time. So I think I may still be a bit manic or like hypomanic, but I think it's more like agitated depression, where the depression's maybe more dominant than the mania, just because I don't feel as manic as I did like a month ago. And I think I'm recording now because I think I was trying to brush my teeth 5 minutes ago, and I was just like, had the toothbrush in my hand with the toothpaste on, and I just wasn't brushing them. I was just like pacing in circles with the toothbrush and toothpaste on the brush. And I thought, oh, if I can't sit still and I'm pacing things, and I'm like pacing all the time, maybe I should make a vid, record me talking to the camera while I'm pacing. But then I thought, when like I've got an audience watching me, I maybe wouldn't be able to be my natural self. And then say if I did pace while talking to the camera, it would just be very like manufactured. So I've just tried to like stay still at the minute, but that's also hard because it just shows that I've got like quite an internal like my bipolar is quite internal. And so obviously before I elaborate on that, it's worth noting that when you're in like fully blown mania, like your symptoms are like immediately obvious, especially when I've been like 17 and I've had psychosis and full blown mania. Symptoms like it's very obvious, so it's external to like quite a big degree as well. But when I say internal, I mean because the mania is not as severe anymore, but I'm still like depressed at the same time. It just means I'm very agitated, irritable, and like anxious. And so normally with depression, you might think of like someone that might be quite irritable and stuff like that. With depression alone. And so with me, so I just got interrupted there, but so yeah, we're saying like with depression alone, some people can be quite irritable, but for me, when I'm like just depressed alone, I'm very able to handle the irritability. I'm not necessarily normally a very angry person, so like I would never like shout at anyone or like take my emotions out on other people. So that's in depression. And so because I guess like with my OCD around morality, I don't even allow myself to shout at all because I don't want to negatively affect people with my emotions. So I haven't shouted at anyone once in like over 7 years. Yeah. So and like with doing that, it doesn't like build up and then I explode or anything like that. I just don't externally express any like anger and stuff like that, and that's probably not the healthiest thing, but it's not been like I've not exploded or anything like that. Like it's not. I mean, it probably does like contribute towards other emotions like depressed or anxious, but I've not really had like direct problems with like anger and stuff like that. But then when I've been in mania and depression at the same time, the combination of the two can make you like extremely like irritable and agitated, where I just have like so much energy and like really intense like anger, irritability, or agitated, and I've got like no inhibitions. I'm very impulsive. Like it's just like completely different when you're not like manic and depressed at the same time. Like the anger is just completely different and like really intense. and like it's got like nowhere to go, the anger. So basically, but at the same time, if you remember, I've got that rule where I'm not allowed to take any. I don't want to take my emotions out on my family, and I'm not allowed to shout at anyone. So I can actually still don't shout at anyone, or like. So I still don't take my emotions out on anyone or shout at anyone. But at the same time, it's like the emotions need somewhere to go, and I think that's why I've been like self-harming so much. So like punching myself 50 times in one go, or like then making you pace for 6 hours, listening to the same like intense music without a break, or like making you run really fast with no break for a long extended period of time, or like making yourself go in a cold bath for a couple of hours, like a very cold bath. And so this is all like internal expressions of like harming yourself rather than harming others. So obviously it's not very, like, even if I'm not taking my anger out on other people, it's not very healthy for myself, like, obviously. So yeah, I guess that's not really the best. But yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit more chirpy today. I don't know if I'd call myself chirpy, but like less, like, I guess when you like, it's very dysphoric, like the combination of like mania and depression. Well, it can be, so it's like you're very negative or whatever, but I mean, I might not come across as that negative, but then if you ask me about like getting better, I'm sort of very hopeless. So I'd probably come across as quite negative in that sense. Like if anyone said, oh, you know, this might work or this might work, I'd just be like, no, I'm never getting better, sort of thing. Yeah, I've already like tried everything. And also I haven't been able to shave in a few days, so I guess like my self-esteem is quite bad. Like I feel very like ugly, and it's like Valentine's Day, so obviously I don't have a date or anything like that. Okay, thanks.
I've tried every possible thing that's supposed to help. I've had 7 therapists. I've tried to do all the right things to help, but nothing's ever helped. I just want to wither and decay. In the future with pink fluffy crabs where everything is pink and fluffy, I have grown a long pink fluffy beard. My skeleton retains the long hair and the beard. I have rang crisis many times before, and all they can do is prolong suffering by keeping me safe. The only thing that could possibly help me is a mood stabilizer medication. The psychiatrist could not diagnose me with bipolar, and therefore I don't have any access to bipolar medication. Antidepressants for regular depression just make me manic. I've been on an antipsychotic for 8 years, and that stops me from going fully manic. The problem is, if it treats mania, the symptoms may not fully meet the threshold for a bipolar diagnosis. The antipsychotic does not treat depression, just psychosis and mania, and this just means before I became manic, the longest I'd been out of a period of depression in 1.5 years was a week at a time. Even then, I still have my other conditions to deal with, like OCD. This just means life is constant excruciating agony and suffering, with no relief, and I'm not allowed to take the only thing that might help, which is a mood stabilizer. While it is normal for me to plan on suicide, if I don't get a diagnosis, I feel quite certain that I will attempt suicide. I will be quite careful how I word this when I tell the psychiatrist this, because threatening to kill yourself is quite manipulative. But this is generally how I feel, and I don't think I can keep myself safe any longer. I hope this does not sound manipulative, or I'll change the wording when I tell the psychiatrist so that it does not sound manipulative. The version of me made of tiny red mites is dead, And in the future, the version of me that is pink and fluffy will die too. When Galileo said Earth rotates around the sun, he said it because it accurately predicts reality. He did not say there's magical unicorns just to make you feel better. For years, people have been saying things like, when my grandma with Alzheimer's moves away, you won't be caring for her for 30 hours a week, and you might feel better, or therapy will make you feel better, or an antidepressant will make you feel better. None of these things helped, and if I had the view back then that I was not getting better, it would have accurately predicted reality. The view that I'm not getting better always predicts reality. I have had some hope with medication and therapy in the past, but that hope turned out to be wrong. I've been trying my best for years to tell people when I'm not safe and resist the urge to leave the house. It has felt unbearable for years. I cannot resist the urge anymore. Last night I was crying thinking about what I'm going to say in a video message to my friends saying goodbye. I'm crying again writing this script. I'm just constantly crying. When I'm just severely depressed alone, I never cry as much as I have in the last few months. I don't know if that's because I'm still a little bit high as well as low, or if the mania in the past 7 months has used up all my dopamine and I've crashed and have no dopamine left, like a really bad come down mixed with depression. Normally when I'm severely depressed, I feel a bit anxious as well, or even a bit agitated, as I have an anxiety condition, but this is much more extreme. I feel a lot more anxiety, agitation, irritability and aggression than I normally would. Thankfully, I've only really been aggressive towards myself with all the self-harm. These are all used to distinguish mixed episodes of depression combined with symptoms of mania. I've gotten one or 2 hours sleep tonight, and it's 6 a.m, so I've just got out of bed now. I would have gotten up much earlier, but my parents are not well, and so if I had got up too early, I might worry them. I'm trying really hard not to just leave the house in just my pajamas and walk to the woods in the dark and freezing cold and commit suicide. I don't want to worry my parents when they're really not well, so I'll keep trying to resist the urge, but I need more help. I do feel like genuinely doing this, but I'm worried I sound manipulative. No one is taking me serious, and no one will even acknowledge I'm in a mixed state. I'm going to keep trying to keep myself safe, but I really don't think I can manage anymore. Sometimes I feel very set on the idea. I don't know whether to include this part in the video or reword it. I would genuinely leave the house in my pajamas. I just don't know how to express that without it sounding like it's threatening to kill myself. Maybe I should not show this part to a psychiatrist in case it's manipulative. Doesn't the fact that I have some awareness that leaving the house in my pajamas would be a bad thing mean I have some insight left? Does that mean I would not really do that and I'm just being manipulative? I feel like saying don't worry, I can keep myself safe to my parents so they don't worry about me, but I don't think I can keep myself safe. And I don't know whether to even show this part to my parents in case it just makes them worry and if it's like manipulative or something.
The granite may then turn into the metamorphic rock gneiss through lots of pressure. I feel like the gneiss rock as I feel overwhelmed and anxious and feel like I have a lot of pressure to keep thinking about my videos and can't switch off from them, like the pressure on the gneiss rock. Eventually the earth will become too hot for humans and animals. No me, no octopus to share my intense interest in the rock person and their fictional world. No one to see my videos in the way I do. The gneiss rock lay in bed alone.
I feel isolated about this. So in the future, eventually enough time's passed that no more mites can survive. And that means this is the end for mites and the end of the video. But before I go, I'd like to say that I'm currently safe, and just because this is the end of the video, it does not mean I'm dead. So thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And another reason why this is the end of the video is because with maybe feel like I need to make videos like the longest, most complex, like intellectual, like cinematic masterpieces or whatever. And I guess that comes from feeling that you're not good enough. So I guess from now on, might be better to do shorter videos that are more accessible to other people, which means they might actually like help people or whatever. So rather than just being so long that no one ever is gonna like get to the end of the video. So I'm not dead, so don't worry. And thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Yep. One last question remains for The Rock, though, because with like borderline personality disorder, you can have like an unstable sense of self, and because of this, you may take on values of other people, and so it's hard to like find your own constant values that you've had throughout your life that are like your own ones and not influenced by other people. So I guess now that The Rock's all by itself in the future, maybe it would help it figure out its own values, or maybe it would have quite a detrimental effect on its mental health. So I guess The Rock needs to like sort of learn to be alone with themselves. Yeah, so okay. Right, see you, bye.